Golf issued a statement this morning confirming that it will no longer be funded by the Saudi Public Investment Fund after the season. Live Golf says seeking long-term financial partners for the next step in the tour's development. No word on how this impacts golfers like Bryson DeChambeau or Jon Rahm. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next, time for Baskin and Phelps here on 92.3 The Fan.
Coming up Friday morning in studio, 8 a.m., new Browns head coach Todd Monken.
Will not ask about the quarterback, will not ask about Miles, will not ask about the quarterback, will not ask about Miles, I promise.
You'll be the one who ends up asking about both. Browns head coach Todd Monken, 8 a.m. Friday, 92.3 The Fan.
Talk sports with guys in the know.
It's embarrassing. I mean, are they not embarrassed?
It's time for Baskin and Phelps, Cleveland's sports radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Northeast Ohio. How are you enjoying this unseasonably cold temperature? How are you enjoying all the traffic? I got to tell you, it's so nice. In fact, things are so good on the roads today, they've closed the street on Huron to go do some work out there. That's how much fun it is now that the sun is trying to peek through and having a little bit of fun. And people are excited because the Cavaliers won last night. I can feel that. And there are a lot of good things going on, and so we are here to talk about them over the next 4 hours. My name is Andy Baskin. His name is Jeff Phelps. Good morning, Jeff Phelps. How are you?
Well, weren't you just pleasant as all get out?
Well, that's how I am, Jeff. You know me. I'm never bitter. Always in a good mood. Feeling. And in fact, Dan Mennigan, how are you today? Thank you very much for filling in yesterday while I had some family stuff going on. I appreciate you.
I don't know how to respond to this.
That's good. Did anything happen?
Who is this guy?
I'm just curious. I know the Cavaliers had a gigantic win yesterday. I'm very excited. Did anything happen yesterday? Anything else in the world of sports?
Travis Bazzana played more.
Oh, he did play. All right, well, good. Now
Seems like Live Golf is falling apart by the seams.
That's not
that's
good.
Two things.
If you're a Live golfer.
Did anything else happen yesterday?
Of substance? No.
Nothing. Not even of substance. Like maybe voyeuristic. Looking into the future. I know we're going to talk a lot about this later in the show, but I don't know. Was there any other news yesterday? Anything else big?
Dan, apparently Andy wants to talk about Deshaun Watson.
For 1 second.
David Allen Coe passed away, so you can take this job and shove it.
Wow. I'm just saying. No, everyone took it so personal when I said last year that I thought he'd probably be the starting quarterback or at least have the opportunity to play. Now, I was a little ahead of schedule. I thought he'd be healthy. It's not that I don't care who the starting quarterback for the Browns is next year, but I will say I told you so.
You will pay a mighty price for it in lunch.
I'm not paying a mighty. Why? What do you mean I'm paying a mighty price for?
You still owe me lunch.
Oh, because I said he would get a start in by the end of last season. All right, I'll buy you lunch. Anyway, so we'll talk about that a little bit later in the show too. I don't know why anybody would freak out about it.
It's not worth taking a victory lap over, is it? I mean,
it is for the you know what I took for saying to you that they're still paying him. And I'm telling you, one day he's going to have the opportunity to start again. Well, no way. He's taking his last snap. He'll never play for the Browns again.
You didn't hear that from me.
No, I know it wasn't you, but other people. Dan.
Dan was hopeful.
Dan.
For what?
Thank you. Exactly.
I wasn't paying attention to you. I got better things to do.
Oh, you think you're working today? Is that what it is? Suddenly this has become a job for you? All right, Jeff.
Pestering you doesn't pay like it used to.
All I know is I'm floating around town yesterday, and I'm getting crushed for I want my Oompa Loompas on Bazzana from you. Yeah, I mean, and by the way, Chris Rose, during the interview yesterday, Chris was the one that got me all fired up about the fact that maybe they were holding Bazzana back a little bit because of service time. And I was like, wow, maybe Chris is right. And then yesterday was like, well, what's the story there? Big deal. I told you they'd come up at some point. I'm like, Chris, you're the one that got me fired up about this whole thing.
I called you Veruca Salt to your face. I don't know why you're hurt.
Oh, I'm not hurt. I'm not hurt at all. That's all right. But if you need an Oompa Loompa, I've got a couple in my locker. Do you need to know the locker number? There's a sheet out now in case you need to know whose is whose. Jeff.
Need a key.
Oh, that's true. You do need a key. I'll let you borrow my locker if you need it. Jeff, yesterday the Cavaliers took a 3-2 advantage in this first-round Eastern Conference playoff against the Toronto Raptors, who were a little bit banged up going in this morning. They're injured.
Lost one of their key guys early in the second quarter.
Yes,
that didn't help.
They did. No, Jeff, just give me your overall feeling on last night's game and what you thought of it. I am less than impressed with this brand of playoff basketball from both teams. But you tell me, what do you think?
I'll say thank goodness for Dennis Schroeder. Thank goodness for Dennis Schroeder's words to his teammates at halftime. Thank goodness for Donovan Mitchell telling his coach, no, keep Dennis in. There you go.
Why do you think it was so hard to do that?
Because coaches don't always just coach by feel. They coach by, who's my guy? Time for him to go back in the game. If all that is true.
Isn't that the Schroeder we wanted?
I would assume it is.
That's the one I saw last night. The guy that used to beat us up, the guy that I couldn't stand when he played for the other team, the guy that would deliver a dagger. Yesterday, he was throwing daggers. I've liked him. There's something irritating about him when he plays for another team. I'm glad he's our irritation because I thought he was a catalyst for us winning the game yesterday. I'm a Schroeder fan.
He dominated the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
He played every minute of the fourth quarter. He came up big. He had 11 points in the fourth quarter. He was outstanding. And thank goodness they needed him because it wasn't going well. Cavs gave up, 74 points in the first half? Thanks for showing up, fellas. That was brutal, man. It was a brutal first half. And
I mean, we went 6 quarters of bad basketball.
Well, they didn't play well. Toronto arguably didn't play any defense as well. And it just the first half, Andy, I agree with you. The first half was like, really? This is the effort that both teams are coming up with in a playoff game 5? Really? 74-67, I think was the score. Gee, that's great. Thanks for the effort. But then things changed in the second half, and in the fourth quarter, I thought the Cavs did a really, really nice job. Their defense picked up incredibly. And
it's what they didn't do in Game 4, right?
Well, Toronto shot 64% in the first half and 59% on threes. And it's like, come on, man. Be better than this. And then the Cavaliers were. The fourth quarter, they did a great job defensively. 25% shooting for Toronto, and they were just 2 of 12 on threes. That said, I don't know how much of it was the Cavs' defense or Toronto just going ice cold. Because they really did. It's a combination of the two. And thank goodness. Cavs outscored them in the fourth quarter, won the basketball game, but it was an ugly game in the first half. I don't care for 74-67 halves of basketball.
Although it was bad. What was the score? I'm trying to remember what the score was at halftime of Game 4. It was super low scoring.
It was really low scoring.
Yeah, but that's because nobody could make a bucket.
And that was brutal as well.
Here's the problem I have is the sloppy, not paying attention to the game, not taking care of every possession, throwing basketballs away. I can't believe sometimes when I'm watching this that this is a playoff game. God, there's been so many
kind of that way all around the league too.
Yeah, I know.
Some of these series haven't been picturesque.
I was watching the Lakers game last night. I thought the same thing. It's careless. It's careless.
It is the first round.
Oh, but that's
not like you got the primo teams, going against the primo teams.
Yeah, but when you're 2-2 in a series,
better efforts.
You've made this into a best of 3. You would think you'd take care of the basketball a little bit better. Well, I guess they did because they only had 14 turnovers compared to the 40 they had in Toronto. Maybe it was the exchange rate that brought it back down. 14 turnovers yesterday again, and it was just. And there's just so many passes that are just careless, like, oh, I'm going to throw it behind my back. Oh, let's just throw it over there. And, if anybody's playing a lick of defense and they're hustling, they'll have an opportunity to steal a pass. And I'm watching this, and I'm just going, man, is this the NBA sometimes? And yeah, they're up 3-2. So, obviously I feel good about, where they can go. They need to go get a game in Toronto. I will not be shocked.
No, they don't.
Well, I'm just, end it. End it and get some rest.
Well, sure.
Show that you're the better team.
That would be nice. It's a 4-5 series, Andy. They're very comparable teams. I think the Cavs are better. I think they have more talent. But 4-5 is supposed to be a pretty comparable matchup.
It's supposed to be. But Toronto's banged up now. They're walking out of last night's game with some injuries. And just finish it. End it. Put them out of their misery. That's what I want to see. If you really believe that when you made this trade for Harden, that this team is a championship team or at least an Eastern Conference Finals team, bury them. Put them out of their misery when you go to Toronto. They've got to play. it's almost like they're not even taking it serious sometimes. But Schroeder last night Mobley played well in the fourth quarter. We saw some things last night late where they were able to finish the game. And that was the problem in Game 4, where they had the opportunity. I mean, if they just finish things in Game 4, we're done. Game over. You get a little bit of rest, and then you get to wait. And I don't have a problem with that, too. We could use the help. We could use the rest. I don't know. So what would you fix then, Jeff, going into this next game? What needs to get a little bit better for them to end this
defensive effort throughout the game. Defensive effort. Until the fourth quarter, Andy, the game was very much in doubt. Early in the fourth quarter, and it was because of Schroeder. Early in the fourth quarter, I thought, all right, Cavs are going to win this game. But I wasn't sure of that until early in the fourth quarter, and it didn't take long. It was only like a minute or two in. I thought, there's no way Toronto's going to win this game. And it was still close. But I thought they've got this. And Schroeder calmed it down for everybody. Good for Dennis. He's a very smart basketball player who likes the big stage. His international playing for Germany, he's always been phenomenal, and he likes that big stage. And he was good last night. He's obviously the reason they won the game. I also think James Harden's done a pretty nice job. I know James catches a lot of but I thought he's done a very nice job. The turnovers have been a little strong, but he's been good. And Kenny Atkinson's been riding him like crazy. He played all 12 minutes in the fourth quarter last night, and so did Schroeder. Do
you find it interesting that Schroeder had to make a halftime speech to kind of get these guys motivated?
No, guys talk all the time.
But why? How does that become like a story? Like I was reading that this morning
because somebody said something. That's it. Somebody said something about it in the postgame. Good for Dennis.
Yeah, I said good for Dennis too.
You want veteran players to speak up.
Are they? Is that the guy though? Like I'm saying, you want to say
doesn't matter.
You wish though, but don't you? You wish your superstar was the guy in there saying,
I'm sure he has.
Let's get going. Let's get moving.
I'm sure he has, but in this instance, it was Dennis Schroeder apparently. It's okay. That's all good.
Well, they held them to 17 points in the fourth quarter, so the defense actually...
Yeah, the shooting was terrible. It was 25% for Toronto in the fourth quarter, and 2 of 12 on 3.
You think they wrap this up in Game 6?
Nope.
You don't? You think it's coming back for Game 7?
Yep.
You just don't have confidence, or you just don't think they...
I think Toronto's better than everybody. Everybody here in town thinks, the Cavs are going to just kick their butt. Well, Toronto's pretty good.
Well, they did the first 2 games, Jeff.
Yeah, and they
did
didn't.
kick their butt.
And they didn't in the third and fourth games.
That's why you set the expectation
I thought
for what was going to happen.
Yeah, I thought the Cavs in games 1 and 2 clearly showed they're the better team. And then they went to Toronto and put doubt in my head and everybody else's.
All right, where are you at? You think the Cavs can wrap this thing up in 6, or you think we're coming back for a 7? What did you see in last night's game that gives you hope that they can end this thing in 6? 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
The Open Road. No limits. You, your family, your schedule. The freedom to go anywhere. Make it happen at RCDRV. Shop from the most trusted brands. Adventure together. Make lasting family memories. RCDRV.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go. And that place is ZipRecruiter.
I was going to put Donovan and Evan back in, and they said, no, this group's rolling. I was like, what? Like, that never happens in the NBA. That shows Donovan, he's so selfless. I think there's 4 minutes left. I think they just scored a bucket. Now, when they scored another bucket, I did get him in. I said, come on. But, like, they knew that group was doing well and wanted to keep him out there, both him and Evan.
Love it. Selfless. I mean, I can understand why a head coach wants his stars in the game or trying to get them a rest at other given points. It's interesting to hear a head coach say that, Jeff, isn't it? Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Your reaction to last night's game, too. Sorry, 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. Cavs a 125-120 winner over the Toronto Raptors to lead the series 3-2. Were you surprised that he said that last night?
Oh, I didn't know that happened, so yeah.
Yeah. Well,
it was interesting to hear.
What does that tell you? That he's willing to listen to the guys? That he's, I mean, does that make him a player's coach?
No. NBA coaches plot out minutes before games oftentimes, and you just have your rotation. NBA players love knowing when they're going to sit, when they're going to play.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't mean for a whole game. I mean during parts of games. It's kind of systematic. And though coaches do coach by feel and flow of a game, in that situation, it's almost always, in my experience watching coaches do this, it's almost always, hey, great job by the bench guys to do whatever it was we needed them to do at that time. Now we bring in the big guns. We bring them back. And very rarely do coaches divert from that strategy. And that's just the way it is.
But you're not, I mean, when we watch and we see someone has a hot hand, right? Schroeder hit three threes last night. Like, one, you wonder if that makes you want to see him play a little bit earlier, get a couple more minutes, and maybe give the guys rest, and maybe make your guards a little bit more well rested for the fourth quarter if you're going to do that.
He had averaged only 11 minutes a game in the first 4 games.
Yeah, and he had 21 last night, didn't he? Yeah, 21 minutes last night. So he did deviate from that. Do you feel like that's almost that? And I hate to compare it to this, but a lot of times I feel like Major League Baseball managers are completely just managing to the computer screen that's telling them what the odds and the percentages are, and that they were handed down to them from the front office before the game even started.
And relievers aren't allowed to throw more than 1 inning.
Yeah, which is silly sometimes. You got a guy throwing a baseball game and ends up throwing 3 pitches and getting 3 outs. You know what? Maybe you can put him back in for the next inning if he's doing something right. Or a guy that comes up with nine pitches and 3 strikeouts. Really, you're going to take that guy out? I don't get it. But do you almost feel like that's the analytics of the game? That you feel like you've got to pre-program the minutes in for what's going on? I know you said that players like it that way.
Yes, players love knowing when they're going to play. It puts them in a place where they can be ready and just be good to go.
So throw away the theory of you always got to be ready because you never know what's going to happen next. They don't live
that
like
exists,
that at all.
But that's the way coaches coach, oftentimes.
All right, let's take a couple phone calls. Your reaction: 125-120 Cavaliers, a winner in Game 5 of this best of 7 against Toronto. Jeff is in North Homestead, home of the Eagles. Hello, Jeffrey. How are you?
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
Thank you very much for taking my call. What a tale of two halves. If you look at a box score and you see we give up 74 in the first half, give up and get killed on fast break points, lose the offensive rebounding battle by, I think, like 13 rebounds, and still won, I'd be shocked. But here's why I think it happened, and I think this impact is huge with Dennis Schroeder. You have a player that's been here for a couple months, and he's calling out a group that's been playing together, minus James Harden, for the last 3 or 4 years, right? And I would have loved to have been a fly on the wall just to hear what was said, because I'm hoping, he called out everybody about toughness, about, playing smart and taking care of the basketball. I heard at halftime, and I was shocked that I think it was James Harden was 29 assists and 29 turnovers at one point, and they were talking about it. And Chuck, Charles Barkley was like, "Yeah, this is crazy," and he's like, "I don't even know that I've ever heard of this before." So you get Schroeder to come out. He plays with that toughness. He's deflecting balls. He's doing all these things. And, Jeff, when I called yesterday, we had talked about getting some scoring from anywhere else but the core four,
Yep,
right?
somebody from the bench had to step up and have a big night, and somebody did.
And we both agreed on that. And what I love, too, is, Jalen Tyson comes off the bench late in that beginning of the fourth quarter and hits the game-tying three. And mind you, he's only getting sporadic minutes, but he came right up, pulled up, and shot it with confidence and buried it. It was shocking to hear what Kenny said at the end of the game about Donovan and, Evan saying, hey, keep this group in. But that's what you're going to need to win games in the playoff, guys. It's not always going to be your superstars. You're going to need key contributions from other aspects. They've got to figure out a way to keep this going. But Schroeder needs to be an impact. There's championship pedigree there. It's not like he just needs to be on the bench. That's trying to coach. He needs to be impacting the game as well and playing. They've got to find the way to get him those minutes. Maybe not 21, but keep him in those high teens because his impact is clearly beneficial to this team going forward. Have a great day, gents.
Thank you. Appreciate the phone call, Jeff.
That guy loves the big stage. And he's been on it in the past, and he plays well.
Kevin's in Cuyahoga Falls. Hi, Kev.
Hello, Kevin.
Gentlemen, how are we doing today?
We're doing good, good.
So me and my boys left the arena with maximum fan enhancement with the win, by the way. We were all very happy about that. Shocking how that happens when your team wins and you enjoy the night. So I'd say two things. First of all, the rally towels were awesome. We loved getting those. Those were great. So
okay, cool. What will you do with those moving forward? I'm just curious. Can you wave them
they're
while
great
watching?
on car interiors.
Yeah, can you wave them while watching on TV? I mean,
they're kind of chamois style, so I think Jeff's right. Use them to wash the van, you know.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, I just said wow too, so maybe they're the ShamWow of this generation.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. Yes.
Hey, two things I think. I agree with you about Schroeder. The other thing about Schroeder that I mean, when we were there live, Boyce and I can mention it. Toronto was pressing us, bringing the ball down the whole game until Schroeder came in, and for whatever reason, they backed off on that, and that was a huge help for us because. Harden and Mitchell were having some troubles bringing the ball down. I mean, they were literally right there at half quarter, even a little over, and pressing them all 3 quarters. Schroeder comes in, and they backed off that entire thing. And the other thing, I love seeing it. And, Andy, I can't believe you didn't mention this. The scuffle, if you want to call it, the pushing match.
Yeah, it was kind of garbage, though.
Harden pushed back and said, this is my ball, and you're not taking it. And I think the game turned a little bit after that, You know
what? That's a good point. I didn't really you know why? Because when they went back, it happened, and if you're watching on TV, they went to break, and then I was like, I wonder what happened. And they made you wait until after the commercial break to come back and watch it. And it just kind of looked like the ball went to one of the seats. Harden picked it up. They tried to take the ball, and then I do think though, and it's a good thing they had the referee explain it. I mean, those guys all crossed half court to come on in there. I'm just telling. In hockey, even the hockey guys know you can't come off the bench.
In basketball, you're not allowed to do that either.
No, and so I was kind of. I mean, what would they have done if the entire team had crossed half court?
The officials said it was, and they came over to the broadcast booth with PJ Carlishimo and Mark Kestisher. And by the way, Mark did a great job last night. He was awesome. And they said it wasn't a big deal. Nobody did anything. They were peacekeepers, and no, we don't expect anything to come of this.
I bet there's some fines, though, don't you think? Nobody gets fined.
Nothing happens.
No,
I don't know.
No.
I mean, you want to make sure, even in a peacekeeping situation, that guys aren't jumping off the bench. It's bad.
Bet nothing happens.
Yeah. But that's a great point, Kevin. I didn't even think about that, and knowing the way I watch games, that normally would be a turning point for me to notice. But I think it was just because it got dulled because it was after the commercial break, and I mean nothing happened. Maybe that's why it just didn't stick out to me. But you're right. I'll give you credit on that. Thanks, Kev.
I think it showed a little toughness and some leadership by a veteran to push back and not let Toronto keep pushing us around. And then I did like seeing our bench immediately jumped up and ran over there. All the guys were getting over. And there were punches or anything like that. But it was good to see the team get behind Harden and, say, hey, this is our court, not yours. So I think that was a little mark of toughness that I like seeing. And I think it did turn the game a little bit for us. And
do you think we're tougher
up in the defense? Defense got much better in the fourth quarter after that.
Yeah, just quickly, do you think they're tougher then? I mean, I don't think they're losing. It's still, it just takes 1 or 2 plays where a guy gets the ball taken away from him and the ball gets swatted into the third row, where everyone starts saying, oh, look at the Cavs, they're pretty soft. I mean, I've never seen a team that gets labeled soft quicker than they do, but sometimes they don't live up to the expectations of what could be a tough team. And It bothers me sometimes because I think we've got the bodies to do it. I think it's more of a mentality thing than it actually is to do with the physical traits of your team. That's just the way I see it.
Agree with you, Andy, 100%. We just need
Kev.
the mental toughness and push back, and then we're going to win. Go Cavs.
Thank you. Do you think they played soft last night?
No, I thought they played disinterested on the defensive end.
That might be fair. Dan, do you agree with that?
The whole playing soft thing, I think, just throw it out. I've never liked that.
Jeff, you can be a better team, but when the other team intimidates you and they're more physical than you, and then but that physical part is also effort and energy and hustle. And I think part of that gets played into whether your team's soft or not. Because really what you're saying at the end is they're playing more physical and they're hustling more than you are. And I think the hustle part makes a difference. I still think there was the one play in Game 4, and I think it was Schroeder that had the pass. They were coming up the floor. They had not crossed the timeline yet. That was a different play. I'm trying to – there was when Mitchell had the ball taken from him on a backcourt violation because the defender – now I can't remember who it was. The defender pushed across the line knowing that he only had another second, so all he had to do was make contact with a ball to put it in the backcourt, and they know they get a backcourt violation. Again, sense of energy to get the ball across the line, knowing exactly how many seconds are left on a backcourt violation. You're just like, come on, man. This is a playoff game. Every possession matters. And when I watch the Cavaliers, I don't think they think every possession matters. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I should just kind of sit back and chill out and just go, that's the way they play the game. But when teams don't hustle and they make bad decisions that should have never happened, it's hard to watch. And it's bothersome for people that like to watch guys hustle and make every moment count. And there have been a lot of times in this series against Toronto, and I don't care that it's the first round. You should want to come out with the mentality that you want to 4-0 everybody. Prove to the league that you are a team that should be beat, not on our home floor. I mean, we've seen so many teams that that have won championships by not having, and it's not being soft, it's having a soft attitude. And I think that stems from not taking care of the basketball and having turnovers. Yeah, they cut back on turnovers. Remember, they had 40 in Toronto, 40 in 2 games. Last night they had 14. So, but coming out of the gate in that first half, man, they were the turnover city. You know, Harden ended up with, 6 last night? 5? How many do you have? 6. He had 6. Jared Allen had 3. Donovan Mitchell had 2. But, I mean, when you have that much playing time, you're going to expect it every once in a while. But I just take care of the basketball. You know, I don't think I'm asking too much as a fan. And it's their Achilles heel. I just think if teams play, you know, like every possession matters, they're going to beat the Cavs. And I don't think if they can get to the next round, I don't think it's going to be very fun. I don't know, am I missing something?
No. What you're missing, though, I don't know that you're even missing it. It's not supposed to be a cakewalk, and the Cavaliers didn't dominate in the regular season. Though we think they're good, I think they're one of several good teams in the Eastern Conference. And I think it's foolish to think that they should just blow everybody out.
No, and I'm not at the blowing. I mean, that's the fan of me says, okay, you should go in there. I don't think there's anything wrong going in with a mentality that you should feel like you can blow teams out. That's a mental
I'm sure
state.
they do.
I think they take too many possessions off mentally. Maybe that's just my point. Because I think they're a better team than what we're seeing right now. In fact, I must not be the only one because, you know, Schroeder must have saw that at halftime too and said it to his own team and said, guys, what are we doing here?
Andy, Schroeder. Yep.
Me and him.
You just lumped yourself with Dennis Schroeder. We're seeing the same things.
No, Thanks, Jeff. All right, your thoughts on last night's game. Get it off your chest here this morning. Do you think the Cavs will end this thing in 6? It's a pretty simple question. Are they good enough to end this thing in 6? And now, you've seen them play in now 5 playoff games. What's your long-term prognostication on what the Cavaliers really are? 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps, 92.3, The Fan.
When they're
Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find us, 92.3 The Fan, on YouTube. That includes Carmen, Lima, 6 to 10, Baskin Phelps, 10 to 2, Wilson, Peterland, 2 to 7, each and every weekday on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. You can subscribe to that channel for free. Watch all the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan, live and on demand.
Baskin Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Hop in on the conversation at 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. Here you sit. You're 5 games into the series. Cavs, Raptors. Are you even thinking about getting to the next round? Are you? Do you believe in this team the way you believed in them the way they started this playoff journey just 5 games ago? Just the whole definition of what they are. I still think they're trying to figure out who they are. The identity of this team to me still, I know what it should be. I know what it looks like sometimes, but I can't. I don't know. I can't sink my teeth into everything that we're seeing here right now, especially in a game like last night where, Dennis Schroeder was the guy that really stepped up last night. And sometimes you need that. You need somebody out of the starting 5 to be able to do that. But I don't know what my confidence level is moving forward for the rest of the playoffs. If they can get, the only thing you're guaranteed are 2 more games in this series. And, will they be able to do that even? I believe so. I kind of feel like they can win this thing in Toronto, especially with, Ingram Barnes getting banged up. And Toronto just seemingly, the injury, another injury away, another, to the point where you got to throw up the white flag and, we the North or we the done. So, but I don't know if that's where we're going with this thing. There's something about Toronto. They are. I'm trying to remember who the announcer. They kept calling them Scrappy or something like that, and they are, man. They don't go away. They just don't go away, and they hang tight. I respect them for that. That's for sure. Jeff,
I'd be stunned if Scotty Barnes doesn't play. It just seems like you would think he's going to play.
Yeah,
Brandon Ingram might be another story. And without Brandon Ingram, he's not been as big of a deal in this series, I don't think, as Barnes. But if they have to come back to Cleveland for a Game 7 and don't have Brandon Ingram, I don't think they win that game. I think the Cavs win that game. But can they beat the Cavs in a Game 6 without Brandon Ingram at home? Yeah, I think they can. So the Cavs just have to be ready to go. This is a competitive playoff series, and that's a good team. We know that early in the season the Cavs lost 3 games to Toronto. It was early in the season.
Yeah, they didn't.
But they still lost them to Toronto.
I discount the whole thing. I
don't think you can.
It was before Harden. I can.
That's fine, but there's still a good. The point is they're a good team. Doesn't mean that they have the Cavs number or anything, but they're clearly a good team, and we all have to understand that. You don't finish in the top 6 in the conference in the East, in a competitive East, by stinking. Toronto doesn't stink, and the Cavs have had to play very well to be up 3-2. You got to compete, and they have.
Dan, give me a big picture on what this series means right now, or where we're at in this series and what it means for the Cavs as a whole.
What it means for the Cavs, goodness, this series has been the definition of here's the blueprint to take this team down, and the question surrounding it is, can they adjust to the blueprint that's been put out there by the Toronto Raptors against a team that maybe can shoot a little bit better from 3 than the Toronto Raptors can? Shed came back to earth yesterday. Shed.
Yeah, he did.
Especially in that fourth quarter.
Man, they couldn't hit a shot in that fourth quarter. God, that was brutal.
Yeah, there was a lid on the bucket in the fourth quarter.
That is kind of what we saw in Game 4, though, but they had enough to beat.
Right. But it's, here's your blueprint. Can a team with better shooting be able to execute this, and can the Cavs adjust to that fact?
And not just the better shooting, a little more tenacious, maybe even than Toronto's been, but Toronto's been really tenacious. Mm-hmm. And
especially defensively.
Detroit's a tenacious team. Orlando, bigger team with a little
But
physical.
they kind of have some of the offensive problems that Toronto does. Shooting.
But I think Orlando has the ability to be a much better offensive team than Toronto. And we'll see if whichever team ends up. Detroit won Game 5 last night, so they're down by 2 games. They're down they're down 3-2.
Did you watch any of that? Were you able to see any of that? I was just kind of watching the score in the corner.
On the Cavs.
I did too.
I just followed.
I was watching the score in the corner. That was it.
Just a slight veer left for a second. The biggest bummer of the streaming world that we're living in right now is the fact that you can't watch multiple games at the same time. That's the biggest bummer that's going on. Like, I can't flip back and forth between all these different games because you got to exit out of one streaming service to get into the other streaming service, and then you're past 30 seconds, and then you got to go back to it's obnoxious. So sorry. Sorry for the veer. But that's been one of the things.
Right. You're right.
I can't watch multiple games anymore. Like, I might have to somehow trick the lady friend into multiple TVs because it's the only way we're going to be able to catch all this stuff now.
Can't you? I thought I did this at one point. I was watching one game on my TV, and then I was watching the other on a computer.
I think that's how either that or that's how I'm going to have to operate. It's just with the laptop on my lap at all times with a game on it. But anyway, sorry for the veer.
Sorry.
So, no, I did not get a chance to see a whole lot of that when I need to probably rewatch it.
Well, you're back to that again, too, though. Your next game's on Prime, too.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, we're going to be in the same boat.
How long does Prime have second-round games, too, or no?
I don't think
know
so.
I hope they're out.
I don't know.
I don't think so.
I can't tell you.
It's not that they're doing a bad job.
No, it's a really good broadcast.
I'm going to throw this out there really quick, too. Do you kind of feel like the maybe just, I don't know why, but it feels the broadcasting, too, although I thought what you said about Mark was right for last night's game, that
Kester is really good. He worked here in Cleveland.
Yeah, it just sounds like
really good.
It's a little watered down, though, right now.
He's
I don't
a
know
very
why.
good broadcaster, and he's a really good guy.
Is that maybe because we used to only get to watch one game maybe nationally, and we always looked at the groups and always said, oh, we got the big game with the good announcers and all that. And now because every game is pretty much available, that it just feels a little bit watered down. Sometimes I feel like we're watching regional. I don't know. It's just me. It's just a hokey media thing in the back of my mind.
I think it's the 4-5 with Canada. And I think it's the fact because you're going against Canada, of course, that doesn't count on U.S. numbers, so you always end up a little bit further down the list.
But streaming numbers stay the same. I mean, if you're looking for streams,
yeah, but it doesn't go
does it
worldwide,
matter?
You know? Or at least by us. I mean, that's the ESPN side of this. I mean, Prime has Eric Collins and Del Curry, the Eric Collins of it all is an acquired taste. But
talking about Andy's guy, man, he's from Heights High.
I didn't say anything poorly. It's the truth. It's an acquired taste. Like a lot of things in life, they're an acquired taste.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, like there's people that I know that I think are horrible at what they do.
Thanks, Andy.
No problem. Have you ever worked with Jeff? Dan, have you ever worked with a guy named Jeff Phelps before? I'm just kidding.
There are people.
I don't think you're horrible.
Who love Eric Collins.
You're way above
and there
horrible.
are people who despise Eric Collins.
I don't know. I've never really met anybody.
That's not a very nice thing to say.
It's the truth.
Is
Eric's
that
a good guy.
media? Is that a social media
It's
thing?
a social media thing. It's play-by-play style. I don't know him personally or anything like that, but I don't mean that personally. I mean that as his play-by-play style. There are people who will say his
play-by-play is like pizza. There are a lot of ways to do it, and everybody likes something different.
His ability to go super over the top for things that might not deserve such over the top tend to do people in. But
I don't know the same thing that has made Gus Williams millions. Johnson, sorry. Got my Gus's confused.
I don't hope it's not because I know him. I've never thought anything negative of Eric on any of these games.
Eric does a fine job.
Yeah, he
good. Does. I think he does a great
good.
job, but I know there are a lot of people who think he's more of an acquired taste.
In fact, I think he had one of the hardest jobs in broadcasting at one point, trying to replace Vin Scully when he was doing Dodgers games on this side of the Mississippi. Remember, there was at the end of Vin's career, he wasn't traveling to the other side of the Mississippi, and Eric was doing the games over here, and I thought he did a good job there too. I've never once, maybe it's because I know him and I'm friends with him. I don't know. I've never once thought anything negative about his broadcast. But we're not here. I'm here to talk about what the Cavs can do and can't do moving forward. They need just a rock solid game where they take care of the best. You know what I want to see? I want to see another one of the game 1, game 2s, and I think that would make people feel better moving into the next round. Jeff, you are right, and I said this going into it, that when you get a close game between the Raptors and
can you clip that?
Don't clip that.
Clip that and use it.
When the 4 and the 5 are playing against each other, you should expect good games. You should expect a good series. Look at the other side. Look at the Lakers and Rockets. And I thought the Rockets were done. I thought the Lakers were ready to move on and move forward. But look at this. They're surviving.
Andy, I honestly, when you get to the first round of the playoffs, you get rid of the play-in tournament teams, you should expect a good series all the way around. I mean, look what Orlando is giving Detroit. Fits. And that's...
Yeah, but look what Oklahoma City did to Phoenix.
Well, those are the defending champs and
1-8.
clearly the best team in the NBA.
Both that 1-8 was a sweep, and this 1-8 Pistons Magic is 3-2. And could you imagine, with Orlando doing that? I think the bigger shocker would be is if the Lakers don't pull off the series win against the Rockets. I mean, if Houston comes back and wins another game, that series was 3-0 at one point? Could you imagine Could you imagine? I mean, think about how much fun the LeBron-led championship team made fun of, Golden State by coming back from 3-1. I mean, they were up 3-0 with, 4 games to win 1. And if the Rockets come back and win this thing, but again, Jeff, it's the 4-5 matchup, and it should be that way. You would expect of all the series to go 6 or 7 games, especially maybe closer to 7, it should be the 4-5 matchup, which is where the Cavs and Raptors are currently sitting. And I don't know what that means if Orlando is able to finish off the Pistons. Now all of a sudden you've got the 4 or 5 going up against the 8. Is that disappointing? I don't know. You've talked about Orlando for the last 2 years. You want to talk about pesky. You think the Raptors are annoying and pesky and with their ability to stay around. There were so many times yesterday I'm watching the game and I'm like, all right, here we go. The Cavs are going to go up 10. They're going to go up, they're going to go up double digits. Everything's good. And then it's 2 possessions later, it's a 2-point game. And then two possessions later after that, they're down 4 or they're chasing the lead. And you're like, what happened? Like, why can't they just kind of get to that lead and build the lead? And hopefully these games are good. I hope we see good playoff basketball. I wouldn't say, can you give me a summation of what we've seen in the series so far then, Jeff, between the Cavs and have you enjoyed the basketball you're watching? What are you seeing? What do you like? What do you not like in this series that we're watching play out in front of our eyes?
It's just been competitive basketball, Andy. I don't think either team has played great basketball, but it's been competitive, and to me, that's the product. You compete, great. What the NBA doesn't want is non-competitive basketball games, and we've had competitive ball for most of this series.
Dan, you want to take a shot at that? I think it's been the basketball itself, and maybe because I'm hanging on Game 4, has been kind of ugly. It's just, I know that these teams are competitively equal, or at least they're supposed to be close to. But I don't know, when they made the Harden trade, it made me think a lot different about the Cavaliers. We'll find out. They'll play again, 7:30, May 1st. That's the day. It was that tomorrow. And that game's on Prime. So we'll get to it. We'll talk a little bit more Cavs coming up. Keith Law from The Athletic, their Major League Baseball writer. We're going to talk to him about the Guardians and what's going on with that team as they have the day off today. We'll talk to Keith Law next. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
Is an Odyssey. stream The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima live on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel every weekday from 6 till 10 a.m. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now for free.
Basket of Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. You know, despite the struggles over the last week, you still look in the standings, and the Guardians are sitting there in first place by a half game over Detroit. So, hang tight. They're off to Sacramento for their series against the A's. That'll come up after an off day today, and kind of just get a little bit of a check-in on where you think the Guardians are and where somebody in the know knows where the Guardians are. That's Keith Law, and, of course, Keith is working for The Athletic as our MLB writer, spent a lot of time as a scout, knows the game inside and out. Right now he's on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. Keith, thanks for joining us again. We always appreciate having you on. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
We are good.
Hi, Keith.
We are good. I was excited this week when they brought up Travis Bazzana. He's got 2 walks so far in 2 games, right? 2 games. So
he's pumped.
I mean, I don't care. He's only seen 8 pitches, but at least we get to see him in a big league uniform, and he's here. He's got some stuff to work on a little bit, as we've kind of seen over, a super small sample of MLB of Major League time. But what are your thoughts, and what are your thoughts on him being up here, the first round overall pick in the MLB draft from a couple years ago?
Yeah, I think it's probably about the right time. Certainly, just in terms of other guys from his draft class, several other guys from that. Actually, I think I wrote the other day he's the 7th of the top 9 picks to make the majors now. So because he's had injuries, that's actually the biggest reason. And there was some kind of inconsistency in their performance last year. Got off to a really good start in AAA. I think he needed to be challenged by big league pitching. It's not that different than Chase DeLauter, where DeLauter, when he was healthy, which is not that often, but in the minors, pretty much hit everywhere. And so he needed to get to the majors. And because both guys kind of have unusual swings, and so you want to see how are other teams going to attack them and then give them a chance to adjust back, which for both those guys, there's probably going to be ups and downs over the course of the season. But in terms of just developing them as hitters, this is the best place for them to be. I don't think either had anything left to learn in AAA.
Keith, how high is Travis Bazzana's ceiling?
If you think he's a second baseman in the long term, then you might have an all-star. I don't think he's best player in baseball, MVP type good, but I think he could be a frequent all-star at second base. If he ends up in left field, I would drop that kind of a half grade, above average regular, maybe a guy who makes an occasional all-star team. And I say that because I hear wildly different opinions on whether he can stay at second base. And I have seen him a couple of times. I've never seen him play particularly well at second base, but I've also never seen him and said, oh, my God, this guy can't do it, which is definitely a thing. Saw center field prospect the other night, and I was like, get him out of here before he gets hurt. Bazzana is not like that. So there's to me, that is the biggest variable. Like, I think Travis is going to hit. And I think he's going to hit for enough power. It would certainly be enough power for a second baseman. In left field, it might be more middling. He's got great feel for the strike zone, though. He's got great feel to just get the bat to the ball. I do think ultimately that's going to play. And if he doesn't end up at least an average everyday player somewhere, I think it would be a huge surprise to everybody, even people who are more skeptical on him than I am.
Let's talk about DeLauter for a second there, because he started off red hot. Then he was struggling with the off-speed stuff, and now he seems to have figured that back out. Your thoughts on Chase DeLauter?
Yeah, I mean, people got a little giddy over the first week, right? And I'm like, Dom Smith is hitting like 330 right now, or who's the Daniel Schneidman is hitting 321. I just looked like it's early times, right? Give DeLauter a couple of cycles, right? I think everyone saw that first series against Seattle. It's like, okay, well, don't throw it there, obviously.
Right.
And they started pitching him different pitch types, different locations, too. And that's the thing that I've always worried about with DeLauter. We've talked a lot about. I don't love the swing. Nobody really likes the swing. And that does potentially limit where can he do the most damage. And I think that's what you saw over kind of the intervening 3 weeks or so, where he's still putting the ball in play at a crazy rate. He's only striking out left. I looked, it was like 11%, which is amazing for a guy who's a rookie. Like, that to me would be the biggest reason for optimism. But he wasn't doing a lot of damage. Some of that was bad luck, but I think some of that was also, hey, there's certain locations where he's going to have to adjust to be able to, either he lays off some of those pitches or learns to kind of spoil them, or can he change his swing path just a little bit to be able to do more damage on those. And I want to see a larger sample. I'm glad to see the last couple of days. I noticed he's been getting more hits on those balls in play. And I think that's ultimately where he settles in as a guy who high contact, a lot of hits on balls in play. Maybe it's not 30 homers because even though he has that kind of power, the swing maybe doesn't always lend itself to that, but enough that he is an above average regular, like a way above average offensive player. And just maybe we'll see what the defense ends up, because obviously with all of his injuries, you don't want him playing. You don't want him turning into Byron Buxton, a guy who's a really good defender, but who gets hurt because of how he plays, and then you lose all of the value of DeLauder's bat.
We've had I'm hoping a little shift here, Keith. DeLauder's up, Bazana's now up, and this organization that has always developed pitching so well appears to have a couple of bats that they've developed. And after drafting so many college bats last year, have you seen a shift? Do you think there is a shift in philosophy? And what are folks that you're talking to saying about such things?
Yeah, the guys I know who see their system more heavily say that it has shifted, right? It's very hitter heavy now. After years of saying it's pitching, and it was a lot of, other than that one wave of international guys where Brian Rocchio might be the only survivor out of that group. I guess Angel Martinez, but I think he was in that same group. But for a while, their draft philosophy, I'm not even say it was bad necessarily, but it wasn't producing, right? They were taking some high risk, especially high risk pitchers with early picks. Most of those guys didn't end up working out. Now they've shifted their draft philosophy, and I think they've shifted some of their development philosophy as well. Angel now is destroying Double-A. He could easily end up in the majors by the end of this year. I think I had him as their top prospect coming into the season. I'm a huge, huge fan. Fan of the bat. He's going to end up valuable defensively somewhere. And then they have a really nice mix of prospects down in A-ball, mostly hitters. I am also a huge fan of Joe Yoki. I feel like we've probably even talked about him at some point in the past. One of the pitchers they took in that draft 2 years ago. The money they saved on Bazana, they went for a couple of really interesting high school arms. And Oki, if he ends up throwing enough strikes, has the highest ceiling of all of them. Oki, Braylon Doughty, there are a couple other interesting faraway arms. But there's a wave of bats coming, and we'll see as they get to Double-A how they sort themselves out. But I'm more optimistic about their offensive future now, based on what's in the system, than on the pitching side.
When you look at where they are right now, 500 team, half game up in the Central, how do you project this team moving forward? And do we think the Central is going to stay this way for most of the year, or does somebody come out and take the lead here and we hit the All-Star break and then there's clearly someone to chase? Because so far it's been the Guardians, and the Tigers have been, just a little bit in there and out. So.
Yeah, I still think on paper, Tigers are the best team in the division. The division overall is pretty soft. It's within reach. A playoff spot is certainly within reach. And I would say the Royals have underperformed, and the White Sox have overperformed, and the Twins are about where I think they are. And I just mention all of that because obviously what you can do against competition in your own division can really matter in terms of getting to a playoff spot.
Yeah.
If we ended up at the end of the year where the Tigers win the division and the Guardians grab a wild card spot, seems perfectly reasonable. Could also see the Guardians ending up falling a little bit short because obviously we're not seeing them make big additions at the trade deadline because of ownership. Could that be something that holds them back and they end up a win or two out of the playoffs? Obviously, fans would be disappointed, but I think given what's on the roster, that would actually be a pretty good season because it is a little bit of a transition year, right? They are trying to work in younger players, and I love that. This is exactly what I want to see them doing, and I could see us talking at the end of the year where maybe they get the last wild card spot, maybe they're one or two out of it, but we're really optimistic about 2027, assuming there's a season.
Keith Law joining us from The Athletic. Keith, there's a guy at AAA who I think is really intriguing, and I wonder how and when he may fit here, and that's catcher Cooper Engel, who is just swinging a great bat. And here in Cleveland, Bo Naylor is not swinging a great bat. How does Engel play out long-term, and does he fit here?
The bat is the carrying tool. And in addition, I hate the expression, but I'm going to use it anyway. He is a baseball player, right? He is high IQ, super competitive, captain on the field type. Like, people love this guy's on-field makeup. He has some deficiencies. His defense has kind of gone backwards over the last year or so, and he's really had trouble hitting lefties. So I don't know that he's the solution as an everyday catcher. He is a good big league piece. A lot of teams don't want to platoon a catcher for, I think pretty obvious reasons. You want some consistency at the position, but that might be what he is ultimately, where he needs a right-handed hitting catcher to kind of be his caddy. He's also on the injured list right now. I don't know how serious it is. He has a hip injury. Don't love seeing any kind of lower body injury to a catcher. So if we're talking about him coming up, I would project a little further on. Maybe we're talking about middle to late in the season. And I think that could help. And Cleveland, obviously, they've got a history of doing more with less. It's one of the organizations I would say, yeah, they probably could find creative ways to call Engel up and just get him in the lineup different ways. Maybe he only catches once or twice a week, but you're DHing him, you're pinch hitting him. I don't know if they could try him at another position just to find ways to get the bat, especially the on-base skills in the lineup. He takes great at-bats. He is going to give them just more guys on base. That's how this team has been successful at scoring runs over the last 3 or 4 years.
A bigger picture question, just because you were talking about maybe perhaps the future and thinking about what's going to happen next year. I mean, they're right on the edge of David Blitzer having the opportunity to take over the franchise for the Dolan family and then becoming, the majority owner in this. He's been involved in some of the high-level talks. And so I'm just curious your thoughts on how that might change the vision of the team. And actually, I mean, is the Blitzer group going to do this? Are they going to take over, or do you wait until the labor strife is over? I wonder how this is going to play out.
Yeah, I would assume. Obviously, I haven't talked to him or anybody involved in that. But I would assume you don't want to wait till the labor strife is something is resolved before taking over. I will say this. I look at Cleveland as this is a sleeping giant, right? Ownership there. The Dolans they don't spend. They don't spend. If this team had spent, I think the last couple of years would look very different because the front office, top down, continue to do a really great job. They've started drafting much better the last couple of years. Their player development has been a strength for, it's probably close to 10 years. They lose Robert Cerfolio to St. Louis, which, by the way, look at the Cardinals. Suddenly they're a player development machine. It's not a coincidence. Yet Cleveland keeps it going. These guys are continuing to improve. The processes that Rob and his staff put in place have continued even though he's not there anymore. If you just had ownership that was willing to spend a little bit to get the extra piece or two they need, whether it's at the trade deadline or in the off season, they could be a powerhouse. And really you're largely competing with, right now it's Detroit, which is not that different from Cleveland, except they will spend the money. And that to me is that's the separator between the two.
I have two pitchers that I want your thoughts on. Parker Messick has been stunningly good so far here this season. What do you like about Messick? And do you think he has actually even surprised the Guardians with his success early on, Keith?
Yeah, I think he's surprised everybody. And I don't know if we've talked about him in the past, but when they took him, I was like, yeah, he's a nice back-end starter. Saw him in AA a couple of years ago. I'm like, I don't know if there's a lot of ceiling here, but he can really pitch. And then last March, not last month, but 13 months ago, it was like, oh, he's starting to make some adjustments. And he started throwing a little bit harder. And then again this spring, it's like, oh, no, this is holding. This is who he is. And I thought maybe more mid-rotation starter. I don't know if I'd bump that up just yet, but he's looked like much better than that. And I don't mean just results. The stuff across the board is so good. And if anyone, if you get a chance to even just sneak behind the plate for a bit to watch him throw a couple pitches, it's really hard to pick the ball up. That's always been his calling card, even when he wasn't throwing that hard in college. You just don't see the ball. He's really deceptive, and he's got such a good changeup. Also adds to the deception. Now he's working with, I think, really 4 pitches at this point, and he throws strikes. He's competitive. He's smart. I mean, he's everything you want, except he doesn't have the giant fastball. And, you don't necessarily need that. Major league hitters can hit 99 anyway. So show me you've got different stuff. Show me you can move the ball around. Show me you can really pitch. That's why, I'm late to the Parker Messick party. I fully admit this. But if you look at the evolution of what I've said about him, it just keeps creeping up because he keeps getting better.
After missing almost 3 full years, Daniel Espino is in the bullpen in Columbus. Do you think he is a bullpen arm now moving forward for his own health? Is that, or are they just kind of making sure that he's okay? Do you see him moving back into the rotation? And do you think he's major league close to ready?
So it's a great question. I don't want to take like 15 minutes to talk about the Daniel Espino saga. You know what I want? I'll just say this. Because he's been hurt so much, and he's pitching okay in AAA right now. But let's assume that, given a little bit more experience, the strike zone gets better and we see more of the old Daniel Espino. I wonder if you can't make him a regular reliever because you're not throwing him a back-to-back days. He needs time off between starts. Major shoulder issues, elbow, knee. This guy's going to just need more time. Could he be an opener where he's only throwing 1 or 2 innings, but you're giving him dedicated time off? You just have to manage this guy differently. And, it would be such a huge sort of moral victory for everybody if he even gets to the big leagues. But I do think you have to treat him completely differently than you treat any of these other pitching prospects. And I think in a very clearly defined role like that, in shorter outings, because I can't assume he's going to go back to throwing 100 pitches a game after all that lost time and all his injuries. But find a way that you can use him. It doesn't screw up your whole bullpen, but still gives him a spot in the majors and a place where he can really contribute. They don't use openers. I don't know that they've ever discussed that. This is just me spitballing, saying, how do I take this guy's very specific skill set and limitations and best apply it to a major league staff?
Keith, when you look at the Guardians right now, we've been so lucky to have good bullpens the last couple of years. Mm-hmm. Right now, we don't have that same kind of luxury or that same kind of confidence in the bullpen. They've let them down too many times early on. I mean, I know we're only 32 games in the season. Is the bullpen a problem for this team right now, and or do you think it's going to get better?
Bullpens in tiny samples. I mean, you said this. I'm not disagreeing with you at all.
Sure.
Bullpens in tiny samples are tough. We're not seeing the incredibly effective Cade Smith that we saw the last 2 years. Do I really think he's lost it? I'm doing air quotes here, which obviously you can't see, but this bullpen is better than what we've seen so far, and I do think over the course of longer sample, we'll see better results. I also would be fine if they started messing around a little bit, try some different guys, try using guys in different leverage situations. They should be thinking creatively, looking either within their organization, talking about Espino somehow in some role, or even looking outside the organization, which Cleveland, they've generally done this, right? Look elsewhere. Are there guys who show up on waivers like, we can add a pitch to that guy, we can change something to that guy? Because they have such a good track record with that, with adjusting pitchers, with adding pitches or making small changes to them to make them substantially better in a short period of time. And that is what the good teams, the Dodgers and the Yankees and several other clubs, do in their bullpens now. I would put Cleveland in that upper tier of teams in terms of developing pitching. And that might be what they need to do. Obviously, Class A, that's a disaster, not of their own making. It's a lot of innings and a lot of production to have to replace. And this comes back to, when you won't spend money, you can't. It's really hard. I shouldn't say you can't. It's hard to absorb a hit like that when you can't just turn around and say, all right, here's $10 million more, go get a replacement reliever to soak up those innings. It stinks.
That's a good
but
point.
It's just more pressure on the front office. All right, go create another one, because you can't do it with money. You're going to have to do it with brains.
Keith, as always, smarter after talking to you and understanding the game a little bit better. Thank you, Keith. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Keith.
Yep. My pleasure.
Keith Law, make sure you read him in The Athletic. He is their MLB writer, and he gets it, he understands it, and he makes it easier to understand as well as if you're listening along. Thanks, Keith. And of course, he was
the minor leagues.
Yeah, he does.
Wow.
He was on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. He had some really interesting things to say. I mean, look, if this team continues to play 500 ball, are we concerned? Do we think this is enough to win the Central? Will they be able to keep the other teams, at bay and trying to win the Central and make the playoffs, or at least get a wild card spot? You've seen them now for 32 games. What do you think? 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 till 10 a.m. Baskin and Phelps 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. And Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7 p.m. Each and every weekday. It's free. Subscribe to 92.3 The Fan on YouTube.
Keith Law was just with us. He was great. If you miss that interview, you ever miss a moment in our show, any show, use the Rewind feature on the Odyssey app. It's powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration.
If you think he's a second baseman in the long term, then you might have an all-star. I don't think he's best player in baseball, MVP type good, but I think he could be a frequent all-star at second base. If he ends up in left field, I would drop that kind of a half grade. Above average regular, maybe a guy who makes an occasional all-star team. And I say that because I hear wildly different opinions on whether he can stay at second base.
Keith Law, The Athletic, MLB writer, talking about Travis Bazzana. He is 6 at-bats into his career here with the Guardians as he got called up this week. Team has the day off today. They will travel to Sacramento, your favorite Major League Baseball city, to take on the A's while they sit there until their home is done in Las Vegas. Interesting thoughts on Travis Bazzana. I don't know. Is he an outfielder? Keith Law thinks that that's a step down for him as far as maybe long-term goals for his entire career. Could he be an all-star second baseman? I don't know. We'll find out. We're still super early into his major league career, but it's kind of fun to project and figure out where he's going to be somewhere down the road. What do you think the long term is? I'll let you answer this. 216-474-0092. Jeff, you start.
I'd play him at second base.
I would too.
Until he shows me he can't do it. You know, if he shows that he can't play the position, then that's something else. I just, and we talked with Chris Rose about this yesterday. I know they were able to get Bazzana under slot as the number 1 overall pick, and as Keith said, they were able to, like Joey Oakey, a high school pitcher who they probably wouldn't have been able to get had Bazzana not taken a little under slot. I get that, and the entire draft class. I just hope. You had the number 1 overall pick for the first time ever. Baseball is such a crapshoot in the draft. But, man, there are some guys in that draft class who look like they're going to be just big-time players. And I hope the Guardians got one. The kid's been here for 2 days. He's got a great attitude. He obviously has some skills. If anybody sits here and says he can't become a big-time player at whatever position, that's all, whatever.
You don't know today.
You have no idea. No. And I hope he can become one of those guys. And if not, Andy, if he becomes just an average major leaguer, okay. There are a lot of number 1 overall picks who never did anything. So I hope he can become a great player. But, man, I just hope they didn't miss out.
Dan, do you look at it that way too? I think he has the opportunity now that he's here to say, hey, yeah, I should have been the number 1 guy in the draft. And yeah, I think you guys are right about the draft, and I want to get super excited because we see in other leagues where the number 1 overall pick becomes a superstar in the league, and they're a game changer, and they're marketable, and everybody needs a jersey, and blah, 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 blah. I hope he's that guy. But if he's not, I understand it's baseball, and sometimes things don't work out that way. But Jeff's right. This was their one shot.
Well, first and only time, Andy.
Yeah, not to quote Eminem on this, but you get one shot.
I am withholding all judgment on this point.
What do you want to happen then? What do you want to happen?
Well, I mean, I'm like everybody. I'm a Guardians fan. I want the guy to hit 40 bombs, steal 40 bases, and be one of the 10 best players in baseball.
You know what you want him to be?
I mean,
you want him to be Carlos Baerga when Carlos was here playing second base.
I mean,
that's what we want the guy to be.
That's what you want him to be. Yeah. I mean, that's what you're hoping for. That's what you're dreaming of. Now, if his ceiling ends up being he hits 20 to 25 bombs, plays a decent second base, and is here for 10 years, I'm in.
That would be fine. And that'll make a couple of all-star teams for you. Drive in 85, run something like that. That would be just fine.
Yeah.
What we don't want him to be,
slug, man.
Yeah, what we don't want him to be is a guy who just looks like any other infielder.
Right. There are a lot of please be above the Daniel Schneemann line. That's the first thing that I can ask. Be better than Daniel Schneemann.
Although Schneeman's swinging a bat like crazy.
Yeah, nobody else is right now.
He's hitting it well right now. And, I know that sounds dumb, but it's the Major League Baseball draft. If this guy comes in and has a 10-year to 12-year career as a Major League Baseball player being above average, that pick is a win. That pick is such a win in the Major League Baseball draft. So, yeah, of course I want him to hit 40 bombs. That would be the dream. It'd be awesome.
He was a little off the path number 1 overall pick, though. Don't you think, in this draft?
I think so. They clearly, Zach Meisel has an excellent piece in The Athletic all about him.
Why did they think he was the number 1 guy when we see these other guys that have, come up earlier?
And
they loved the patience. They loved him as a teammate as well. They loved the fact he works his butt.
Love his attitude. Yeah, exactly.
One of the funniest things about, and I shouldn't say funniest, but when every single level that he would get to, and this is all in Zach Meisel's piece, every level he would get to of the minor leagues, he would ask for a scouting report of not only the team going up against, but his own team, because he wanted to see if there was anything that he could possibly help these guys with along the way. Something that he would see or something that he would do or a drill or something like that he would know to help these guys get to the big leagues and help this team out and win games. He's wired a little bit differently than your average number 1 overall baseball player pick. And they loved that about him, of how much of a team guy he was.
Which is great as long as it translates to productivity on the field.
Correct.
I mean, you can be way to go, Sparky.
How many
but
guys?
If you can't produce, great.
Appreciate you, Coach.
All you have is a nickname then.
Sparky. You were asking about the service time there. How many guys on the roster currently have more than 10 years?
Oh, sugar.
I mean, there's really only 2 guys. One.
Going with 1. Yeah, because Armstrong, I don't know if it's been in the league for 10 years.
7. Well,
7?
Going into the season, 7. Other than Rhys Hoskins, if you want to count him.
I mean, he is on the roster.
Of course, I want to count Rhys Hoskins.
I know you do.
So is he 8?
What are you talking about?
The first thing I thought of was Austin Hedges. It's Jose.
Yeah,
Jose's
got the most. Yeah.
It just shows you how quick, time goes by, and then how years just seem to be distorted in Major League Baseball when you take a look and you see that, Stephen Kwan with 4 years is within the top 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, just right up there. It's crazy. It's crazy how short your career can be, especially here in Cleveland. When it comes to service time. All right, let's come back. We'll talk maybe a little bit more about that. I do want to get into some of the headlines. Daryl Ryder is going to join us at noon. Sam Amico is going to talk Cavs with us at 1:20. And I think we need to get to the Browns a little bit, so that's all straight ahead. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
Carmen here for Window Nation. Spring is a great
afternoon after taking down the Rays 3-1. The team, with the day off today, they'll be hitting the road to kick off a 3-game set against the Athletics tomorrow night. You can get all the latest Browns news pushed straight to your phone by following the Browns playlist in 92.3 The Fan in the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Hey, as always, you can listen to this show, all of our local shows right here on The Fan, on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts.
All right, Jeff, we've gone through a number of things today. We talked to Keith Law, who was outstanding as always when it comes to Major League Baseball. You can hear that on the Odyssey app. And Darryl Ryder, our Browns beat reporter, gives us a lowdown on the quarterback situation. That's coming up in 19 minutes. But right now, we need some headlines. Last, unfair, and nowhere. That's right. We go to our 14-and-a-half-hour newsroom where we never follow through. Here's Dan Menigan with headlines.
That's a good point. I don't want to leave the studio.
Valid.
Well done.
My panic room has become comfortable.
Wait a minute. We have to change our slogans if you are honest and you actually write your news from here. That'd be crazy.
My panic room's become very comfortable. You know, it's the Shawshank thing. First, you come in here and you despise these walls. Then you come to accept them. Then you rely on them.
Good job, Brooks.
All
right, gentlemen. So let's go to Live Golf, because this is where all of the headlines have been and where all of the news is being made right now. So let's catch you up to speed. There have been rumblings for a little bit of the demise of Live Golf. Well, now we have some clarity on it, as the chairman, the head of the Saudi PIF, the Public Interest Fund, is resigned as a part of an announcement officially confirming the removal of Saudi funds from the league. That is according to Sky Sports News. They will only be funding Live Golf through the end of the 2026 season. So, Jeff, we'll begin with you. The demise of Live Golf. What are your lasting memories?
I was ready to go in a different direction, and you say my lasting memories.
What will you remember of Live Golf? Is it the kneecaps?
I was going to say, boy, do John Rahm and Phil Mickelson have great calves.
Is it the DJs? Will you remember the DJs?
That's what it's, the great calves.
Something about hearing Flo Rida as someone's chipping.
You know, Austin Carr, Campy Russell, Brad Doherty, and John Rahm and Phil Mickelson. Great calves.
You want to know what I'll always remember about the Live Tour?
Andy, your lasting memory of it.
Just the battles out on the fairways between the aces and the cliques and the crushers and the fireballs and the high flyers. And then remember the Korean Golf Club in there. Oh, there's Legion 8. You don't want to mess with them. The Majestics. I mean, all these great names of the teams that, you know, represented. I'm not quite sure where they were. Well, the Rippers were all Australian.
Team golf.
The
aspects.
The beauty of it, team golf is actually great, just not on the professional level.
Right. And it's just very hard to establish something and go on your mark, get set, care.
Yep, exactly right.
You know,
the Cliques had the coolest logo, though. It was a C with a T, and it looked, the T was.
I believe that was a new team, I think.
Yeah,
I
well,
think this year.
Sports fans.
Kamer, Bland, Marinick, and Perez, yeah.
The only guys who have a concept about what team golf is are guys who played team golf.
Like high school or college? Is that, yeah.
You know, I was on the golf team in high school. We had 4 good guys and me.
Oh, dang.
It was great fun. And, you know, they tried to cram that down our throats, and it just didn't work. But, man, team golf is great fun. Just not really something that fans gave a hoot about.
All right, so now that we got all the sarcasm out of us.
Yeah.
Or at least, you know, some of it, because I don't know if any of us, all 3 of us are at any point dry of sarcasm. So it is now being reported by the Wall Street Journal that it is telling its players that they are thinking of stopping the season. Of course, the Telegraph reported the captains of the Live teams have already been informed that Live is coming to a close, and guys are now picking up the phone and calling the PGA Tour to explore what the path back would look like. A lot of people also saying that the Brooks Koepka route that was taken there, where he has forfeited some of the cash this year and is had, I think, compete from the very bottom and work his way up the tour is off the table as of right now. So there might be another way to have these guys come back.
And allowing Koepka to come back, they had those specific guidelines. You must have won something, blah, blah. And it was just Brooks Koepka. I mean, it was just those couple of guys that
Brooks, Bryson, and there was somebody else that was in there too. Was it Cam Smith? I think Cam Smith.
Wasn't it Rahm as well?
Yeah, Rahm too.
And,
Rahm and Cam
the
Smith.
only one who came back was Koepka. Everybody else said no thanks. And so that whole little guideline thing, and very few guys would meet it, just 4. And I believe it was 4. And what's going to happen? The PGA Tour has a fine line to deal with here. I'm sure they would like a lot of those guys back. But how do you bring those guys back while paying respect and honoring, and I don't mean like, blowing sunshine, but hey, you guys stayed with us and didn't go. And now we're going to let these guys all back, and they picked up the big money. That won't sit well. So they've got to figure out a way to bring guys from the LIV Tour back while not making the guys who stayed loyal to the PGA Tour all upset.
All right, so let's start here. How about a $10 million fine for all the guys that went over to LIV Tour? That money goes into a pool, and then they figure out some kind of distribution based on performance and loyalty for the guys that stayed. Is that possible?
Oh, I don't know.
Make all those guys pay like $10 million to come back, or $15 million.
That's a lot of money. Andy.
Well, you know what though? These the guys that stayed and they were loyal.
And then
they've earned it too.
But doesn't that then turn around and open the door for anybody with $10 million to want to buy their way onto the tour?
Exactly right.
No, one time only. You had to have been registered as a player on the LIV Tour.
I'm just troubleshooting. That's all.
Yeah,
that
no, I
question
agree
was.
with you.
Yeah.
I'm all here for.
That wasn't rude.
You give me pitfalls, I'll give you answers. How's that sound? That's what we're all about.
By the way, put that on the business card, by the way. When you open up your consulting firm right there, you give us problems, or you give us pitfalls, we'll give you solutions.
You going sideways, we'll
it.
get you moving forward.
I love that.
Welcome
That's
to Baskin Consulting.
Right there on the business card. Anyway, so you're thinking that one, have all of them pony up a little bit?
Yeah,
and then,
you have to pay to get back in. And it's only for players who are registered LIV players that just went for the money, got the money. You're not taking all the money back from them. You're taking a significant amount, though. I mean, there should be a penalty for them leaving the PGA Tour and groveling to come back.
Well, some of the thought would be starting from scratch. Would that do it for me? Where like these guys would have to go to the DP World Tour and start in the very beginning?
I might go to Q School.
Some of that's been thrown about too.
I might make them pay $10 million and go back to Q School too. There's got to be some kind of penalty for them coming back.
That would get
if they really want to play, put your money where your mouth is and come back and earn it. The PGA has all the power in this, don't they? You want to play in the world's greatest tour?
Question.
Then you're going to have to pay for it. And you broke all these. I clearly take the money that the hard part about the money that I'm talking about, charging these guys to come back into the PGA, is how would you distribute it to the guys that were loyal to the game and maybe had an opportunity, or if those guys have a bona fide contract from the LIV that they actually turned down, and they can prove that to the PGA, then that's where the money should go to. Guys that chose not to go to the LIV Tour.
Well, we'll see where it goes from there and keep you up to date on everything going on in between.
Can I ask you one other?
Please.
Do we think the PGA is better now? I'm because of what happened to LIV, that maybe they'll respect the players a little bit more.
Well,
that maybe there'll be more. There were some positive things that came from this LIV experiment. Now is what I will call it.
So, not to turn this totally into the golf segment, but positives that would come out of this for the players themselves are through the roof. I think the idea of having bigger purses is huge for the players. More guys getting in, that kind of stuff. They're talking they're going to do less tour cards than before as well, that it's going to be a lesser pool. I think the elevated events, the ideas of having everybody in one place at one time playing golf is good as well. But the stuff that stinks that's coming out of it is the shortened schedule. Like, I hate the fact that the PGA Tour has now announced that they're not going to start the season with the Sony Open in Hawaii.
Yeah, they're not going to be in Hawaii.
That they're done with Hawaii. I think that is a massive
Or is there not
mistake.
enough money, like Firestone?
Might be. I mean,
they want more money, or some sponsors. Again, this is why I say make these LIV guys pay, because let's face it. I mean, PGA is about greed too. They ripped off our long-standing commitment to the PGA Tour by getting rid of our tournament here in Akron and for the Akron Golf Charities, and Okay, yeah, they gave him a senior tour. I get that. Maybe we'll get to see Tiger, or maybe we'll get to see Phil Mickelson soon and playing in that. But, I mean, come on, let's be honest. The PGA didn't have a whole lot of love and respect for Northeast Ohio when they ripped the tour out of here. Also, they can make a little bit more money on a crappy course in Memphis. Come on. Not even close to Firestone. Not even close. Thank you. I'm the only one. I've seen pictures of it. I think they had to spray paint green on the dead grass.
Well, the problem they're going to run into is now they're going to have less events. So for the fans themselves, it might be a little bit more of a bummer. For the players, it might be better because, again, all of us in life want to work less and earn more.
True.
That's the true solution to all this.
Not Jeff and I. Jeff and I are here to work hard each and every day.
Sure.
And give it 140% when you can only really give up 100%.
Oh, let's be honest. If Fearless Leader walked in here and said, gentlemen, we'll pay you the same, but you only got to do 3 hours, I think all of us would be like,
sign me up.
Yep. Wait. Let's get the paper before he changes his mind.
Jeff, give me that pen.
Good Lord.
It's going to be the other way. Hey, how you guys feel about doing 5 hours?
So a little bit of MLB news coming out of here. Here's an interesting theory that was floated out by Buster Olney. I wanted to get your guys' thoughts on this.
Okay.
The struggling Red Sox office in rival front offices, and the reason for the struggles is the fact that Boston has been impacted significantly by the enforcement of the coaches' boxes. So they've had the coaches actually have to stand in the boxes.
I saw a picture of this the other day. Yeah.
The Red Sox were regarded by some other teams as being extraordinarily at ascertaining grips and relaying pitch types to hitters. And that advantage is now gone.
They put him back in the box.
Do we buy?
Someone put someone in the box. Isn't that what they did?
That was well played. Do we buy this?
That they were stealing stuff? Yeah.
And that might be some of it is the fact that they're not stealing as many signs because they actually have to go back into where they belong?
Possible. Don't you think?
Oh, I absolutely think it.
It's possible.
If it ain't cheating, you're not trying the whole thing? As long as you're not wearing a buzzer on your chest?
Alex was a bench coach for the Astros.
Bingo.
Was he a bench coach or was he actually on the ball club at that point?
Bench coach.
Okay. I couldn't remember. I knew he was there.
Somebody.
In what role is...
If you're flashing signals on the field in some way, shape, or form, you're allowed to steal them. Part of the game.
Is it part of the game?
Yep.
Stealing is part of the game.
Stealing signs. Absolutely.
Cheating is a part of the game. In fact, it's encouraged. But if you get caught cheating, they advance to the next level. We learned this. Charlie Day taught us this.
That is true.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Looks to me like baby's got to be put back in the coaching box.
So the Oh my gosh. The Rockets ended up beating the Lakers last night, though they have ruled Kevin Durant out for Game 6 as well. Lakers have a 3-2 advantage in that series. What are we thinking of KD being out once again? It seems like he's picking up a different injury this time.
It's bad for the game, bad for viewers.
Yeah, I like Houston, too. Houston has an interesting young team with just enough veteran leadership sprinkled in. And KD in there in that whole series is probably a different deal, especially with Luka and Austin Reeves, not being much of a contributor. Luka not at all, and Reeves coming back.
Boston and the 76ers play tonight. Boston's up 3-2 in the series. You think they take care of it?
Yes.
It's in Philly. I don't know. Philly might live to see another day, but
Philly won in Boston in Game 5. Good for them.
I don't know. I feel like
I'll take
when
Boston.
It's all said and done, I'm taking Boston. I do think the Sixers can win tonight.
I'll take Boston.
By the way, wouldn't you want to root for the owner of the new owner of the future almost new owner of your Cleveland Guardians? That's his team. Although I'm not rooting for the Bucks. Let's be honest.
I'm just rooting for it so that we can find a way to play the song tomorrow in some way.
Oh yeah. Why can't we just
play
play it now? We're talking about them.
It's really a valid
they
point.
Didn't earn it.
What do you mean?
They just won in Boston.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't.
Come on, just a little bit.
No, I need time because if we're pulling back the curtain, I need to figure out if I can with our new.
We could sing it.
That's a good point.
Go ahead, Andy.
Go ahead,
Andy. A 1 and a 2.
A take me. Oh, you mean the Philadelphia 76ers song? I don't know the words. I can't remember.
That, or I thought I was going to see a bunch of bubbles and we were going to go Lawrence Welk there for a minute.
The words were pretty simple. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, Sixers.
Yeah, see, that's way too.
10, 9, 8, 76ers.
Thank you.
If I was Mensa like Jeff Phelps, I would remember things like that. But not me, just a C student getting through on the average classes. Thank you. See, I'm saying taking Glavsis. I don't even know what those are.
See what you're talking about.
216-474-0092. That's the number you'll want to call in after we talk to our Browns beat reporter and general good guy, Daryl Ryder. He's next. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
the Eastern Conference Finals, I better sack up and get ready to deal with it. Hopefully they close it out on Friday night. And I have to say hopefully, because they are the better team. And with that, I can't sit here and rip the fans. I can't do it. I could before. You get to a point where it's like, we're not just here to enjoy it anymore. You have to ask more of them. And I can understand that.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Always an honor and a pleasure to have our next guest in. Jeff, is it not always an honor and pleasure?
Sure is, Andy.
I just want to make sure that when we introduce him, we properly introduce him as.
Well, you're the guy doing it. Let's hear it.
All right.
What do you have,
ladies and gentlemen? Daryl Ryder. Hi, Daryl.
Hello, boys. Good to see you.
It's good to be seen.
I appreciated the sarcasm from Jeff.
You think sarcasm? I've never heard him do that.
There was a little sarcasm in the voice, but I respect and appreciate it and admire it.
Nice.
Daryl, I don't know if you caught this or not. Yesterday, there's a lot of talk that Deshaun Watson is QB1 right now. I don't know if you caught that story or not.
I heard a little something about that.
I got to be honest. Surprised? Not. I've been saying it since last year. I'm telling you, I'm not surprised. And I've been saying this to you for a year or two, and I don't think you've ever really. I don't ever remember having a heated argument with. I had people that wanted to yell and scream at me last year, and I was like, if Deshaun Watson's on the roster and he's healthy, he's your starting quarterback. It doesn't matter who else is here. I don't care who. It doesn't matter what anybody's last name is. Doesn't matter how good they are. I know that paycheck that Deshaun Watson picks up is going to garner him the opportunity to be the starting quarterback if he's healthy. Your thoughts?
Yeah, well, I've been saying all offseason that Deshaun is going to look like the better quarterback during practice. He's got the experience. He's been through, changes before. So in that respect, he does have a leg up on Shedeur Sanders. And I do think that there's still some things that Shedeur Sanders is adapting to when it comes to NFL life as well. And, now, it sure sounds like Shedeur has a much better working relationship with Todd Monken than maybe he did with Kevin Stefanski, or maybe he's just more confident with Todd Monken or comfortable than he was.
It could just be more out there too, right?
Yeah. However you want to describe it. The relationship seems to be a little better with the head coach than last year, right? And also, too, it helps he's actually getting live practice reps instead of having to throw to the ball boys during drills and whatnot. So,
although the ball boys were giving the starters a run for their money. So.
Better hands than most of the guys in the wide receiver room.
Hence why they drafted a couple wide receivers this year, thankfully.
Well, at the worst case, they'll be ball boys.
Yeah. But no, I mean,
that's pretty funny.
I do think that, Deshaun is the odds-on favorite to win that job. There's no question about it. So, obviously hat tip to Mary Kay for her report yesterday, but not all that surprising to me.
The fantasy football guru, Matthew Berry, he has a newsletter every day, and it was the headline. It was like the quarterback position battle that nobody wants. And then he
accurate.
And then the first line of the story said, "In what seems like more of a threat than an actual report." I thought, oh my God, here we go.
Well, I think there's some there's also too, like, you got to soften up the ground with this as well. We all remember what the scene was like after he ruptured his Achilles. The smattering of boo birds throughout the stadium. Was not a great scene by any stretch of the imagination.
No.
I know there was a lot of conversation about the appropriateness of some of the fan reaction. I would say it was more so a vocal minority than a majority of the stadium, but it was noticeable. So it did become a story. So I do think that there's a little bit of the softening of the ground. Again, I've been trying to prepare people for this eventuality. I do think he's going to win the job. If he's healthy, he will be the week one starter. Do I think that's the right thing to do or the right path? Absolutely not. But I also understand why the Browns are doing it. I just don't have to agree with it.
Might there be anybody else, or is this it?
No, these are your four
quarterbacks.
Unless they find anybody to take Dylan Gabriel for a couple of canisters of oxygen, I don't know if they're going to be able to be making any changes. And Andrew Berry did say during his final NFL draft availability that these are the 4 quarterbacks. This is the quarterback room, but he gave himself the out. He didn't speak in an absolute. He said barring anything that, would pop up. So it's going to be Deshaun Watson, Shedeur Sanders, Dylan Gabriel, and then of course the kid they drafted from Arkansas in the 6th round. So that's what they're going to do, at least right now. Again, barring some sort of development, as in somebody actually wants Dylan Gabriel.
All right, I'm not trying to cause a fight here. I thought Dan brought up a good question yesterday when he was talking to Jeff as I was listening. Could the Browns be showcasing Deshaun Watson right now, showing that he's healthy, to see if there's any teams that might be interested in him?
They can't trade him yet.
After June 1st, sorry.
Yeah, they can't trade him.
No, but they could cut him.
I don't know that they can do that either. The cut is going to be post June 1 for next year. Like that's their off ramp to this thing, because they still have to spread his remaining cap charge. They got to swallow a cap charge this year. I forget what the number is, but it's pretty sizable. Then they got to get next year's, which is also massive, get that cut in half. He's not going to come off the salary cap books until 2028. So, I'm sure there's a way. They'd have to open up a tremendous amount of salary cap space to get rid of him.
This year?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I don't know that if you do that and you're really trying to win football games this fall, I don't think you can do both.
Are they trying to win football games this fall?
Yeah.
I'm not going to lie.
I mean, look at the draft they had.
I agree, but you got...
Andy, they're going to win 8 games this year. You know that, right?
You're guaranteeing 8 wins, at least 8 wins?
I'm not guaranteeing anything.
Well, you just told me they're going to win 8 games. That's a guarantee.
That's not a guarantee.
That is a Daryl Ryder.
That absolutely
He's just throwing out some thoughts, Andy.
No, that smelled like a guarantee.
That's not a guarantee.
I said to you, are they trying to win this year? Can we play that back, Dan, please? And you said they're going to win 8 games this year.
They're going to win 8 games this year. That's my belief. I believe that they're a much better football team than they were a year ago. They felt internally they could have or should have won 7 or 8 games despite having an offense averaging 16.4 points per game. Okay?
The water in Berea is a little tainted?
Well, there's a little Kool-Aid in there, but okay, might be a little orange and brown colored there, but that they should be thinking in those terms. What are they supposed to be thinking the other way, right? We're the ones thinking the other way.
I think so. By the way, 8 wins is under 500, so I'm not like if you're
8 wins though is a dramatic step forward. Keep that in mind as well.
3.
Okay,
it means your special teams didn't
2
screw
years,
up
got
3
11
games then, right?
Yeah, like
that your special teams did their job in 3 games. Is that asking too much?
Yeah, they should be able to win the games that they should have won last year but lost. And there's 3 of those on the schedule.
And they should have significantly better talent on the offensive side
of the ball. Well, not only that, but I mean you look at the schedule this year and some of the opponents. There should be some winnable games there if they're healthy and they have the pieces and parts available to them, but if this draft class, Casey Concepcion, Denzel Boston, Fano, like if they can come in and Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, like if those 4 guys can come in and be productive and be significant contributors, yeah, this is a much better football team than it was last year. So yeah, I don't think now. Do I think? Am I going to go as far as maybe Nick Wilson has said, and he thinks they're going to make the playoffs? I mean, Mac Robinson said the other day, and I suggested he get drug tested for it, but he said he thinks the Browns can be a top 3 seed in the AFC and win like 12, 13 games. I think he's off his rocker. But hey, I mean, everyone's drunk on the draft. It was that good.
On paper.
Yeah.
On paper.
I agree. I thought it was outstanding.
I think that if you can turn the page after Thanksgiving and be in the hunt, you've been successful.
Yeah,
that's a successful season for this
team. Don't be eliminated by November 1st, right?
Or December 1st. December 1st.
No, November. Like, I mean,
really?
Yeah, they've been out of it the last couple of years by November. Like, I mean, there was when November got here, there was really no hope. Like, you just want to at least have some hope. I don't have.
But we got to follow Myles Garrett and see if he was going to break the sack record.
Okay, great.
That was our Super Bowl last year.
Great, and good for Myles, and that's great for the Browns as a franchise to have the all-time single-season sack record holder. Okay, fantastic. But what'd you win? Nothing. So does it? In the grand, when you look at the big picture, that doesn't matter. In when you zoom in, yeah, it does have significance and it matters. But big picture, winning and losing games, it just really did not have the. Remember, he had 6 sacks against the Patriots, and they lost by 30. Right? I mean, think about that. One of the most dominating performances in a game that you will ever see, and you are non-competitive in that game.
Spencer Fano, from all accounts, was their number one target. A, do you believe that? And B, how does this offensive line now shake out? Who do you see where? And Parker Brillington from Alabama, do you think he could really start at center, which would free up Elton Jenkins to go to right guard?
I do think that you hope to get lucky there with him if he can.
It would be
start as
lucky,
a rookie, and
maybe,
he's fifth-round pick.
He was a fifth-rounder, about the same size as Tyler Linderbaum coming out, actually.
Yeah, so if you can get him to be able to start, then and you don't have to move Elton Jenkins to center. Like that's
a better looking line.
That's a major bonus. But Titus Howard, there was some conversation that they might move him to left tackle if they weren't able to fill that spot in the draft. That happened. Okay, so Fano is the left tackle. They have been very clear in saying they are going to park him at left tackle,
which I like, by the way.
Right.
I'm glad they said that.
Right now, I think Tevin Jenkins is your right tackle or right guard, I should say, for now.
He's the guy who could bounce out of that starting lineup.
Elton Jenkins, I would put him at center right now just because he's the veteran.
Yeah.
And then if you can move him, you do. And then, Zion Johnson at left guard and then Fano at left tackle. But see, what you saw with this line this offseason, Jeff, and how they constructed it, and I know you guys have talked extensively about it, is versatility. They can move all these guys around. Yeah. I think what's so great about the Fano pick is let's go glass half empty here and say he's not a left tackle. That part of it doesn't work out. Well, he is talented enough and versatile enough. You can put him somewhere else on the offensive line, and that doesn't become a sunk cost of a first-round draft pick like Jed Wills was, right? And so that's the good thing. You can still get something out of that pick, but versatility, all these guys, Titus Howard, Jenkins, like all these guys they brought in this offseason can play multiple positions on the offensive line. And I think that also, too, and Andrew Berry talked about this because I did ask him about it during draft weekend. He wants guys that can play 2 or more positions on the line because we saw in the last 2 years what has happened when they don't have enough of those players with those capabilities. And that's not their fault. I mean, they can't help it when guys are getting hurt. Right? But, I mean, it was a merry-go-round last year at tackle, both when it came to injuries as well as the guys that they put out there. KT Leviston, sorry, bud. That's what the situation was. So versatility was very, very important for them this offseason when it came to fill in the offensive line.
DeJuan Jones, does he have a future here?
It's hard to say. You got to get healthy first, right? We know the physical tools are there, the physical gifts are there, but injuries do take their toll. So, can he look like the player he looked like for that stretch of games before he got hurt as a rookie? Because I would argue during that time, he was the best left tackle, in my view, in the NFL. Then the injury bug hit, and he's never recovered from that because and there have been further injuries. So I don't think that they're counting on that. Clearly, they're not. They drafted Spencer Fano, but
you could always move him to right tackle in a year or so, if you want to move on from Titus Howard.
Yeah. I mean, they did make a significant. Not only did they trade for Titus Howard,
gave him a lot of money.
They gave him, they gave him a nice contract.
$63 million and 40 guaranteed, something like that.
It's good money if you can get it.
Sure
learn how to block, kids. Learn how to throw a baseball, hit a baseball, and learn how to block.
Daryl, who was your favorite pick in this last draft? Like, who's the guy you think has
McNeil Warren?
No, that's no question, or
mostly because I didn't think there was any chance they could get him. It was interesting on our Tuesday night Browns offseason special that we did. We talked a lot about as you can imagine for weeks and weeks and weeks the various names that could end up at as Cleveland Browns and who
you said this. You must have predicted.
Well, no, this wasn't. This was
he was in some mocks coming to the Browns at 24.
Yeah, but the point is the 4 guys they picked are all 4 guys that we said the Browns should take in the first round, okay? That any combination of those 4 guys they should walk away with in the first round. Casey Concepcion, I think everyone in their final mock drafts had him mocked to the Browns. So that must have been a worst-kept secret there. But
it's okay. They did their job. I think there's been a lot of years we thought they didn't do their job.
No, Andy, there's no complaints about this draft. Like, this is a rarity for me to be able to sit in here and we're talking Browns football and we're talking about the draft, and I have nothing to complain about. I mean, everything they did makes sense. Everything they did, you hope works. And if it works, this team is going to become a contender faster than a lot of folks externally think that they will.
All right. Speaking of complaining about, I'm sure there are going to be plenty of people complaining about what's happening today for the Browns. All the big wigs are in town today. Very excited about that.
Yeah.
Daryl is dressed up. I didn't even know you owned a button-down shirt, but yet it comes out of the mothballs today, and you're able to wear that as you're able to head out to as you're able to head out to the new Cleveland Browns Stadium, and just your thoughts on the groundbreaking today and what we're actually watching after years of talking about it.
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty much a decade in the making almost, going back to when they, after the Haslams bought the team. And
Jeff and I will tell you 15 years because we've been asking for it since the day we got on the air.
Yeah, well, when the Haslams renovated that building and Joe Banner put that whole project together for them. But no, the governor will be in town, Mike DeWine. NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell is going to be on hand for this thing. We'll hear from all of them at some point today, I'm sure. But yeah, I mean, this has been a long time coming. It's been a long process to get this done when they finally, not only to get to settling on that particular site in Brook Park, but to, get the financing together. The Haslam have upped their investment, $1.75+ billion just for the stadium. That doesn't include the development that's going to be next to it and privately funded. But also, too, they're going to be covering the cost overruns with that project as well. And let's be honest about it. The next thing that gets built on budget will be the first. They're usually built on time.
I'll tell you this. You know what's weird? When there's a lot of private money into these projects, they tend to get built on time. For me, there's no doubt that they're Nationwide Arena, when it was publicly funded, they were talking about it would have taken forever. Yeah. But once they, the McConnells and all the other groups that were down in Columbus at the time decided they were going to privately fund it, boom, got done ahead of time, and ticket prices were a little bit higher because they paid for it.
Yeah, look at how long it took Gateway to get built here, right? When the Indians in the late 80s were looking for a ballpark. Yeah, it made it by like 1% of the vote. I mean, it barely got through. But yeah, so it'll be a nice event. I know, obviously, the Browns are pretty fired up about it, Browns ownership. I'm interested to hear a little more, because the NFL tends to reward cities with new stadiums, okay? And I heard David Jenkins on with Anthony and Ken this morning, president of Haslam Sports Group, about the prospects of a Super Bowl. I'm going to say this. If Jacksonville can host a Super Bowl, we can host a Super Bowl, okay? They're busing people. The last Super Bowl in Santa Clara this year, they were busing people an hour and 20 minutes away from the stadium. If you draw an hour and 20 minutes away from Cleveland, Ohio, you're getting outside of Sandusky to the west. You're getting south of Canton. You're getting down by Youngstown.
It's Republican convention.
I understand that too. I think collectively as a region we can pull this thing off. I don't know that they need to build a bunch of 5-star hotels. We got some pretty nice hotels here.
Yeah,
but maybe just not the quantity that they want. But I think that there's a way to pull it off. Also, too, maybe we get a draft back, because we got shortchanged coming out of COVID.
All right, ask about that today. Ask them. That's on you.
You know what? Just text me a list of questions you want me to ask today, and I'll see if I can squeeze them in.
Oh, no problem. Nice. All right, Daryl, he's finally working for us. Buddy. I see. Now you know where your loyalty is.
You know what? It's a highlight of my career, Andy. Not to work with you, but to work for you.
That's right. 10 to 2, Daryl Ryder works for us. Working for you. That might be our new slogan. Thank you, Daryl Ryder.
You bet, guys.
Thank you. All right, let's talk a little bit about what Daryl had to say. Obviously, they're breaking ground on the Browns, and we'll talk about the quarterback situation. 2020, right now.
dog!
Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down.
Hey!
Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
The best playoff coverage in Cleveland. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Our buddy Daryl Ryder was just with us. And of course, he's brought to us by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store.
Hi, he's Jeff Phelps. I'm Andy Baskin. 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. You just heard Daryl Ryder come in and give us the latest on a lot of the things that are going on with the Browns. First, let me just start here, Jeff. You know, he came out and said, and I know we were joking around about 8 wins next year. Are you more optimistic about a group of rookies coming in and changing the win total for next season?
I didn't say it.
No, I'm asking you, are you more optimistic based on when you hear, like, okay, everyone said that this draft was an A+. Again, I want to believe it's an A+. I'm great if it is an A+. I'm not, you can't hand someone the textbook before they've even opened the textbook and said, oh, your letter grade for this class is an A. Because that's what happened. They got textbooks the other day. Now, I don't know how they're going to read or how much knowledge we're going to absorb from those textbooks, but, you know, I can't give you a grade on the first day of school. And that's what everyone wants to do with these mock drafts because we want instant gratification. And it's just, it's mind-boggling to me in some ways, but I understand what it is because, you know, we are sitting here talking about, you know, what they were able to do. And you know, I want to feel good about it, but I just don't know where we're at on it. You tell me.
They should be an improved football team. They have a healthier offensive line. I don't know if their offensive line is actually better, but it's healthier. And they brought in a bunch of veteran guys who have been okay in their career, and they had a bunch of veteran guys who had been okay in their career when healthy. You know, Jack Conklin, I think, was a terrific right tackle. Jack hadn't been healthy. Wyatt Teller, who knows what happened last year. I thought Wyatt was a terrific right guard. And Ethan Posick, terrific at center. But the guys weren't healthy. So this crew should be healthier. It should also be deeper.
That leads me to the story that Mary Kay had yesterday about Deshaun Watson being what appears to be the leader. I don't know. What are we 3 holes into the 18 before we actually get to the regular season?
One hole.
I'll give you 2, 3. I think we're.
That's a sixth of the way.
I don't know how far we are in the golf course. Forget it. But here's what I do know. She said something this morning, and apparently she said it yesterday while you were on the air. I missed when she hopped on. But it's not a lot of it isn't about Deshaun Watson, you know, allegedly being the QB1. It's about having a QB1 right now because of my Rockette theory. Like the Rockettes don't jump up on stage and learn how to do, you know, their great kick dancing thing that they do without any practice. And so now we've got, you know, this big long line of dancers who have never had a chance to get in sync. And so whether it's Fano or Johnson or Jenkins or Howard or Jones or Zinter or whoever, right? Those guys need to learn how to dance together. And the person who's telling them to go a 1-2-3, 1-2-3 needs to be a little bit consistent about how they're going to do that dance. That's why that's why they have to have a quarterback sooner than later who they can consider QB1 because of the reps. I listened to Mary Kay say it this morning. I've said it before. Mary Kay made it clear that is it important to know today? Like I heard Chris Rose yesterday give you some kind of whatever answer about the fact that Deshaun Watson's probably the number 1 starter and that Mary Kay said that he's the leader right now. And I understand when he said whatever. The bottom line, though, is you've got to give one quarterback the reps because you have an entirely new offensive line and you've got new receivers. You've got to give these guys a little bit of chance to get some rhythm together. And you know what? You have the opportunity now. You may say, so what? It's April. So what in April turns into wins when you turn into the fall because these guys have had some experience with each other. When you try to, you know, Band-Aid together a brand new offensive line with a quarterback that they've never worked for and ask them to perform week 1 of the NFL season, it's not going to happen. If you think they're going to be able to go out there and give you the best routine ever, they're not. But the more you want to give guys a chance to be in position to become better players, to become a better team, and that starts with naming a QB1. I know there's a lot of folks out there that love Shedeur Sanders. He's going to get some reps here. He's just not going to get as many as Watson if they think Watson's the QB1. If you want to win in the fall, you better have your you-know-what together in the spring when you're all new. And Mary Kay said that this morning, and I was like, she's right. She said, I put it in a different perspective, but Mary Kay said something along those lines. So anybody who's out there going, oh, I don't care that Deshaun Watson's a quarterback one right now, show me in September. You're not going to see anything in September if either him or Sanders or Gabriel or whoever is saying Hike hasn't had a chance to work with these guys. That's why I said last year when they finally put Sanders in a game, they put him in a horrible spot. He was in no position to win because he didn't have any reps with the first-team offense. I mean, when you're saying hello to the center and it's your first game, you're asking for trouble. You're just asking for trouble. You may get a fluky win every once in a while, but the long-term projection on that is ominous. You're asking guys to play together that haven't done it before. Again, football isn't about one guy making a bucket to help you win at the end because he had the ball in his hands. It's about 11 guys doing the same thing, the right pattern, the right procedure, the right block, the right route. I mean, all of those things have to come together for you to be successful. And sometimes I think we don't appreciate the things that happen in the offseason to help you get to wins during the season.
If they can name a guy, fine. You know, Andy, I said yesterday, I don't care for any of their four choices. So they're going to pick which one they think is going to do the best job for them this year, try and win some football games and go. And I would think completely reevaluate things for 2027. I don't like any of their options at quarterback.
So you're just kind of like, if they don't, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but when I hear an answer like that, you're like, yeah, whatever happens this year happens. I'm not really, this is not the end-all, be-all year.
What I'm saying is I don't like their quarterbacks. Doesn't mean anything about this year. They're going to try and win football games.
And that also doesn't mean success or not having success. You just don't like them. That's all.
No, I don't like them. I'm not impressed with their options at quarterback. Maybe that's a better way to put it. I don't know them personally.
Is there anything that will change your mind on that?
Yeah, good play on the field. Of course. I hope Shedeur takes 15 steps and becomes a stud. That'd be great.
What if Watson does?
Great.
Can you see the
same with Dillon? I don't care which one it is. I don't think any of the four are really good options. So if somebody wants to go ahead and take the job and show everybody I'm the guy, great. And I don't care which one it is.
Also,
to be honest, the most fun would be Taylor Green.
That would be kind of fun,
Good
wouldn't
Lord,
it?
that'd be great.
But that would mean that they had to.
And that means all of a sudden they have a quarterback.
They'd have to coach him up.
You know what? They have like 15,000 coaches.
They have one coach for every position, don't
Which
they?
is nice.
And so they've got that going for them.
It goes in the other order if we're going to do it that way.
Well, the Dalai Lama doesn't talk to you
They
either?
have that going for them, which is nice. Not which is nice, which is what I said. And then you went with the...
Are you really going to nitpick me on that one? I mean...
No, but that's not the way
not
the way the line went.
Doug Kenny's, great writing in that movie, and now all of a sudden you're going to get mad at me because I made a reference.
Along.
Oh, is that what he says? I didn't see... Oh, all right, I see what you're saying. All right, let's continue on with this. The other part about Daryl, too, that what Daryl said about 8 wins, like I was excited when he said that, but the reality is that's under 500. Is that where we are? Is that where the bar is? Is that where the level of excitement is for this football team?
3 wins, 5 wins. We're on our way, baby.
That plus Sam Amico coming up at the 1 o'clock hour. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3, The Fan.
4-game skid yesterday afternoon after taking down the Rays 3-1. The team has the day off today before they hit the road to kick off a 3-game weekend series against the Athletics starting tomorrow night. You can get all the latest Browns news pushed straight to your phone by following the Browns playlist in 92.3 The Fan in the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan, 216-474-0092. So, as we kind of dive into the aftermath of the draft, because we've been talking about it for, a couple days here now, Eric DeCosta, who's the vice president and general manager of the Baltimore Ravens, I don't know that a lot of flowers have been thrown at the front office for the Browns over the past, since 1999. Fair? You don't hear a lot of flowers being thrown at the Browns, do you?
Nor should they be.
No. But Eric DeCosta from the Ravens told WBAL something very interesting about Andrew Berry.
The Browns, I think they had a really nice draft. I think they had a really nice draft last year. They do a good job. Andrew Berry, give him a lot of credit. I think he's a good evaluator. He's pretty smart. His picks make sense, logical. There's I think a thorough process involved. They did a nice job last year with their picks. I think in the last year, in my opinion, Schlesinger was one of the best players in the draft. Mm-hmm. They got him in the second round, Defensive Rookie of the Year. I think they do a hell of a job, and I thought they had a good draft this year. So, with Todd Monk in there, calling plays and as the head coach, I think that's a team that eventually will be a team to be reckoned with.
What? A team to be reckoned with? Who are we talking about?
Keyword there might have been eventually.
Are we talking about the Cleveland Browns? Is that who we're talking about? I don't get too excited about, and I know I read it all, I just don't get too amped up about projections and flowers and things like this. But that's Eric DeCosta, man. I mean,
GM of the Ravens.
They've done a very, very nice job, thanks to Ozzie Newsome, who would have been great if we could have had him here and maybe given him a part of the ownership when they had the opportunity to. God, do you know what that would have been worth now? To hear that about the Browns, I wish every day could be, April 30th when it comes to the Browns and you could feel good about what they're doing and what the direction is, and there's really no controversy, and you're like, okay, well, and even if it was over the quarterback and there was some controversy, you could sit here and talk about that a little bit. But I mean, it is a pretty feel-good time for the Browns, which is rare. It's just rare.
Yeah, I understand all that, and I'm glad. And again, I like the draft, but let's see these guys on the field first.
I'm with you.
In last year's draft, I think they did a very nice job, but I'm also I think they get almost too much credit there because I'm still trying to figure out two quarterbacks, and I'm still hoping Dylan Sampson becomes worthy of the idea that we needed two running backs in the same draft. And I like Dylan, so let's see where that goes. But the two quarterbacks last year still make my head spin.
It makes my head spin too, and it makes you wonder. Anybody that would say, I thought last year's draft was really good. Okay, really good, and shouldn't that be the expectation on your general manager to have a good to really good draft every year?
Well, otherwise you're going to be unemployed. In theory,
that's the expectation. But now it's. If he can string this thing together, and if Daryl Ryder's sitting here saying, well, they're an 8-win team next year. And I'm like, what? Really? You really think they can win 8 years? And I'm excited about that. And then all of a sudden you're like, wow, in the back of my mind, I'm like, they're 500. And I'm like, not with 17 games, they're not. They're still under 500, even on an 8-win season, so that the expectation and the bar is so low that if they can pull off 8 wins next year, that is success.
It would be solid.
I'm sitting here saying, okay, if we turn the page,
8 wins could actually put you in the playoff conversation.
Yeah, in the hunt. I think 8 wins is in the hunt towards the end. I'm okay with that. To me, that's improvement over last year. I don't know who's saying somebody was saying 12 wins. I'm like, really? 12 wins? It's too early to get into some of this stuff, but it's never too early to make sure that your team has a vision. And, we were just sitting here days ago. Dan's, talking about, well, what do you, before the draft, what was the line we were talking about? What is the true meaning of this season? What are they really trying to do? Are they really trying to win? Because they're probably not going to bring in another quarterback. And the timing of it kind of all syncs up. They're putting shovels in the ground, even though they've been digging out there for a while, out in Brook Park. You now seem to have this base over the last 2 years that gives you hope for the future, that makes you think they can win. But I think the majority of the Browns fans in their right mind are like, okay, let me see it. Let me see what you're going to do on the field next year, and then I'll buy into the product. We've had such bad football here for the last, now coming up on 3 decades since they returned, that I don't know how you could go in and go, oh, this is the Browns' year. Even the whole wait till next year mantra is like thrown out the window on this thing. It's wait till they get to the Dome. And that's not next year. But somehow, some way, the league, and by the way, it's good. I guarantee you when the commissioner's out in Brook Park today, he's going to say, when the Browns are good, it's good for the league, because we hear that all the time.
Along with so many teams, though. But I agree with that.
That there is something to our franchise being good that's helpful for the league.
But you could say the same for a third of the league. It's good when the Green Bay Packers are good.
I don't know if anyone's saying it's
good. It's good when the Steelers are good.
When the old traditional names in this league are good.
Absolutely.
I think so, too. I want to sit here and celebrate and cheer for off-season action. I'm not trying to be negative.
You can be optimistic about it, Andy. On paper, I think Andrew Berry did a great job. The question comes down to, okay, great. You've not drafted wide receivers very well, but you never used high picks on them. Hopefully you evaluated wide receivers at the top of the draft better than you did in the middle of the draft. Hey, hopefully you evaluated offensive linemen better at the top of the draft than you did at the middle of the draft. We still have to see the guys on the field.
I mean,
clearly.
You're talking about more than half.
Can't do victory laps on guys who haven't played it down yet.
No, and I question the level of optimism you can have on offense when you're looking at 6, maybe 7 new guys.
You can have big-time optimism. Look what happened in Chicago. Chicago changes its team out, brings in Ben Johnson from Detroit, different offensive mind, different offensive set of eyes, and they're a much better football team.
And how many changes did they make on offense, though?
They changed out their entire offensive line, just like the Browns did this year.
Yeah.
They brought in more talent. Brought in different players. Brought in Luther Burden at wide receiver.
Dan, let me go back to this because you talked about it before the draft. What is the goal? Is the goal still the same? Because you've always questioned the goal of this next season.
I stand behind it. I don't know what the goal is for this season. I think for the future of this franchise, it's to get everybody in the best positions that they can to succeed and see what it looks like. I think in a perfect world, they're competitive and they look good and they win 6 games. I think that's everything we can ask for, and I think that's what's best to get the quarterback out of this draft because I don't think the guys that are on this roster have any future here at quarterback.
One of them will.
Okay.
As a backup?
I don't know as what. There's no way you're not going to get one guy out of this 4-man quarterback group that's not going to be here for a while.
Okay.
Somebody will be, but that doesn't mean he's going to be a good player.
Put it this way, guys. My first goal for this team to get over is we are now in the period of time where no news is good news. Keep it that way. I am so sick and tired of having to be well-versed in Florida and Texas law. For the love of God, just give me an off season where no one's in trouble. Start there. Start with no news is good news.
I hate to agree with you on something that's that basic and obvious, but I do.
Start with no news. That would tell me right there that there has been a cultural difference that has taken place.
Seems like there is one. If you listen to the guys they drafted, after they've drafted them and at their press conferences and everything else, man, this seems like a really nice bunch of young guys that they brought in. Those first 4 picks seem giddy to be drafted by the Cleveland Browns. Thank you. That's nice.
And that includes the people already on the roster who have had issues in the past.
Absolutely.
No news is good news. No news is good news. No injury news. No news with the law. I don't want to have to be versed enough that I feel like I could take the bar in the state of Texas.
Can I ask you something? If you're Shedeur Sanders, because we heard what on the morning show they were talking about too, that Shiloh Sanders made some kind of crack about Mary Kay Cabot's story yesterday and about Mary Kay. But where does this leave Shedeur if Watson is taking all it? I don't know that there's no way I'd give him all the reps. I wouldn't do it. Your number 2 guy has got to be able to go out there and be efficient.
Well,
and when you've got young quarterbacks,
somebody all the reps at this time of the year.
No, that's why you have 4 quarterbacks in the first place during these camps. But if you're Shedeur Sanders, what are you thinking today? The day after hearing that Deshaun Watson, and maybe they haven't said anything to Shedeur about this. Maybe they have. Maybe Shedeur knows exactly where he stands. He wasn't happy in the beginning of the year when he had no opportunity to take any major snaps. And as Daryl said, he's throwing to the ball boys after practice. But if you're Shedeur Sanders and you're sitting here today going, well, Deshaun Watson's the guy right now. That's the way it looks. That's what everybody's talking about. So if I'm Shedeur Sanders, I'm working harder. Obviously, we've seen him here in the offseason, which is good news, which means he is engaged and wants to be a part of this. They've joked around with him and Todd Monken. We've seen that when they get to meet each other and have a little bit of an opportunity to bond. But if I'm Shedeur, I'm probably like, okay, I get it. I understand why Deshaun Watson's the number 1 quarterback going into this thing. It's my job to beat him out. It's my job to be a better quarterback when I step out on the field and I get those opportunities. And I know they might be limited now that we're talking about Watson being what should be QB1, according to what Mary Kay's story said yesterday. Sanders just has to work harder. That's all there is to it. And if he works hard, I think what you really want to do is, even if it's a year from now when, Daryl's talking about that the ease of letting Watson out of a Browns jersey become significantly better in a year, that you want to be the last man standing when this thing's all said and done. So just keep working hard. That's all you can ask for.
To me, the bottom line is this. Did Shedeur show you anything last year that would make you think you're absolutely the number 1 starter going into this season?
No, he didn't. But he gave me enough reason to think that he deserves a chance to fight for that job, which is what it looks like he's going to have the opportunity to do, and the opportunity to be a young quarterback in the NFL trying to earn his job. And I have no problem with that at all. No.
Nothing wrong with that.
No, and I think that people just that everybody that wants to just hand him everything, that's ridiculous. That doesn't help anybody, and it doesn't help him. If you're handing him the gig right out of school when there were so many question marks about it, hey, just go out and prove it. Show everybody that you're the best quarterback in camp. And you know what? The time you got 0 time in the beginning of the year last year, and somehow, some way, they gave you the opportunity to be the starting quarterback when the quarterback ahead of you got knocked out with a concussion.
There were 53 quarterbacks in the NFL last year who had enough numbers, playing time, to qualify in passer rating. Okay, to have a legit number. 53.
Mm-hmm.
Shedeur was ranked 49th. What does that scream? And Dylan Gabriel, for whatever it's worth, was ranked 39th. That screams great. Hope you learned something, and I hope you can come back and be better and maybe win that job. I'm pulling for both of the young guys. That would be ideal. But anybody who thinks you should just flat out one of these 2 guys, whoever, either, should be the starting quarterback.
Over Deshaun, who's getting paid all the cash.
Over anybody, because neither guy was great last year.
Sam Amico, we're going to talk Cavs coming up in the next hour. Hey, everybody. It's
the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Don't trust anybody with your Cavs playoff coverage unless they have sports in their name. We are Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Cavaliers, big 125-120 winner over the Toronto Raptors last night at home. Beautiful downtown Cleveland, Ohio. The Cavaliers now lead that series 3-2. You go back and look at how they got it done. An impressive second half yesterday, especially for Dennis Schroeder, who came through with a couple of three-pointers, some backbreakers last night, but they also got good play in the fourth quarter, and Evan Mobley coming through, and your big guys came through as well, too. So you're able to go into Toronto with a chance to win the series and move on to the next round. And so, when you look at the Cavaliers and where they are and what they might be able to do in the playoffs, obviously optimistic now that they can maybe get to the second round, but there are no guarantees that they're going to be able to go in and win in Toronto. And, Toronto's banged up going into tomorrow night's game. And they have a game 6. So, Jeff, your thoughts on where we're at on this thing?
I think the Cavs still win the series. I've thought that all along, but I think Toronto has given a blueprint for other teams to follow, and that is try and be a little physical with these guys. Try and be a little physical. And if you can bring a little physicality, just a little bit of tough defense, and hit some shots, you have a good chance to beat the Cavs.
But why do you think the Cavs were able to come out so hot in the series and win the first 2 games, and then
they were at home, and they're a better team?
Is being at home that much of a difference, though?
Yes.
Why? Explain it to me.
It just can be.
You have 2 teams that are both pretty good. Obviously, you sit here in Cleveland and you expect your team to be better, but I can't believe that, just because you're on a different floor and there might be people yelling at you to miss a basket rather than make a basket, it's that much of a difference in the NBA?
Guys are more comfortable at home. Now, it doesn't mean the road teams have no chance. Look at Philadelphia yesterday in Boston in what would have been a closeout game. But the Cavs just play very well at home, and they're tough to beat at home. Last night they were almost beat at home.
What would you like to – but they almost won, Game 4 the same way. The difference between Game 4 and Game 5 was they recognized they had the lead and went on and got the victory last night against Toronto. They had to come up with some big plays to get it done, but they got it done. They got the big plays they needed. They didn't get those big plays in the game before.
No. Will they do it in the down the road here? I thought
how tough is Toronto to play in, Jeff? You've been there before.
It's a really good venue. The Canadian fans are really loud and really vocal and nice. You know what I mean?
You stink.
It's just a really loud environment. It's a great environment to play ball in. And it'll be tough for the Cavs in Game 6. It will be.
All right, so
I think they have a chance to win it, but I would assume this is going 7.
All right, to do something different that they didn't do in Games 3 and Games 4, what is that something different?
Respond? And that sounds stupid. When Toronto brings it, and they will, just respond. I thought the Cavs did okay in Game 4, and then 17-5 to close it out by Toronto. Andy, these things are not supposed to be easy. Toronto and the Cavs during the regular season weren't separated by that many games. And the Eastern Conference, I don't think, has a clear-cut, this is the team to beat. And I think there are a number of teams that could really do some damage in the Eastern Conference. And so I expect all of these playoff series to be tough. I do.
Knowing that the Cavs were able to get success from the bench yesterday, do you think that makes Kenny Atkinson change his mindset? Knowing that in a game where you're playing the same team over and over and over, there's no surprises, and adjustments are the difference. Like I would even question whether Kenny might be getting out coached a little bit in this thing. The injury
he's up
factor.
3-2. I don't think he's getting out coached.
I think there are people that would challenge you on that. You're right, though. The bottom line is you're right. They're up 3-2. But when you hear, do we have that cut again that we played earlier in the show, Dan? The one where, when Kenny decided that he wasn't going to change the lineup, that he was going to leave Schroeder in last night, and that there were guys.
Mitchell and Mobley.
Yeah, that he decided that he was going to kind of stay the course rather than go back to that. I'm looking at my timing chart about what I want to do, when I want to put guys in, and I listened to my players last night, and that's where it was. Here's the bite.
Well, I was going to put Donovan and Evan back in, and they said, no, this group's rolling. I was like, what? Like, that never happens in the NBA. That shows Donovan, he's so selfless. I think there's 4 minutes left. I think they just scored a bucket. Now, when they scored another bucket, I did get him in. I said, come on. But, like, they knew that group was doing well and wanted to keep him out there, both him and Evan.
I wonder how hard that decision is for him.
For the coach?
Yeah. If he was ready to make the move and he let a player talk him out of it, so when you let your best player, I can say that.
Well, it's true.
Yeah. When he let his best player talk him out of making a switch at the time.
Yeah, that's all right.
Is that difficult, though, for a head coach?
Oh, I don't know.
I guess anybody that coached LeBron, you don't even get a chance there. But
I personally think NBA coaches, it's a lot of it is just scripted. Here's our rotation. Here's how it's going to go. You're going to sit the first several minutes of the second quarter, and then I'll bring you in. And guys know this, but I still think the best coaches are the coaches that can coach through the feel of the game. Hey, this game is rolling this way. Let's do this, and you have to do that. If you don't do that, you're not going to be a coach for long. And I think Kenny did that last night. And the fact that Donovan and Evan were the guys who spoke up and said something, that's okay. Because it also would have been just fine for Kenny Atkinson to bring back his two best players. And what's wrong with that?
No one's going to argue that.
Yeah,
no.
What's wrong with that? Kenny didn't do anything poorly.
Does he mix up the rotation a little bit? Do you think?
Well,
Remember,
yeah,
we were
he
saying
certainly
that,
did last night. He started Max Strus and put Dean Wade on the bench.
But are you going to stick with that?
I would.
I mean, at the end of the day, they both had.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Well, Max
had
6 more minutes than he did when it was all said and done.
And I think that's one thing you have to do in the playoffs. Hey, all right, we've got to counteract what they did in this game. Let's try this. That's okay.
Do you give?
I mean, otherwise you just roll guys out there.
Are you still giving Schroeder? What were you saying before? He was 14 minutes a game.
11 minutes a game in the playoffs.
So then he decided to go 21 minutes with him.
Well, he earned it. He was playing his you-know-what off.
So do you give him more of an opportunity in this next game?
Well, you can be sure he's going to get a look. And if he's playing well, he'll get more of a look.
I don't know why.
You don't run the risk of leaving Dennis Schroeder on the floor if he's not having a good game. And the reason I say risk is because he's on the floor at the expense of Donovan Mitchell or maybe James Harden or one of the other guards.
If you were Toronto in this series, Jeff, then what would you do? I don't think this has been.
I'd get Brandon Ingram on the floor as quickly as I can and hope that heel that's bothered him all year is okay for Game 6.
He only had, he had 11 minutes
Played
last
11
night.
minutes. He left early in the second quarter.
1 point, 1 board, 2 assists.
He's one of my sneaky favorite players in the NBA.
Because
he just puts up numbers. I mean, I think that guy's a really good NBA player. I like him. Is he Donovan Mitchell? Is he LeBron? No. Is he really good? Yeah, he's really good. And I think he weighs 130 pounds.
How much of a difference does it mean? Let's just say Ingram and Barnes. Although Barnes played 39 minutes, but he's banged up.
Yeah, he'll play. And I'll bet Ingram plays too.
What if Ingram doesn't play? Let me just attack that way.
Then you better slow down Scotty.
When you look at the entire series, because from a play, I understand it's supposed to be even. I understand it's supposed to be this and that, but they had 14 turnovers last night. Toronto did, and then the Cavaliers had 14 turnovers. Both teams had that, so that gives the Cavs in games 3, 4, and 5, 54 turnovers. 54 turnovers is a lot. It felt like the majority of the turnovers for the Cavaliers came in the first half. This has not been great basketball to watch. Is that because we're watching the same team play against each other every night, or is that because Is the defense so good that the turnovers are happening because of good defense, or is it sloppy play where guys aren't taking advantage of every possession?
The defense has been okay at times. I mean, defense was good at the beginning of Game 4 for both teams, but you kind of turned back the clock to the 1980s. And then last night, first half had a completely different feel. So, go figure. You want to play better defense. Both teams did and couldn't shoot. What came first, not being able to shoot or playing good defense? That's always a question.
Is this
what happened in the fourth quarter? Boy, the Cavs defense looked good, and Toronto couldn't hit a shot. Why? Was it because the Cavs defense was really good? Maybe. All I know is they missed a lot of open ones.
Did you expect this? What we've been seeing that as we go to
I
Game
thought
6?
this would be a good series.
It hasn't been a good series, though. I don't think it has.
To me, a good series is 3-2.
Just the number of games doesn't matter what the play looks like?
No, it's been a competitive series. That's if you want beautiful basketball, go
where?
Go to the 1980s and watch the Celtics play the Lakers on YouTube.
That's beautiful basketball.
To me.
All right. 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. Our good friend Sam Amico is going to join us here in a moment. Look, Cavaliers are up in this series 3-2. Last night, again, the Cavaliers win 125-120. I don't think it's been the prettiest basketball to watch, and I guess apparently I need to go to YouTube to go find pretty basketball. I'm just looking for a team.
Well, what do you want? You want pretty or you want competitive?
I want teams to give a you-know-what about every possession when they go down the floor. Sorry. I don't think I'm asking too much for guys to get paid money to play basketball.
I think you're making an assumption that they're not.
Jeff, there are too many times they just throw the ball away, and I'm not wrong. With 54...
I'm not wrong.
I'm not wrong.
I'm Andy Baskin.
Well, it's what I see. It's my opinion. I just think there are a lot of times Cavaliers take possessions off, and sometimes they'll get the ball down the floor and be like,
well, then we won't have to talk
away.
about them for much longer, then, will we?
But if they continue to play like that, yeah, I agree. I think they get out of this round, but I question sometimes the level of I don't want to say commitment every time they have the ball, but the importance of possessions and I didn't have that problem in the first 2 games of the series, but man, the 2 games in Toronto and last night again, it still irks me. 216-474-0092. That's the number to call. Baskin and Phelps 92.3 The Fan. When we return, we'll talk to Sam Amico. Hey everybody,
The Open Road. No limits. You, your family, the freedom to go.
always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
All right, here we go tomorrow night. Cavaliers, Raptors, back to Toronto, back to Jurassic Park. 125-120 winners last night in Game 5 over Toronto. They got a chance to close out the series now as they cross over the border, and then they'll get the opportunity to do that. And I'm looking forward to it. Hopefully they can get on to the next round, get into the second round. I still know the expectations are much higher than, being in the first round, but Toronto has been a thorn in the Cavaliers' side. Maybe, we learned what we learned last year during the playoffs, and then you got a chance to see Indiana in the second round, kind of like, what have we learned? And you question now, was the trade worth it? Is the trade, and I think, the more you win, the more you say, yeah, that trade was worth it. And I like watching James Harden, and I like seeing, Donovan Mitchell and those two guys play together, but maybe they need to figure out a couple more things here just to kind of look as good as they did in Games 1 and Games 2, where they were able to just manhandle Toronto at home. Then they went to Toronto, 40 turnovers in those two games, and the Cavaliers weren't able to, to gain any ground when they went on the road. They come back home. Now they're up 3-2. Now you go back to Toronto again. 2 games you got to win one of those 2 to move on to the next. And so here we sit as we get set for tomorrow night's game. I'm Andy Baskin. He is Jeff Phelps. You're always welcome to call at 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. Jeff, what do you expect from Evan Mobley in tomorrow night's game? Because we saw a nice second half from him yesterday, and I love when he gets aggressive and takes it to the hole.
I thought Evan played a real nice game all the way around, and seemed like he had a little more pep in his step maybe, and I also think it was a better job by the coaching staff and a better job by the other Cavaliers to get him the basketball. And then when that happens, Evan has to come through, and he did. One thing I liked last night, Andy, I liked the shot distribution, and I look at that a lot, because if somebody has a lot of shots, like for instance in Game 4, Donovan Mitchell took 24 shots and he made only 6 of them. Well, let's kill the offense, shall we?
Yeah.
If one guy is taking a ton of shots and not making them, well, that doesn't do you any good. But last night they had 5 guys take double-figure shots and nobody more than Mitchell 17. All right, that's nice distribution. I like that. And that, to me, is a way for this team to win basketball games. Not every team. Every team doesn't have the options that the Cavaliers have. The Cavs have options. Jared Allen's an option that they only went to 5 times last night. Well, guess what? He still scored 9 points on 5 shots. He's an option that they haven't really gone with. But I think Evan showed last night, here's what I can do. Incorporate me, and I'll help. I'll be better. And he does have to be better. It's not just on coaching and the guards. It's on Evan, too. He has to be able to come through in those situations, and I thought he did a nice job last night. He hit 2 threes in the fourth quarter that were like, oh, my God. They were big, clutch shots when he hit those threes. He only took 3 shots in the fourth quarter. It was a very different-looking fourth quarter by the Cavaliers, and not a bad fourth quarter. I mean, it's getting it done. That's what it was.
All right, let's go to the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. We go to the man from HoopsWire. He's a super friend of the show. We call him Sam Amico, and so can you. Hi, Sam. How are you?
His mom calls him that, too.
What is your mom doesn't call you Sam Amico. She calls you Sam.
Sometimes. I've heard that throughout the years. Sam Amico.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
When you're in trouble. When you're in trouble.
Yeah. Bad news when she uses the full name.
All right, I'm sorry. Well, if she drops a middle in there, then you know you're toast.
Oh, boy. Yeah.
Are the Raptors toast? Can the Cavs wrap this thing up tomorrow night? What do you think?
Well, if you want the honest opinion,
lie to me for like 30 seconds. No, tell me your honesty. Yeah, I want to know what you think.
Sure. Yeah, no, I don't have a whole lot of faith in that. Maybe I think they haven't shown me that. Yeah, they've figured it out. You know, I hate to say that, but that's the truth to me, is I don't see a team that figured this out. I saw a team that, and credit to them, did show some resiliency and got two very unexpected things last night. And that's the way it works sometimes in the playoffs. You get these unexpected, unforeseen contributions. Number one, obviously, I'm sure you've been talking about Dennis Schroeder, and number two, Evan Mobley going 3 of 3 on threes. Those aren't, Toronto's not game planning for those things. So, you will need those things from time to time. But I beyond that, I don't know that I saw a lot that I thought, okay, they got it figured out now. They're gonna just go into Toronto and take care of business. I don't know that I have a real strong reason to believe that.
I like the fourth quarter, but I agree with you, Sam. It was a weird fourth quarter because Dennis Schroeder comes out of nowhere in this series, takes control in the fourth, and Toronto couldn't shoot in that fourth quarter. I expect them to shoot better. I don't expect Dennis to be that good again, and I don't mean that disrespectfully to him. He was so good. I think it's unrealistic to expect him to repeat that. But you never know. I think this thing goes 7, and I think the Cavs still win it.
I'm with you there. They listen, in Game 4, they did show, even in Game 3 a little bit, they did show that they can win playing Toronto's style in Toronto, which Game 4, you really kind of blew that 8-point lead with 5 minutes left. The good news is for them in Game 5 was Dennis Schroeder did the stuff that they were hoping to get from Donovan Mitchell, and he's not been terrible. He's just not been himself, Donovan. And you kind of keep waiting for that breakout game from him. And it's so interesting because every game is so different. Look at Game 4 where, 93-89 is the final score. And then last night, I think Toronto had 93 points before the fourth quarter or early in the fourth quarter. So, the good news is the Cavs are able to play both ways and stay in it. And Toronto likes the game ugly. I kept sitting there thinking last night that, listen, if they keep playing the Cavs style, which Toronto was trying to do, Cavs are going to win this game. Toronto's not an up and down team that scores a lot of points a lot. They like to create chaos and keep lower scoring games because, as you just said, Jeff, they really aren't a very good 3-point shooting team. And they shot the lights out in the first half last night, first 3 quarters.
Yeah.
Eventually that's going to catch up with them. So it's been a very interesting series on both sides, I think, particularly for the Cavs. And I just don't have much faith in them going into Toronto and winning that game because they haven't shown me any sort of real reason to believe they're going to win a game on the road yet.
All right, so draw me a roadmap where they can win in Toronto tomorrow.
They've been saying this all series. I'm not saying anything that they're not. You got to cut down on the turnovers. You got to find Toronto. It's not only that they're turning the ball over, but Toronto is scoring off these turnovers, and that's what really makes coaches mad. It's like turnovers are one thing, but when they're getting fast break baskets off of your turnovers, they've got to cut down on that. They've got to find a way to get, I think, Jared Allen and Evan Mobley more involved inside because Evan Mobley hitting threes, and we've seen he can do it. But as Kenny Atkinson said, that's not his bread and butter. But he shot him with confidence. I don't think that's a sustainable plan. I don't think Dennis Schroeder coming off the bench and lighting it up. As you said, Jeff, kudos to him. That's probably not sustainable. So you got to move the basketball. You got to find more presence underneath, because once you get Jared Allen or Evan Mobley or both going underneath, that's going to open things up for Donovan. Right now, they can afford to blitz him, and that's what they're doing, and be physical with him. So, roadmap, and more than anything on the road, defend like you did in Game 4, because that's going to win you road games. When the offense isn't clicking, you've got to get the stop. So that, to me, it's the simple stuff. Kenny Atkinson said it last night. If we can win the scrums, if we can get the rebounds, if we can take care of the ball, those are the things you need to do to win Game 6. Otherwise, we'll be back here for Game 7.
The approach that they used with Evan Mobley last night, was it more coaching, was it more guards, or was it more Evan?
I think that was a little more Evan. That I don't think the coaching staff is saying, hey, Evan, start taking some threes. I think it just happened to open up for him where, Toronto was sagging off of him. And Kenny Atkinson was right. He did shoot those with confidence. Sometimes it looks like, and I don't know this for a fact, it's just the eye test looks like he's taking it because it's kind of a last resort.
Yeah.
I saw him clapping for the ball outside the three-point line last night. Let's go. So it did seem like he took him with confidence, and I think that was all him. I just think, okay, I'm not getting anything going inside. I'm going to get some shots up. I believe that I can hit these, particularly at home. And listen, if he can continue to do that, doesn't have to go 3 of 3, but if he knocks down 1 of 2 every game, that helps extend the defense and open things up for him inside. So that'd be a nice thing to have going forward.
How do you think Kenny Atkinson's coached this series so far? I've heard people say this and say that, and some people have said maybe he's getting out-coached a little bit in the series. But as Jeff pointed out, they're up 3-2. So how much could he actually be getting out-coached? Just your thoughts on Kenny and the way things have rolled through this series so far.
Listen, I could never coach an NBA team or probably even a middle school team. So you're probably asking the wrong guy, but
How about a top team? Could you coach a top team?
I've done that before, and we didn't have any success. So
had a lot of fun, though.
Had a lot of fun, unless you ask my kid. He said I yelled at him too much.
Oh, of course
which
you
was
did.
probably
that's valid.
Probably true.
Yeah,
I think, yeah, who wouldn't? But I would say that, as Jeff said, they're up 3-2. I think that they've been able to, I thought Kenny should give Thomas Bryant, from a non-expert's view, I thought, let's just throw him out there, see what he can do, because he plays with energy, he's big, he can use up some fouls. And then last night we saw a little Thomas Bryant. So I think that he's done a great job of adapting, adjusting. We saw Max Strus move into the starting lineup last night. They wanted that floor spacing. I thought it hurt him, but it was worth a try. It hurt him because Dean Wade's been magnificent. He's been really the one guy, I would say, every game has raised his level of play from the regular season. So, but I thought it was worth a try. They didn't have any offensive Game 4. Let's put Max Strus in and see what happens. Well, next thing you know, you're down 19-10. So I think the experimentation is good, and I think that's what a good coach does. Let's try something else and see what happens. But like I said, they're up 3-2. And Kenny said this after Game 4, which is really true. This is a 4-5 matchup. And Toronto has been a team that is very worthy of that 5 seed. I think people ignored them all year. But they've played playoff-style basketball all year. So is it really that big of a surprise, being that it's 4-5 and that Toronto's a good team, that everybody's just held serve at home so far? I mean, I think we as Cavs stands and media think, well, we remember the LeBron years. You get in the playoffs, you're going to the finals.
Yeah.
And you're going to blow out, whoever you're playing in the first round. That's usually not the way it works. Toronto's a very good team. The Cavs have had, they've had a rocky ride through the regular season a little bit. And I just think that, listen, they should be up. This should be over. They should have won Game 4. But to me, that's the only real disappointment in this series so far. So I think Kenny Atkinson's done just fine. And, does he need to get a little more, probably convince his players to what he likes to say, stand their ground, hold their spot? Yeah. But is that on him? I don't think so.
All right, Sammy, so you say they come back for Game 7. Is that true? You feel like they're coming back for Game 7? Yes or no? That's all.
I hope I'm wrong. I really do. But that's all they've given me reason to believe right now. And Toronto deserves a little bit of credit for that. But, yeah, I would say Sunday, if I had to make a prediction, probably Sunday Game 7, the Cavs, I believe, would win that as well.
There you go, Sam. Thank you very much. Of course, we're reading HoopsWire.com all the time, and you're a good man and a friend of the show. Goodbye, Sam.
All right, thanks for having me, guys.
Thanks, buddy.
See you. Sam Amico on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Is that true? Is this over in 6 or over in 7? Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
a 3-game weekend series with the Athletics tomorrow night. Some other Guardians news: the team has optioned George Valera to AAA Columbus. A corresponding roster move will come tomorrow. You can get all the latest Browns news pushed straight to your phone by following the Browns playlist in 92.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Oh, boy. Mary Kay Cabot put out a story yesterday saying that the Browns have...
Quoting a source,
reporting that a source from within the Browns told her that Deshaun Watson has the edge on QB1, right? Is that a fair way to put it?
Yes.
Okay. You even had her on the show yesterday. She was on the morning show this morning. She has done this her entire career. She reports. And if she has a source from within the building and feels like that is newsworthy, she will pass that along to you as fans.
You know why?
Because that's her job.
There it is.
I feel bad for Shedeur Sanders right now, and I'll let you know why. Because he's got some getting... never mind. I'll just tell you this. Shiloh Sanders, his brother, right?
Correct.
Went to his Twitch page. And this morning on Instagram, he said to Mary Kay, make a sandwich. Which...
said, go make a sandwich, Mary.
Yeah. Go make a sandwich, Mary. Okay? So Jeff and I kind of like, okay, that's just silly. And that was the end of it. I didn't think anything more of it. Did you?
No, I think my thought was just let your brother compete for the job.
Yeah, let him play. I mean, remember when it's been said to LeBron, shut up and dribble? How about that one? Remember that one? I mean, how
didn't go over
silly
real well.
that was? Yeah. That was kind of the feeling I got from Shiloh when he was trying to tell Mary Kay what to do. Mary Kay reported a story. That's what she did. That's her job. It is what it is. This is what Shiloh had to say on his Twitch page in response, and I think we're going to stop and go on this. So go ahead, hit play.
This is what I've been waiting to say all day, bro. And this is to Mary Kay. If you're going to be a reporter and report facts. Whenever you have your opinion, and your opinion is always something hateful to Shedeur, then it makes it seem like it's something weird, like it's an agenda that you have going on.
Stop. I have been in every one of the home press conferences after Browns games. Not once did I ever think that. I thought that Mary Kay's questions, and you can go back and listen to every one of them, were wondering what the quarterback situation was and what the feelings were towards the play of Shedeur Sanders or the play of any given quarterback. Now, many times she asks questions about Shedeur Sanders. And
she asks a lot of Shedeur questions.
She does. And I have never once thought that they were negative.
And the other thing, Andy?
Never.
I don't know what he's talking about opinion, because what she wrote yesterday was not her opinion. What she wrote yesterday was, this is what a source told me.
Yeah, Shiloh, you're off to a bad start on this, and you are
it gets worse.
Yeah, go ahead and play again.
And there's plenty of women in this field that take this serious and take...
Stop. Why are we...
What's women have to do with it?
I have no idea.
She's a reporter.
Yeah, it makes Shiloh sound sexist. Go ahead.
Reporting football serious and actually do homework and study the game and...
Stop.
This guy knows nothing
Mary Kay
about
Cabot
her.
does her homework, works as hard, if harder, than anybody else I've seen in this market. Or there are people that I hold to, great esteem, the Peter Kings of this world that have been game changers in this. But Mary Kay Cabot does her homework. You may not like what she has to say, but she does her homework. Shiloh, you're like 0 for 3 in this. Keep going.
Get the statistics right and get the news right. But with you, is so much emotion that I don't want you to make women look bad when it comes to reporting because you don't
stop. She's not making women look bad to report. In fact, the fact that you know her name means that she has made an impact in your life, and that's what she does for a living. She wants people to, read what she has to say, what she has to report on,
what she's being paid to do,
and what her job is, what her occupation is.
If Shedeur hears this, and you can be sure he will, he's going to cringe.
If this does not help Shedeur Sanders, it doesn't. If I'm Shedeur, I'm like, dude, why? Who cares what she wrote? I'm going to go out there and win the job. It doesn't matter.
Remember, she didn't write opinion. She quoted a source.
Play. We may not even have Smarter today. Play, please.
Have the will to actually want to report real things that are going on. So it don't even make sense. You want to go talk about this and that in minicamp, they don't even have all the receivers. How you going to say, oh, this is what I think is going to happen? We don't care what you think is going to happen. Let's
Stop. They have the receivers that are under contract right now.
No. He just said, we don't care what you think. Well, she didn't write what she thought. She wrote what a source told her. Oh, my gosh.
Okay, go.
Go practice. He don't need to be going on Instagram and Twitter and stuff and always seeing you just badmouth him. That's what I got a problem with. You know what I'm saying? If it's reporting, it's reporting. You have facts, you have news, but when it comes to your opinion, you've been saying crazy things for the past, since he's been there. So it's like, just chill with that, because it don't make no sense, and it makes you look crazy like you don't know what you're talking about.
Stop. He's the one that looks crazy here. Like, first of all, your brother can defend himself. And I got to tell you, he is about as good as anybody I've ever seen in a press conference. And Jeff, I've got 40 years of this, that will call you out if he doesn't believe that you're saying, or if he thinks you have an agenda when you have a question. I was blown away by that. In fact, I couldn't believe that a rookie last year was able to decipher whether he thought so. And I didn't always agree with him when he called somebody out for it, but I watched him do it, and I was like, wow, good for him. If he thinks this is what somebody thinks they're saying, then that's what he believes. And by the way, rookies just don't normally do that. But I gave him a little bit of credit because he's going to be a quarterback in the NFL, and he needs to be a leader. He doesn't need you to stick up for him. He doesn't. And you did not help him at all today.
You're making him sound like he's afraid of competition.
All he's got to do is go out there and win the job. He's going to get the chance. And Todd Monken has basically said that.
Dan hopes he does. My guess is you hope he goes out and wins the job.
I do, because I think he's a quarterback that can be here for a long time.
Well, more
the
so
other
than
guy's
Deshaun.
not going to be here.
Exactly.
He didn't help him at all.
No, I didn't help his brother.
Is there anything more to this?
He also obviously doesn't pay it that much attention because Mary Kay's not writing her opinion on that.
Yeah, I don't know.
She wrote sources.
Okay, more on this. What else do you have to say?
And for all the women that actually take the time to go do their research and actually be real reporters and real journalists, then that's going to make...
Not like the Hall of Fame she's a Hall of Fame reporter. Stop. Dude, Shiloh, stop. Just stop. You're not helping your brother. I don't even care about the Mary Kay part of this story. You're not helping your brother. I can't say it anything any more clear. You're not helping your brother by what you're saying, because you want to talk about being factually incorrect. Mary Kay was told something and reported it. Is there agenda on that? I hope not. Is there more? Sorry.
Them look bad, bro, because you already know as a woman in this field of reporting football and sports, like, it's hard. So don't make it hard on everybody just because you don't feel like it. That's all I got to say about that.
Why are you calling her out as a she's a reporter? What does her gender have to do with the story? I can't wait to talk more about this tomorrow. Wow. Why Am I Smarter is brought to you by QC Kinetics, the leader in regenerative medicine. If you're in pain like I am right now, give QC Kinetics a call at 216-770-5488. 216-770-5488. Meredith Kane, why don't you start us off?
Well, I'm certainly dumber after listening to Shiloh Sanders talk. And as a fellow woman in this industry, I have a lot of thoughts on his comment about women in football. Maybe I'll save them for tomorrow if I'm allowed to, but...
I'd love to hear it. I wish we had more time. I do.
I'm dumber. Thanks, Shiloh.
Dan Medigan.
Our social media mentions are powered by Scheibman Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. And if you want to be more intelligent, listen to Keith Law. Don't listen to that.
Jeff Phelps.
Since the deal is we're smarter today, I'm smarter after talking to Keith Law. Keith gave some really good insight into a couple of the minor leaguers who seem to be knocking on the door. Really liked what he had to say about Cooper Ingle, the catcher at AAA. And Shiloh, you did your brother no favors. None at all. And you just very, very off base.
I'm smarter today because of Darryl Ryder and what the fact that he brought up that he believes his team's going to win 8 games this year is a little bit refreshing for me because I'm skeptical on where we're going with this thing, and the quarterback situation to me is still up in the air. And I just man, Shiloh, you didn't help your brother at all, not at all. All right, that'll do it for today. We're back again tomorrow at 10. Until then, be a hero, be a real hero, be an organ donor. Lifebank.org. See you, Cleveland. See ya.
And that's the show.
That's going to do it. Cavaliers will take a 3-2 series lead up to Toronto.
Man, really good. I mean, those threes, we needed them. He hit them and hit them with confidence.
We just continue to stay with it, right? And definitely is a step in the right direction. It wasn't perfect, but it was solid.
The guy's played in a lot of big games, as he likes to call him, Dennis the Menace tonight.
This is the playoffs. It's not going to be easy. To do what we did tonight was great, but it's going to take even more on the road.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We are Afternoon Drive. And it is a Thursday. The Cavs back in control of their 7-game series with the Toronto Raptors. That opened courtesy of the NBA on ESPN. And Mac Robinson on the board. Yes, we salute the Supreme Leader, because if we didn't, there would be consequences. We also got Jake Murren, man in the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel, producing today as well. If you are watching along all 5 hours long on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel, don't forget to comment on our appearances. And, of course, like our videos, we like to be liked. Subscribe to 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. And, BT Dubs, we got Matt Corrali, baby doll, on the 2020s there. Hi, JP.
Hello, how are you today?
Feeling a little bit better after that Cavs dub last night.
There we go. We like that.
Yeah.
Are you team good vibes now? Is that the idea?
No, I've always been a Cavs fan. I just haven't been a Cavs blatant homer who doesn't, who looks the other way at potential issues with the Cavaliers.
Okay, I just asked if you had good vibes or not.
I feel like you've kind of assisted Lima on his narrative building that I'm somehow enjoying the 2 previous games when I did not.
No, when you took a weird victory lap after their Game 5 loss, that one, or Game 4 loss, that one maybe didn't feel like the biggest Cavs fan moment in the I've ever seen.
Yeah, I was taking a victory lap on Lima, not on the Cavs.
I know, but I was telling you how it could appear to people that were listening that it didn't feel that way.
Those people should get their head out of their ass.
And maybe they have to. Maybe that's it. So I'm glad you're feeling good today.
Yeah, feeling very good.
You feel feisty today.
I might be. I
can tell early on. I could tell very on. Yeah.
With love and respect.
Well, we almost had like a mini Donnybrook about James Harden earlier before the show, so I know you're fired up. I'm fired up.
Yeah, there's a reason we put it at 5:20. It gives both parties a chance to breathe.
I'm still pissed off about it.
Yeah, that's why we're giving it 3.5 hours to breathe.
I don't know that we need 3.5.
I think we probably do need. I think it's still going to be a Donnybrook.
For the goodness of us, we might just need to just kick it down to next week. I don't know.
Nope. It'll be 5:20 if you want to hear a Donnybrook about James Harden.
He's averaging 22, 6, and 5. He's playing great basketball.
Is the 6th
the
turnovers?
Basketball. You called him dog bleep for the last 3 games. He's not playing dog bleep basketball.
And okay, in fairness, you waited a good first quarter versus a really rough meat of that game.
I didn't wait a good first quarter. The last 3 games, the 3 games you said were dog bleep, he is averaging 22, 5, and 5.
Yeah, what part of that is bad? The 7 assists or 7 turnovers per game?
Last night, he led the team in scoring on over 50% from the field.
I thought we were going to do this at 5:20.
What part of that is dog bleep?
I thought it was the 7 turnovers.
Yeah, the turnovers aren't great, but the turnovers are offset by the idea that...
I think if you're the point guard, turnovers are more important than, did we score 20 points or more?
Really? Kate Cunningham is averaging a higher turnover percentage and turnover rate in his Pistons series. So is he playing bad basketball?
What great whataboutism you've started the show with today.
It's
not about Kate Cunningham. It's about James Harden. We need you to not turn the ball over 7 times per game.
He is far from the biggest problem the Cavs have going on right now.
At no point did I say he was the biggest problem.
The turnovers are not great, but he is far from the biggest problem.
They had 18 turnovers 2 nights ago, 2 games ago.
Not great. No one's saying the turnovers are good, but to act as if James Harden's been the problem is just not true.
At no point did I say that. I said he was dog bleep for most of last night.
And I disagree with that assessment.
Now, we will get to that at 5:20. Other than that, I will tell you, there are a lot of people who said... style points don't matter, and if you think style points matter, you don't know ball. And for most of yesterday, those people were panicking. I'm talking about Lima. Most of those people were panicking. I'm actually being a little playful there, because the truth is, through 3 quarters, all of us were very, very concerned with where that game was going to go. And the Cavs did rescue a victory from the jaws of defeat in that 4th quarter.
Yeah, I mean, Toronto couldn't maintain the offensive prowess that they had in the first half. They're not a team that scores 74 in the first half of games. And so, when they did that, my thought process was you just got to wait them out. They're going to miss shots, and they did. Start of the 4th quarter, they start the field 0 for 10. That was always in the plans for Toronto. It was just what other player was going to step up. And this is why, by the way, I give Mobley such crap all the time. It's a game like last night is why. When he's good, and when he's making an impact offensively the way that he did, you can see how it covers up for other people in such an impactful way. When you get that
23 points, 9 rebounds in 3 blocks.
It was great.
That's the only thing that counts, the end goal, not
maybe how he disappeared in the first half, right?
No, he was great. He had important shots when they needed it. The three-pointers are why you won that game. You don't think Mobley was why we won that game?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying just looking at the box score and saying, well, clearly he's good because the box score is not always the case. He was very good last night, though.
He scored 23. He was as efficient as you could find. His problem was he just wasn't taking enough shots in the first half.
Yeah.
But like in the second half when he did, like this is the version of Evan Mobley that you've been asking for. This is it. This is the one that covers up people's mistakes.
Yeah, and the thing that I liked, and the funny thing is, because there were, and I saw a lot of people kind of talking about Evan early in the game, I thought he was going up to the rim when he did have the basketball in his hands with more authority than he had in the Toronto games. So I kind of was just waiting for Evan to kind of have a little spell that looked really good. But it's funny, like, I don't give a rat's ass how it looked. You won. Now, I have a condition on that, but like, you know, yes, there was some really bad basketball played in last night's game. There was a myriad of plays that do not look like a serious NBA team, and both teams get to go ahead and have that said about how they played. I don't care. It's the NBA playoffs. Did you win the game? And because if the answer is yes, then in my opinion, I don't know much else matters. Like, you can have criticisms of Kenny Atkinson. I think you can have criticisms of Harden, clearly. You can have criticisms of Donovan, which we'll get to. There's not really anybody on the Cavs last night you couldn't criticize. I don't care. You won. It's a zero-sum game in the playoffs where I understand that context can matter in certain series. In this one, no, we're back to style points don't matter. Did you win? That said, now I need to see this same kind of win happen on the road.
Well, yeah, but
that'll be the ultimate confidence builder for me.
Here's why I thought you'd be particularly happy today is because they did something that you've been asking for. I said particularly happy.
Okay.
I thought you were going to be happy today because they did something you've been asking for.
Do I
this
seem
entire
happy?
stretch. You seem miserable today.
No,
you
I'm
seem
actually
absolutely
in a great mood.
miserable today.
I think you're misconstruing my James Harden criticism, which nobody's saying because the Cavs won, and because everybody else is a Harden homer on the station.
Today's been the Donovan Mitchell criticism day, but that's not what I was getting at. Which is something you've been asking for.
Yeah.
You've been asking for people to be hard on Donovan.
I know.
They were hard on Donovan for 24 hours.
Very hard.
This has been a hard little stretch for Donovan and what happened last night's game.
A big stretch.
But the one thing you've been asking for is what happens in the fourth quarter. We obviously both killed him for what happened in Game 4 with 5 minutes left when you're up by 8, and they choked away that lead. What happened last night? They're down by 3 entering the fourth quarter. This is the first time in the Donovan Mitchell time that he's been in a Cavs uniform on this team that he has trailed entering the fourth quarter, and they've won a game. Now, Donovan wasn't the sole reason why. We can get into some of the minutia behind that, but this was them being down entering a fourth quarter and not just laying down and dying, which is what historically they've done in these postseasons. Like, that's a good sign. Is it the greatest thing in the world? No, last night's game was littered with more bad than it was good, but the idea that you won that game and you showed what we wanted to see in the fourth quarter in particular, you didn't lay down and die, does matter.
Yeah, I mean, I think that supersedes the ugly.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
Because I think through 5 games, I just think it's apparent this team, like I saw some very poignant and fair criticism of Kenny Atkinson during the game last night. Our guy Moblin was teeing off on him about rotations, and I was like, I don't really have.
I think Moblin was openly admitting he was admittingly great word, admitting he was drunk by the time the middle of the third quarter happened. So.
That doesn't mean his analysis is bad. Sometimes some of my best work has been done. When I don't remember what I said.
I didn't know if he made it to the fourth. Is all I'm saying. I don't know.
Well, but no, I mean, like, I think
he was half in the bag by halftime.
All the criticisms are fair, and it's like I think Kenny Atkinson is learning how to manage rotations on a team he doesn't have a great feel for yet. I think they're learning to manage each other when they don't have a great feel for the game. And so in a game where there were points where it looked like you were getting ready for Cancun to come back and band together in that fourth quarter, that supersedes any other thing that happened in last night's game. It really does. There are fair criticisms. There are fair defenses or fair, kudos to be given. But the bottom line is that is a game that if that thing had been in Toronto last night, this thing's 3-2 right now. And so to get that win matters more than anything to hell with style points. Because here's the thing. If you win an NBA championship, half your wins look like last night.
And look at the other series. Boston had a game last night or 2 nights ago where they got beat by, 25 by the 76ers. Like, there's a lot of good teams or perceived good teams. Hell, look at what happened with the Jokic series against Minnesota before Minnesota started having their injuries. Like, you're going to find in a series, you're going to have 1 or 2 bad games. I think the problem a lot of Cavs fans had is for the first half of basketball, they looked like they didn't care. They looked like they weren't trying, and they looked like they weren't going to wake up. But the good part for everyone watching was that they did wake up in the second half, and they did wake up in that fourth quarter. And not only that, we got to see them almost have a little fight on the side and everything too. which Schroeder had been obviously waiting for. He was first in line over there. You can tell the man just loves to fight. Man just loves to fight.
I got to tell you, we got to give a lot of props to Dennis Schroeder.
Well,
that was some really great basketball.
Schroeder had a
last night
great game. That was like the Dennis Schroeder game is what it'll be remembered as. But like for
no
me,
turnovers.
For me, the biggest part of that was Harden playing great early. I'm throwing that in there just because now. Led the team in scoring.
Great first quarter, buddy.
Evan Mobley coming alive in ways that when he started taking those threes, the first three he took, everyone had the same thought. No, don't take that. We need these points right now. Don't take that. He drains it. Like, this is what we've been asking of Evan for a while. Like, in these spots where Donovan, and even in the second half of the game where James Harden is not there, like, you have to have somebody else step up. And you got it between Schroeder and Mobley last night. Like, that's huge.
Well, and I think the other big point is if you can win and Donovan has a rough first three quarters, he made some shots. He did. He didn't make he had it was a bad game.
He was not effective.
It just was not a great game.
He was not effective.
Now, I do think late in the game he got aggressive and started going to the cup more, which is good because that shows that him just hanging out on the 3-point line is maybe going away the way of the dodo.
They all kind of woke up though. Like it was you could saw somewhere in like the middle of the third quarter they just realized like, oh, you mean we can beat them inside?
Yeah.
And it was like they finally just started going to the basket, which is like, well, yeah, these points were there the entire time. We've been yelling you guys to go after them the entire time.
But I do think when you can look at this and go, oh, that was one of Donovan's worst playoff games that he's had in Cleveland, which we've said now twice in 5 games in this series, and yet Schroeder helps out. Mobley helps out. Harden kept him in the game early, despite what I think elsewise. You got a big shot from Sam Merrill. Tyson made a couple threes. Like that, like those again. Like when you want to start talking about like winning a championship, it's not LeBron is scoring 40 points a game in every game, and then everybody kind of just does enough. You're going to have a game in a Donovan-centric universe where he's not there, and you need to win, not in spite of him, but certainly not because of him. And that's another encouraging thing, no matter if it's Toronto that you beat, no matter if it's whoever you're going to face in the second round, or certainly the Celtics as well.
Well, and this is one of those things that just hasn't translated to the postseason for this team. We've watched in the past couple regular seasons, it'd be every night. You'd have someone who would have a Schroeder game like he just had last night. It'd be somebody that you didn't expect out of the core 4, and they'd have one of these games, and they would just kind of pick up the weight that was necessary. And then we get into the postseason, and it felt like those guys always just kind of disappeared, and I could never really figure out why. I still can't really figure out why, but last night that wasn't the case.
I don't have a great feel for why, but I feel like by the end of these playoffs, because I do think the Cavs are still going to win this series and not win this series. I hope they wrap it up in 6. I'd love to get another win just like last night, but in Toronto, so we can say, hey, they pulled one out on the road in that scenario. I do think if they go as far as we think they can go, which is the Eastern Conference Finals, I do think we'll have an answer to the question you just threw out there, which is I don't really understand why this is happening. That question will either be answered and then completed, meaning they'll overcome it, or they won't, and that'll just be the answer on these Cavs for the last 4 years with Donovan.
So that's why I'm a little encouraged by what happened last night. And I know, again, a lot of fans don't want to hear this right now, but even like we bring up Harden later on, we'll bring up Donovan and the role in this, and we'll bring up even what happened with Atkinson and that move with keeping Schroeder out there. But like part of that's baked into it is that Donovan was like, all right, I'm not going to be the guy right now. Harden in that second half was like, all right, I guess I'm not the guy right now. Harden and Donovan combined for one single point in the fourth quarter. They just kind of both took a back seat. And I know in previous postseasons, it felt like Donovan was always like, time to put on the cape. I have to be Batman right now. So if the lesson that he learned last night is when I don't have it, let's make other people be great, then that could be a good thing long-term for the Cavs.
216-474-0092. Do you consider this an uninspiring win? I'm here to tell you there are no uninspiring wins in the NBA playoffs, especially coming off 2 straight losses. Brett Siegel, clutch points coming up at 3 o'clock. We'll talk about the Cavs-Raptors series. Aditi Kinkhabwala coming up at 4:20. We'll go ahead and see if she agrees with Andrew Filipponi that the Steelers are turning into the Browns. Hate to hear that coming out of Pittsburgh. Lance Reisland coming up at 6 o'clock, Cleveland.com and 92.3 The Fan. We will talk about the latest on Deshaun Watson. I think I might have to start an argument with Lance. And I
did that all day yesterday.
Some of the points that he has made on Deshaun as the front runner for this job. But 216-474-0092. And Nick Wilson says at Jay Peterlin on social media reactions on X, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Do you consider last night an uninspiring win? And Sir Charles dropped the hammer on the Cavaliers. That and Donovan Mitchell drawing criticism in the win in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey, friend.
10 as new Browns head coach Todd Monken will be joined by Ken Carman and Anthony Lima live in studio. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes, right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Corrali.
All day long. All day. All the time. At work.
923thefan.com and the Odyssey app.
Check it out.
I just gotta say, man, I just want to apologize for picking the Cavs to get to the finals.
Man, you're halfway through Game 5.
Ernie, what you see, no team's going to get to the championship playing like the last 3 games. They haven't played 3 bad games, two bad games and a half in a row. Like, they don't value the basketball. They don't play with, you can't win with consistent players. When you, and Shaq and Kenny know, when you're on a good team, there's a sense of urgency. There's no sense of urgency with this Cavs team.
Who are you apologizing to, though?
Oh, America, I've been bamboozled, hoodwinked, led astray.
Yeah. Well, that's what you've done to America, too.
Charles Barkley last night, the Inside the NBA crew, courtesy of ESPN, by the way. I'll admit it, I was mad enough at the Cavaliers at halftime last night. I think we all were. We laughed pretty hard about that.
I was getting ready to order like a King's hat or something like that online and then bring it in and present it to you with like a ball knower certificate or something like that. And then the rest of the game happened because this is why you have to watch the whole rest of the game. So your ball knower status, although I've given it to you before.
Is it still TBD?
I think for a lot of the basketball community, it might be. I'm not sure. Well, the Harden take, maybe just want to erase it all and throw it in the trash, the ball knower certificate. It's just I ripped it right up on the spot, threw it away. Can't have it. But yeah, it was going to be a whole celebration of a presentation for yourself and everything. And now you just have to wait and see.
I would rather be known as a non-ball knower, and the Cavs actually get through this series.
They'll get through this series.
Yeah, I don't. The funny thing is, again, at no point, no matter how much bad basketball, if you really doubted this series, it's really what does it do to the ceiling, which of this team, which is kind of what Chuck is pointing at.
Yeah, so it's funny. I'll show you my texts in between the break if you actually want to see them. But like at the third quarter, I was texting with our buddy Fink, and I was like, Raptors can't keep this up. Like anybody that's watched Toronto basketball, no, they can't keep this up. They won't keep
when
this up.
Jacoby Walter is lighting your ass up, you just know.
Like Walter's not going to stay the hottest three-pointer in league history for any sort of stretch. And so like it was just a matter of waiting it out. But the way that Cavs Twitter and Cavs basketball seems to work is everyone overreacts so quick and they don't even let the game finish. And then in the blink of an eye, obviously, everything you thought about, let's say even Evan Mobley in the first half is completely different in the second half.
All right, can I ask you, when Charles says a lack of urgency or lack of, self-starterism.
Oh, I think he was right.
He is, but aren't we just talking about a team that is like when the vibes are great, they're great, and when the vibes go down a little bit, they're not?
No, I think it's more about the idea that they've looked in the Toronto series, the games in Toronto, they looked like they've been sleepwalking. And I think that's part of the problem. And this even goes back to not getting over the 8-second violation. And you watch Donovan's reaction to that, and he just looks like, oh, guess I just lost a possession. Instead of like, that was a really urgent play that you had to make there. They just seem so nonplussed. They just seem so like, all right, we can come and go. And I think that's what Charles is getting at. I don't think it's anything to do with the good vibes, bad vibes side of this.
Now, while we're talking about the Cavs, and again, they won last night. And I don't give a rat's ass how they won. You won. That's the point of the playoffs. And I think all this team is really showing is that they need more time on the court together. They need more time to gel and to learn each other and for Kenny Atkinson to learn each other. And that might put their long-term ceiling, at least this year, in jeopardy. But one of the big storylines was not just Donovan and having a terrible, bad, no-good game last night. It was Donovan being kept out at crucial points of the fourth quarter, which Kenny Atkinson talked about after the game.
Well, I was going to put Donovan and Evan back in, and they said, no, this group's rolling. I was like, what? Like, that never happens in the NBA. That shows Donovan, he's so selfless. I think there's 4 minutes left. I think they just scored a bucket. Now, when they scored another bucket, I did get him in. I said, come on. But, like, they knew that group was doing well and wanted to keep him out there, both him and Evan.
All right, so this is the kind of thing that if you had lost that game, I don't know how you come back if you're Donovan. But you won the game.
It wouldn't have come out if they had lost the game.
That's fair. That's very fair.
And I think this was more about Atkinson trying to, I think, pump up Donovan and try to give him credit and try to make him seem like, hey, what a selfless guy. but it just makes Atkinson look really poor.
Yeah, I think it's a worse look for Donovan. And I want to hold my hand up. I don't really care. They won the game. And so whether it's true or not, whether it's a motivational tactic, whether it's somehow covering for Donovan and maybe taking the heat of, I let Donovan make the decision, so it's really a coaching, whatever it is.
You got to explain for why he only played 7 minutes in the fourth. Like, there has to be an answer that he knows that's going to get asked. So if you can get ahead of it and be like, no, Donovan was the good guy. What a selfless number one he is. I think that maybe that was the angle.
I think that probably is, but not probably is. I think that is the case here, or at least the angle he's going with. So again, they won. I'm not going to – I don't feel like I need to criticize them overly in a win here. That said, how we view great players in the NBA, everybody's held to the Michael Jordan standard. That Michael Jordan would saw off his legs if it meant getting out of the court quicker and having a chance to win a game 5 seconds earlier. Like the Kobe Bryant, the Mamba mentality. LeBron has been hammered for passing in key moments and letting other people take the big shot, even though that's LeBron's game.
Ray Allen in the corner. Yeah.
Everybody in the NBA is held to this standard if you're a superstar. So I don't agree with the criticism of Donovan, but I do understand this is the biggest, one of the 3 biggest narratives in the NBA.
It was just it's an odd thing for Donovan to have said, because as you mentioned, like anybody that's great in the NBA, they think they're the best plan always. Even if they're not shooting well, they think they're the best answer.
Even if they're not.
Well, I just wonder if Donovan's
Ricky
confidence.
Davis still thinks he could go out there and win an NBA championship as the best player.
What's that? Is that the Mario Chalmers line that he had with the Heat, where he was convinced he's some combination of like Michael Jordan meets Kobe Bryant? I'm butchering the 2 legends, but you get the point. Like that's. I mean, it's insane the confidence these guys typically have in themselves, which does have me a little worried. Does he have a confidence issue right now? Is that the heart of the struggles over the previous 3 games? Is he not believing in himself as much in these spots? Because like the Donovan that's supposed to be what he has been in his career wants the ball in that moment.
So here's the problem. I don't think that is the case. I don't think he's having a confidence issue. I think Donovan is. I think Donovan is confident in his team, and I really like. I'm not seeing a player that's lacking confidence. He's just lacking results, and I do think those are 2 different things. That said, when you play that bad as he has for 2 of the last 3 games, and you say, "No, keep these guys in. They got the hot hand." That is something people are going to ask, and it is a fair question to ask. And so my defense is, I don't think so. But I guess the next 2 games will tell, right?
Yeah, I mean, I just want to see Donovan get it right. That's ultimately what I want to see. I don't know. I don't know that he will. And I mean, the cool thing about this is they're going to win Game 6 more likely than not, and then you'll have a brand new series. And you have a brand new series, gives you brand new matchups, brand new everything. But wouldn't you think if it's Orlando or Detroit, they would just copy exactly what Toronto's done and trying to take them out of these games?
Well, I mean, that's why I think Toronto is down 3-2, because Toronto took 3 games to copy what Detroit and Orlando have done previously. Not to reverse engineer what you're saying, but like I think it was 3 days ago, we were like, how the hell did it take Toronto 2 games to understand if you get physical with the Cavs and push up them on offense, they get really non-confident very quickly.
They hadn't been as effective at just shutting Donovan down for as long as they have. Like Donovan, we even brought up the Indiana series last year. He had 2 40-point games in there and then closed out in Game 5 with 36. Like he'd always been able to get his, and he's always been able to do whatever he wanted. And within this, and even in the 4th quarter, I thought Donovan might have found a little bit of an answer, or not in the 4th quarter, the 3rd quarter, might have found a little bit of an answer as to how to beat him, but it's taken him 2+ games in order to try to get there.
I mean, I think it used to just be easier to shut down other guys on the Cavs because you did have Darius, who was smaller, not as strong, and I think you saw teams throw a lot of length at Darius, and I think that opened up things for Donovan, right? Like I think there has been almost like a LeBron principle, like, hey, Donovan can score 30 points in this game, because if nobody else scores, then we're going to win the game, right? Well, Darius isn't here to throw bodies at anymore, to throw to length at. So I think because Donovan's more often than not the shortest guy, smallest guy on the court, I think he's getting kind of that treatment now. I think it's, all right, well, James is going to do what James is going to do. There's going to be some really good with that, and there's going to be some turnovers with that. We can live and die with that. He's going to get defensive attention. I'm not saying he's not. But now let's just throw a lot more defensive attention towards Donovan and keep him out by the 3-point line and not let him make some momentum plays in the post.
Donovan is almost – you heard the audio with him last night, though. He's almost like swerving into it. He acknowledged that, like, if he goes If he goes to one side of the perimeter and just brings all that attention, it opens everything up for everybody. And that was it just kind of felt like that's been his goal. But he's still trying to shoot a ton in the process. That's where he's missing all of us. Like he's drawing all the attention, which would work if he's just then, passing the ball and getting everyone else involved. He took 17 shots last night, and a lot of these are contested, and he was nowhere close.
So I do think that in the criticism, all of which is fair, Donovan is the face of the franchise. Donovan is the best player on this team. Everything is built for Donovan to be the best player, right? It's not the perfect situation. Find me the guys who have everything rolling up to them in the perfect situation. It really doesn't happen in the NBA. The perfect situations more often than not don't exist. You're making the best of what you have, right? That being said, all of the Donovan stuff is fair. I do think we're all missing in the game of whack-a-mole with Donovan. I think we're missing the best point here. They won a game where Donovan wasn't your best player and where Donovan was not effective on I think that's one of the things the teams really needs to learn if they're going to win a championship ever with Donovan. Is there going to be nights where Donovan isn't Superman? He's not LeBron. There's going to be nights where they just throw something at him and Donovan can't respond.
Right.
And if you win that game, I don't give a rat's you-know-what, however any of it looks. That's as good of a win as you can get when Donovan looks that way. Again, the Donovan stuff is – I'm not saying don't criticize Donovan. It's fair. That was bad. And him not going out there, that's another thing that we hold our best players, our face of the franchise, to very specific levels. At the same point, I keep looking at this and go, wait. So Donovan played like that. Donovan was non-existent at points, and you still got this win? Okay. It was you just needed the win. The style points were there, don't care. But, man, winning when Donovan plays like that is something that teams that end up winning championships in a year end up doing.
But this is why I think it's so important Evan Mobley can stay at the level he was at last night. Like Evan hitting those threes, Evan taking over in that fourth quarter and being the way that we've seen him be at certain parts of the season, it just makes everything so much better with his offense, and it just doesn't put you in holes. And Donovan having Evan to maybe pick up some of the slack in those moments, it became huge.
All right, was Donovan being selfless, or did he not want it?
I don't think he wanted it. People they're not going to like that, but I have no evidence to suggest that he wanted it in that spot.
I just have so much evidence of Donovan having that dog in him. I don't know why the Toronto Raptors would take the dog out you.
Then he was clearly telling Atkinson he thinks Atkinson's an idiot in that moment.
How so?
It's either one or the other. It's either he didn't want it, or in that spot he thought Atkinson was so galaxy stupid, next level stupid in that moment that he had to correct his coach to be like, I'm not the call right now. You got to let these other guys cook.
Or he was genuinely being selfless, which is something we have a pretty significant track record
would also go in conflict with the idea that he thought Atkinson was making the right decision. If he's being selfless in that spot, then he thinks Atkinson and putting himself in is, in fact, the wrong call.
216-474-0092. Donovan declining to go in about halfway through the fourth quarter. Was that Donovan being selfless or not wanting it? He's getting a lot of criticism for it today. Not just in Cleveland, but nationally as well. We got quick hits coming up, and Deshaun Watson in a big public outing. Get ready for that in quick hits in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
5 a.m. as he gets you up to date on all the latest in sports from the night before, along with the can't-miss clips from the Fan from the last 24 hours. Headline sports news every 20 minutes. Right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
Brett Siegel, clutch points coming up in about 20 minutes here. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. More talk about Game 5, the rest of this series, the Cavs' path, potential NBA Finals title this year. But let's go ahead and get to quick hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world to the sound bites you need to hear. It's Quick Hits.
Well, the Denzel Ward Celebrity Softball Game rosters are shaping up. You guys can still get tickets for the game, which is going to be Saturday, June 6th at Classic Auto Group Park. But Deshaun Watson and Mack Wilson are the latest names to join the game. Would you rather watch Deshaun Watson play football or play celebrity softball?
Deshaun has done this event before.
Mm-hmm. They played last year?
I have interest in neither. I don't think he was there last year. I do remember him doing
it. Makes sense. He had the twice torn Achilles then.
I think he did it when Myles Garrett was the presenting person. Didn't MJ Emerson have it one year as well? This was the one we used to do.
Mm-hmm.
Or not we used to do. We did one year, you and Bull.
And they upgraded.
Well, it's only your interpretation of it, okay? Oddly enough, a photo of me, you, and Bull on that on the field popped up in my iPhone just yesterday.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but it was just like
athletic chaps.
It was just one of those things, and it was like, we looked a lot younger.
Yeah.
You don't look that different.
Really?
Yeah, you don't look that different.
I'll take that as a compliment.
Yeah, you don't look that different.
I'd rather watch Deshaun play softball. I will say, though, I wonder how many Browns fans are like...
I think he was really good at softball. That shouldn't surprise people, but I think it was something like the home run derby. I think he hit just an insane amount of home runs.
Yeah. You buying a ticket to what? I don't know. I feel like there's a fair amount
I'm not buying a ticket for it, no.
There's a fair amount of Browns fans that are like, man, I don't want to see that guy ever step foot on the field for my team again. But I'll watch him watch softball.
Well, but it is always a fun event, and a lot of fans in recent years, they've started like tailgating that event in a really strong way, and they kind of turned it into like a pseudo Browns game because it's just so many Browns people that are there, and so I don't know, it means a lot to people that enjoy it.
I think you got another reason to drink this year, Mac.
There we go. So last year, I don't know why the wiring wasn't working.
Don't worry about it.
That's not where
Don't worry about it.
Come on, give us
Stick and
something
move.
there.
Stick and move.
Come on. All
he's done. Oh, he
He's
waved
done.
us off. He's done. He doesn't want to do it.
Yeah.
What happened?
That damn microphone.
Did your page refresh?
No, the microphone's
the microphone is just out.
Yeah.
That's it. It's gone. It's over.
Yep.
So frustrated.
There we go. Now it works, apparently. So last year it was David Njoku who hosted the softball game previously.
Okay.
You guys asked
was Deshaun there?
He was not. Shador was, though, last year.
Will Shador be there this year?
Ooh.
Lines being drawn.
Better softball performance to decide who's the quarterback in week 1. Home run derby. Softball home run derby to decide it all. Monken loves it.
Hate it.
The competitor in Monken needs to know who wins this. This honestly, it sounds like
Deshaun didn't get you a porcelain horse head. Remember that.
It sounds like a John Dorsey. I like Baker Mayfield because he grabbed his crotch in the game against Kansas.
Yeah.
It sounds like one of those things. Like if Dorsey was here, I love Dorsey. If Dorsey was here, he might be swayed by who wins the softball home run derby. Liv has established independent board in an attempt to survive. The Saudis have pulled out their funding of Liv.
Hate to see it.
It's just one of those things where it's like no one that enjoys watching golf on television even enjoyed what Liv was doing. I don't even know why they would try to keep this thing going, but the Saudis are out and Liv is basically on life support.
Yeah, I'm kind of it's so funny. Apparently a lot of the guys trying to figure out how to get back on the tour and all this, they're plotting ways to get back in. I was like, listen, I generally think
if you're the tour, do you just keep them out?
I think it'd be the worst thing.
I mean, like you want to do the you tried going somewhere else, it didn't work. Tough break.
I wouldn't hate it. You took Saudi money, so I can't really root for you.
You're just rooting for chaos in this story.
Oh, I don't hate that.
That's all that is. It's just hearing like Bryson DeChambeau just be very upset that he can't get back on the tour.
Oh my God!
He can only play then the 4 majors throughout the season.
God, there's not. And here's the thing, Bryson. Nobody's leaned into being golf's villain more than Bryson DeChambeau. Actually, you know what? Maybe I wouldn't like this because it might turn him into a positive for some people. Maybe I don't like this now.
All right, think about it for a second, though. It's almost like if somebody came at this show and was like, I don't care, I'm coming for this show. I'm gonna beat this show. This show's got better ratings, but I'm gonna beat this show. And they're just put so much money, so many resources. Why are your eyes so popped open right now?
It's just being very suggestive here, but go ahead.
So anyway, if somebody has that thought process and then they make an attempt at it and it fails miserably, are you going to turn around and be like, hey, but that attempt was like, well, it wasn't even a good attempt. You just failed so poorly. But yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome to come on the show at any point. How do you know what it is? It's Mac. If Mac left the show and was like, I'm going to put so much money and resources towards trying to beat you guys and trying to go ahead and just obliterate you guys, and I'm gonna bury you in the ground in the process and take no prisoners, and then tried for like 3 or 4 years and got nowhere.
All right,
because it was never gonna happen and just got nowhere. Would you welcome Mac back with open arms if he's like, I want to be your producer?
All right, this is just between you and me, because you and I both have one person in mind that has not been friendly to us and has been kind of a pain in the ass.
Okay.
I say more than kind of a pain in the ass. And you and I just personally
there's
do
like
not
7 people I'm thinking of right now.
Nope.
Actually, there's 2. There's 2 I'm thinking of right now.
Nope. There's one. There is one.
That worked here or not?
Nope. No.
Okay, all right, then I
one.
got it. Okay.
Yeah. If that person suddenly wanted to start coming on our show, we would Heisman them so quickly. We might even do it publicly. That's how much we would enjoy that.
Which is why I don't think it's above us to be like, or above the PGA Tour to be like, no, thank you. Not interested.
It would be funny as a person who likes chaos.
I'm going to watch you guys that try to bury us and try to take us down. I'm going to watch you wither away.
Also,
you're going to have to dance for your dollar, Bryson DeChambeau. Go play on YouTube. We don't want you here.
Also, Bryson DeChambeau is a D, so can't hate him getting punished. Pats quarterback Drake May was at a charity event when he was asked about head coach Mike Vrabel.
I like that
we're here for Coach. We love Coach. You know what he does for us, what he's done for us this past year. You can't speak into words, and just thankful he's our head coach, and know he's doing some stuff off the field and out of the coaching world. But we're here for him, and I know he's going to come back.
I just want to say I like that we have common enemies.
Yes. You know who you are.
The people you hate is the same people I hate.
Should Mike Vrabel be getting the dead family member treatment for cheating allegations? We're here for him.
I don't know.
We want him to know we're here for him. We love our coach.
I don't know, man. I'm too soft these days. Did you hear the interview with Max, the guy that had the baseball with the little girl yesterday?
No.
Yeah, by the end of it, I was like, all right, I feel bad for you. I'm starting to feel bad for some of these people. I don't know. I don't know what happened to me. I don't know.
Do you agree now he shouldn't have been doxxed?
I still felt like he had a lot of things coming his way. When I told him on the air, I said the part that sucks is that, like, now for any, because he's a single guy, I figured I was single. I'm like, for any date you go on now moving forward, date 1 or 2, they're just going to be like, oh, that's you that stole the baseball from the little girl. And they're just going to be like, peace out. I'll find somebody else to date.
Ladies like a bad boy.
He's going to be single forever. They like a bad boy. They don't like guys that take baseballs from little girls and make them cry.
Maybe they do. Maybe they do.
Could I be swayed by a Vrabel public apology if he came on these airwaves? Maybe is what I'm saying. Maybe I could find some part of me that's like, we really have taken this way too far, even though there should be a reason why it's one of the biggest stories in the NFL, and there should be you can't boink Lady Schefter. We know this, but also here's the part that I don't understand though. If he wanted to cheat on his wife, he could have cheated and just done it with anybody in the world and could have consistently done it for any. It's not like there weren't people lining up to go ahead and do the deed
zone
with Vrabel. Yeah. Like, but like he knew what he was doing and he knew the waters he was playing in. And like that's where you got really, he got sloppy very early on in this, but that's where you got really sloppy in this whole thing. It's like, did you have to boink Lady Schefter? You didn't have to.
I continue.
You knew you were making it worse for yourself.
I continue to not care or have any less opinion of Mike Vrabel or Diana Rossini. I don't. And like, people cheat. These are not the first people to cheat, assuming that they did. They're not going to be the last people. And they are both having to deal with the outcome of what happens when you do this. I don't get any extra satisfaction knowing people are going through a tough time. Tough times stink, especially when the whole world seems to think they know everything that you did. That being said, the reaction to it is worse than the actual thing. He's our coach and we're going to rally around him. It's like, you're going to high-five him and be like, what was it like? That's what you're going to do, Drake May.
Yeah, the Patriots are weird about this too, though, because they had that whole Patriots dinner of, what was it, a night ago, and Vrabel was there and they gave him a standing ovation.
Yeah.
What kind of weird college football thing are we doing here?
And usually
that's like it's weird Joe Pa levels where you're getting there, where you're just applauding things that you should not be applauding.
Usually it's Mike Vrabel that's giving Diana Rossini the standing ovation.
I'd like to think maybe Vrabel got a standing O on himself at one point.
Yeah. Well, you can hope. It doesn't seem like a guy that makes it about the other person.
I did get a chuckle out of Corrali in the back.
Well, you can still get a standing O if you don't make it about yourself. There's a lot to that joke.
Yeah,
there's a lot of layers to that one.
Here, yeah.
Emmanuel Acho, speaking about a guy that has found himself in hot water at certain points for relations. He's joined the broadcast team for a controversial Enhanced Games, is what they're calling it. I don't think we've talked about the Enhanced Games before. The Enhanced Games is going to take place in May this month in Las Vegas. And what it is, it's got swimming, athletics, weightlifting, all these things. But it's the first Olympic-style games that you can take steroids.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just like you are actively, everyone that's competing is going to be on steroids. They're going to be juiced like you wouldn't believe. And they've landed Emmanuel Acho as their guy to be the broadcaster for this.
When I think of a guy who can really sum up a situation morally, ethically, I think of Emmanuel Acho. Guy who's tried to position himself as male Oprah and failed miserably.
Is he trying to be male Oprah?
Oh, yes. He tries way too hard to have a thought on something that is, one, outside the standard deviation of what people think, and two, that really breaks it down from a nuanced angle that he's incapable of telling. He's awful.
I kind of want to watch, because I want to see people break records. Like, if you're not even breaking records and you're juiced up, steroids are going to take a big hit in my mind.
What records do you want to see broken in the juiced games?
No idea. Because they're vague about it. It's like swimming, weightlifting, and then athletics. I don't know what they're doing, but I'd love to see somebody juiced up just try to hit a bunch of baseballs as far as they possibly can. I mean, we watched Jose Canseco and Mark McGwire have a go at it, but I want to see some May 21st, May 24th Vegas action.
I actually would like a competitive bouncing thing. Where it's like you're a bouncer at a nightclub.
You gotta throw the person as far as you can to kick him out.
But he's got to be a guy like my size.
No ID, you're gone. Yep. And then just chuck him.
But I just want something that's going to induce rage.
Would you sign up to be chucked?
Not enough money. Nope.
Yeah, no, it sounds very humiliating.
No, it's not that. I would do it for enough money if it's like $1 million to get chucked by a bunch of juice heads.
I don't think they care enough.
Chuck me, baby. Chuck me.
Is that right?
Yeah, but no. Oh, hey, you want $5,000? No. I'll get drunk and go do that in Medina. Omaha! So many good things here. Reality celebrity and sports commentator, so people tell me, Jennifer Welch, who I literally have never heard of before, but she's from Oklahoma, and that means something, damn it.
Okay.
Had tough criticisms of ESPN's Doris Burke on the Sports Gossip podcast.
I would like to say that I think Doris Burke is a MAGA-style propagandist with calling Shea Gilgeous-Alexander a foul merchant.
Didn't say his name right.
Ever since she said that propaganda, everywhere I go in New York, all these salty Knicks fans tried to diminish SGA's athleticism, which, let's face it, we haven't seen anything like this since Michael Jordan. It all started with Doris Burke, who is a Thunder hater, an SGA hater, and a Thunder and SGA propagandist. I've completely had it with her. She's not loved in Oklahoma City. It is not objective journalism. And people say, oh, you need to support women in sports. I support honesty.
I like that she wanted to call it objective journalism after that big campaign.
Yeah. Again, it's Gilgeous. But is being called a foul merchant really that bad of a thing? I don't know.
People they take offense to it these days.
Listen, James Harden, massive foul merchant. SGA is just doing a bad impression of James Harden.
I think there's a skill attached to it. The problem with that is that even though there's a skill attached to it, it doesn't feel like SGA needs to put that skill in. That's kind of the problem. It's like I saw someone online. I wish I could remember who it was that had the line. I want to give him credit, but it was they related it to the idea that Sherlock Holmes. It'd be like if Sherlock Holmes had to plant illegal drugs in order to get the crime solved. You're better. You don't need to do that. You don't need to do that in order to be Sherlock Holmes. You got the investigative skills. You're good. Like SGA, you don't need to be a foul merchant, but it is a part of his game that exists.
One, it's not a wrong analysis of what SGA does. Two, this just feels like a sensitive fan thing instead of an actual sports commentator, in my opinion. That's how you couch it, by the way. in my opinion.
Yeah.
That is Quick Hits. When we come back, Brett Siegel, clutch points, not a foul merchant, but he will tell us about his take on the Cavs-Raptors series, whether they think it's going to go 7 games, Donovan Mitchell, and the criticism that came with that in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
the best Cavalier throughout 5 games of the Eastern Conference playoffs against the Toronto Raptors?
I think my answer might be controversial. You know what else is controversial? That any other league could start up with a lot of money.
It's the Emerging Podcast Scene, presented by Extend Technologies on 923thefan.com and on the free Odyssey app.
It's the 3 o'clock hour.
I'm not wavering. I might be wavering.
On Afternoon Drive.
Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. If you missed a moment in our show, you can use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. We got a groundbreaking out in Brook Park for the Cleveland Browns. We'll see what audio comes of that today, as that's coming up in just a bit here. Out in Brook Park, guards have the day off, but so do the Cavaliers, who took Game 5 last night here in Cleveland to talk his thoughts on Donovan Mitchell's performance. We'll get into his ceiling for this Cavs team after 5 games of this series, his expectations for this series. We head out to the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline and welcome on of Clutch Points NBA writer and analyst Brett Siegel joining us now. Brett, welcome to the show.
I appreciate the invite, guys. It was a great night for Cleveland to go up 3-2, and obviously feeling much better up 3-2 than if you guys were down 3-2. So definitely a welcoming sight for the fans to see, but a very big Game 6 ahead of them on Friday night.
We will take a win any way it happens. That's the position we were in last night. Are you expecting this to go 6 games, or do you think it's going to go the full 7 games?
From a fan's perspective, I think I'm expecting 7 from a basketball mind, and watching this series through and through, I think that it could be over in 6. And the reason I say that is we're seeing something new from Evan Mobley as the series goes on. His aggressiveness on offense, I think, is a very welcome sight for Kenny Atkinson and the Cavaliers. And also, Donovan Mitchell just didn't play well last night. He had 19 points. He struggled to really get going in that first half against Toronto. They were really flocking to him defensively. And to see some of those other guys step up around him is a welcome sight for the Cavs. But Donovan Mitchell, he didn't have his best performance, and I think that we're going to see him really lock in and have his best game of the series in Game 6.
Yeah, you can make an argument now. This is the 3rd straight game we've seen Donovan just not be Donovan. What do you think is happening there?
I think it's a little bit of the season catching up to him. I think it's a little bit of the scheme, but I think that a lot of it is the scheming on defense with the Raptors of just kind of flocking to him, not allowing him those open driving lanes like he had in those first 2 games of the series. And obviously the Cavs are still learning about who they are, because this whole group hasn't had a lot of time to gel together. When you have James Harden there, you have Max Strus, who came back late in the season. You're still figuring out how Dennis Schroeder can factor into this team. And even though he's been there all year, Jalen Tyson every now and then is still trying to figure out his role. So I think that it's still coming together for the Cavaliers, and we're seeing some of the growing pains in this series. And if there was a team for them to have those growing pains against, it's definitely the Toronto Raptors. You don't want to have that against a team like the Celtics or the Knicks that you could potentially see later down the line in the playoffs. So Cavs definitely got a favorable draw in terms of what the top half of this bracket looks like for them to continue learning. But when you have stars on your roster like Donovan Mitchell, Evan Mobley, and James Harden, you're going to figure it out. You're going to figure out ways to win games in the 4th, and that's what ultimately happened for the Cavs in Game 5.
So I agree about the team still coming together. I think when I've seen criticisms of Kenny Atkinson's rotations, I think it's really hard on a coach if you don't really know your team yet, or you don't know how they fit together yet. But just big picture, do you think there's enough time left in the postseason for the Cavs to kind of figure it all out and maybe make the deep playoff run we were hoping for?
Well, I think they got one game to figure it out, because if this goes to Game 7, obviously the Raptors are going to be the ones playing with house money. They're the ones that have nothing to lose, and the Cavaliers they're the ones that made that all-in move at the deadline to get James Harden with the intention of being an NBA Finals-type caliber team this season. And so if they go to Toronto, they lose that game, and they have to go back for Game 7 to Cleveland, there's going to be a lot of pressure on them to win that game, because if they lose to the Raptors then and they're out in the first round, there's going to be a lot of noise in Cleveland about possible changes, whether that's Kenny Atkinson as the head coach, what it means for the future of this front court with Jared Allen and Evan Mobley. Will Donovan Mitchell want to stay long-term? So to avoid all those question marks and all the speculation, they can just simply handle business in Game 6. They can come together, figure this out, and wait to see who they're going to play between the Pistons and the Magic. And so I think that this is the time really for the Cavs to step up. I think that they've done a lot of good things in this series. Granted, there's also things they still need to work on, but they have to be pleased with what they've seen from this bench unit. And you could even go as far as a guy that just got moved to the bench last game, Dean Wade, I think has been fantastic in this series in terms of his impact on the court. And defensively, he's really locked down Brandon Ingram throughout this series. So I think that the Cavs have the pieces to win Game 6, and I think that they could potentially have the pieces to beat either the Magic or the Pistons in the next round series.
Well, who between the Magic and the Pistons do you feel like Cavs fans should be rooting for advances?
I'd probably say the Pistons, and the reason I say that is because the way that the Magic have kind of broken them down in that series and really exposed them as being a one-man team at times with Cade Cunningham, you could withstand him scoring 30, 35 points if everybody else is being contained. And when you look at the Cavs and the personnel that they have, they're able to match up with guys like Asar Thompson and Tobias Harris, given their size and the athleticism that the Cavs have on the bench. So I think that that would be the more favorable matchup, especially because if the Magic win that series as the 8 seed, again, you're looking at another scenario where a team is playing with house money. They have nothing to lose, and that's the team that has the ultimate nothing to lose. They're the 8 seed, and they got plenty of stars on that roster with Banchero, Wagner, if he's healthy with his calf injury, and then also Desmond Bane playing at a high level. So I definitely think that the Pistons would be the easier matchup, but there's really no easy matchups in the playoffs. It's just really based on momentum and how you scheme the team at hand.
Brett, Donovan Mitchell did not go in when requested early, about halfway through the fourth quarter, and Kenny Atkinson said after the game that it was because Mitchell and Mobley thought the team was hot right then, and they didn't want to break up the kind of run that they had. Cavs fans reacted to that, and there's been some accusations about maybe not wanting it instead of selflessness. How did you see those comments and that kind of action by Donovan Mitchell late in that game?
I like it and I don't like it. So from a playing standpoint and from being in locker rooms with these guys and being in the locker room at a college level, high-level college level, I like that feeling because you want to believe in your teammates, and it creates a really good chemistry between everybody on this roster. You're rolling, leave those guys in, and we ultimately saw what happened. The Cavs were able to pull out that win. It got closer than they would have liked, but a win's a win in the playoffs. Now, the other side of me, when I look at this from an analytical standpoint, from a reporting standpoint, I think that it puts even more pressure on Kenny Atkinson because, yes, you have to listen to your players to a certain extent, but this is the playoffs. You have to make moves that are going to win you games, and having guys like Evan Mobley and Donovan Mitchell on the bench, that's not a recipe to win games. You have to get them back in there whether they're struggling or not because those are the guys that ultimately won you 52 games this year. It's why you're a championship contender. It's not because of guys on the bench. It's because of those stars. So I think that's a little bit of a catch-22. There's good and bad on both sides of the equation, but I don't think that we're going to see that moving forward in the playoffs. I think that you have to play Donovan Mitchell whenever you decide to get him back in that game when you're Kenny Atkinson.
What's going on with Jared Allen offensively? It just feels like he was just a different player in the regular season, and he's just not – it's almost like we got on Evan Mobley for not being aggressive, and then he turned it around late in that game. But all series long, we just have not seen Jared try to be anything offensively.
Yeah, I think it goes a little bit back to the style of play and the way that the Cavs are looking to get Evan Mobley the ball more and play through him in the front court kind of leaves Jared Allen in that dunker spot at times, and whether or not James Harden or Donovan Mitchell get the ball to him, that's on them to get the assist and the lob. But I do think that Jared Allen needs to be a little bit more aggressive. He hasn't really asserted himself much, and I think that one of the ways that he can really get involved, it's not necessarily on offense, but continuing to make an impact defensively. I think that he's been really good on that end of the court. That's why he's continued to play the minutes that he has, and the Cavs haven't gone small to combat the Raptors. And so if he can continue to be a rim protector, if he can continue to get out and run the floor in transition like he's been doing, I think that obviously keeps him on the court. But from a Cavaliers fan perspective, you obviously want to see him get more involved. I think that the Cavs need to get him more involved from a confidence standpoint because going into a series, whether it's the Magic or the Pistons, you're going to be going up against a really good big man, whether that's Paolo Banchero and Wendell Carter or whether that's Jalen Duren, who was a first-time All-Star this year. You're going to need Jared Allen to be impactful on both ends of the court. And so if you can get him involved early in Game 6, it's going to really help set the tone for the rest of your roster.
Brett, obviously, we still have some rooting interest for LeBron, and not just because we hope he comes home this summer, but because he's still from right down the road here. The Lakers did lose to the Rockets last night, but they still have the 3-2 series edge there. Do you still expect LeBron and the Lakers to pull out the series win over the Rockets?
Well, quite honestly, I think that the series should really be 3-2 Houston right now because if you look back to Game 3, the Rockets were the ones that won that game, and they just threw it away literally in the final 30 seconds. They threw the ball away twice led to a foul on a three for the Lakers, and then LeBron hit that clutch three to tie it, and then the Lakers go on to win in overtime. But the Rockets played better that game. They schemed better than J.J. Redick and the Lakers did. And so I do think that the Rockets have all the momentum in this series. I think it's going to be very interesting if they claim Game 6, because no team in NBA history has ever come back from being down 0-3 in the playoffs. And if this is 3-3 heading back to L.A. with Austin Reeves still getting his legs under him from being out for about 3-4 weeks, Luka Doncic is still out, you're putting a lot of pressure, a lot of strain on 41-year-old LeBron James to carry the team. I think it would be very interesting to see what happens, but we still got another game here before we can talk about a Game 7 scenario. The Rockets need to take care of business in Game 6 to even get there. And from the Lakers' perspective, you just have to go back to the basics of what was working earlier in the series. LeBron James driving downhill, creating space for everybody else. Luke Kennard getting easy looks from the corner. You have Rui Hachimura getting easy looks. And so if you can get back to that instead of the motionless offense that there's been over the last two games, I think that the Lakers have a good chance to close it out in 6.
We have 3 games tonight that have a chance to end. All 3 of them could end. Knicks up 3-2, Boston up 3-2, Minnesota up 3-2. How many of those series ends tonight?
That's a really good question. I think that it's really tough. I don't think that I'll put it this way. The Denver-Minnesota one will not end tonight. That's going to Game 7, especially given all of Minnesota's injuries. And we're still awaiting word on Ayo Dosunmu, who popped up on the injury report early this morning. He's questionable to play, and if he's unable to go, they have literally no offensive production outside of Julius Randle, so that would be a major concern for Minnesota. I fully expect Denver to win the game tonight and push that to 7. As far as Boston and Philly, that I think is really intriguing. It depends on which type of Joel Embiid comes out and plays in the first half. Is it going to be the one that settles for jump shots and settles for threes, or is he going to be aggressive, and is he going to get to about 17, 18 feet away from the basket and really assert himself? Because that's where he was dangerous in the second half of Game 5 for Philly. That's why they won that game. And so if Joel Embiid can get acclimated to that spot on the floor, and he could be a facilitator around Tyrese Maxey, VJ Edgecombe, Paul George, I think that Philly has a chance to win that. So I would lean Boston, but I wouldn't be shocked if Philly pulls that out. As far as New York and Atlanta, I think that that's the series that has the best chance of ending tonight, in my opinion. I think that New York, with the way that they came out and played in Game 5, they not only took it to Atlanta offensively, but they really put their foot down on defense. And you have to give Karl-Anthony Towns a lot of credit for the way that he's bounced back in this series, given the criticism he receives halfway through. He was fantastic in Game 4. He was even better in Game 5. And so I think that New York can close out this series against Atlanta tonight.
Brett, great stuff, buddy. Appreciate you. And I'm sure we'll catch up with you down the road as the playoffs and hopefully the Cavaliers get deeper into the playoffs.
No problem. I hate to cut you guys short today, obviously, but we got our live show at Clutch Points. We got a lot of intel to discuss, talking playoffs and coaching carousel. So we'll be back soon, and I'm looking forward to chatting with you guys again.
Great stuff, buddy. Appreciate you. Brett Siegel there, Clutch Points on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. Sounds like he expects the Cavs to wrap this up tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean,
or not tomorrow. Sorry, in Game 6.
No, tomorrow, Friday. Yeah.
Wait, tomorrow's Friday. Good
Tomorrow's
God.
Friday.
I should not have taken yesterday off.
It just
I have
throws
no
your week
idea what
completely off.
day of the week it is.
But that is nice, though, because then it's like a 2-day work week, and then you're off, and then like a 2-day work week, or does it feel like you have to restart the week?
Oh, I'm definitely restarting today.
Yeah, that sucks then. Yeah.
Now, again,
with the surprise on what would be a Wednesday then.
It would be ideal. A work week of 2 days on, 1 day off, 2 days on, 2 days off, that would be ideal. It's just for what we do.
Yeah.
There is a momentum that goes along with it.
There is a momentum.
Yeah.
If you could pick 1 day off in a week, which day would you do? Like, which day? It honestly comes down. It's like everyone's only working 4 days now.
Yeah.
We're taking a European
European
approach more to this. We're just everyone gets 1 day off, but it's like a choose your own day. What day are you choosing?
Oh, it's Friday. 3-day weekend. I'm doing the Jeff Phelps. 3-day weekend.
Phelps during football season.
Oh
yeah.
my God, it's joy.
But then he works Sunday though. He gets off Friday because he does the Sunday post.
I'm not doing that.
He still puts in his 5 days. It's just it's a different 5 days.
Yeah, but no, Friday off.
Friday. It's got to be Friday. It's got because you want to be here Mondays. Mondays. I think most people out there would be like Mondays are the day for what we do. Mondays are reactionary in such a big way.
Yep. Brett Siegel, Clutch Points, and the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. We'll react to what he had to say and talk about how much longer we expect this series to go on in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Nuggets at 9:30. Tomorrow morning at 8, tune into The Fan as new Browns head coach Todd Monken will be joined in studio by Ken Carman and Anthony Lima. Headline sports news every 20 minutes, right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
This is where Cleveland fans turn to talk Cavs basketball. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m. Baskin and Phelps, 10 a.m. to 2, afternoon drive. Nick Wilson, myself, Jonathan Peterlin. We go from 2 to 7 each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free. Watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
From a fan's perspective, I think I'm expecting 7 from a basketball mind, and watching this series through and through, I think that it could be over in 6. And the reason I say that is we're seeing something new from Evan Mobley as the series goes on. His aggressiveness on offense, I think, is a very welcome sight for Kenny Atkinson and the Cavaliers. And also Donovan Mitchell just didn't play well last night. He had 19 points. He struggled to really get going in that first half against Toronto. They were really flocking to him defensively. And to see some of those other guys step up around him is a welcome sight for the Cavs. But Donovan Mitchell, he didn't have his best performance. And I think that we're going to see him really lock in and have his best game of the series in Game 6.
Brett Siegel of Clutch Points joining us in the previous segment, giving us his take on the Cavs-Raptors series. Do you expect it to be wrapped up in 6 games?
Yeah, I am. Yeah. I'm not even really thinking twice about it. I think Friday night's going to be the last night. And I thought Brett just kind of hedged his bet there, didn't he?
A little bit.
Yeah, that was waffling like you wouldn't believe. That was, I think fans think it's going to go Game 7. I think more Game 6. You punched the Raptors in the mouth. You did what you had to do. The point has been proven, and you should take Game 6. And I'm not really thinking about Game 7.
I am. Yeah,
I'm sure.
Listen,
Yeah,
I think the Cavs should win tomorrow, but I don't think they will. I don't think you can predict them to do something they haven't done yet in the playoffs, which is play well enough to take that game on the road.
I would do a 1-game burger bet if you're open to it.
No.
Okay.
No.
I want to see. I want to see where the confidence was at.
Yeah. But I do think, I expect this to go 7 games. I still expect the Cavs to win, and maybe there's a Cavalanche in Game 7, and it's not even that close. But yeah, I think the Cavs proved last night they can win a basketball game in the last 4 minutes of a game when it's at home. Now you got to do it on the road.
I think they unlocked something in the fourth quarter in understanding that basically they just had to attack the inside, something they were scared to do for 4 games and 3 quarters worth of basketball. And so I'm thinking that's going to be a big thing. And then also I don't even know that Ingram's going to be on the court. They obviously are without Quickly the entire series. Like they're starting to get injured. And even the Scotty Barnes injury last night, they're starting. The Raptors are starting to get beaten up a little bit here, and they're running out of reserves.
By the way, I think that's a fair rebuttal. Even without Ingram for the second half of that game, the Raptors kept it really close. Now they did it by having a lot of really ridiculous shots that they're not going to make. Well, I don't know they're not going to make because the next game is in Toronto. I just look at it and it's like, I hope you're right. I hope you're right that the Cavs have figured out, hey, they have no recourse when we attack them in the middle, but they didn't do that in the 2 previous games. And by the way, they did attack the Raptors in the paint early in the series in Cleveland. It's just once you get on the road, this team, when they don't have the home crowd behind them, I think they need to prove that to us. And I think...
Was it the booing of the home crowd in the third quarter that maybe got them energized enough to be like, oh, this is going sideways?
I don't know about that.
Is that what I'm trying to figure out the suggestion.
But the suggestion is they haven't won a road playoff game, and they fall apart when momentum's going the other way and the road crowd is going crazy. I think Toronto is a tough place to play, by the way. So I'm not trying to. But no, I don't. They haven't proven they can win on the road yet in the playoffs as currently constructed, and I do need to see that. And you're probably not going to get, because it is on the road, you're probably not going to get a great Dennis Schroeder night. You're probably not going to get, your role players probably aren't going to be as good as they were last night.
Fair. Yeah.
It's going to take Donovan being really, really good. It's going to take James Harden maybe getting under that 7 turnover threshold for a game if he could. That'd be nice. But yeah, I mean, I this is a prove it game for me. I think we're back with this because I don't think they've fully figured out each other, because I don't think Kenny feels like he's got a great feel of this yet. Every game becomes a prove it game. You proved something last night, but you proved it at home. Now you got to prove it on the road.
Raptors having a 12-point lead with 9 minutes left in the third quarter and blowing that is the type of thing that I think could just be the final punch.
I hope you're right. I hope tomorrow's
it's just how I see it.
Like easy pickings.
You weren't here yesterday, but I was so calm all throughout the day yesterday about that game. I did not have any concerns, and it's funny to think about it because during the game, I know a lot of people got their blood pressure up real high watching that game, and there was just a part of me that was like, I just don't think Toronto's very good. I've never really thought Toronto's very good. And there's so many parts about this Cavs team that should just be significantly better. And the things when Toronto starts to score the way that they did, they can't maintain it. And so, the ball is obviously in the Cavs' court. If they lose the game, it'll just because they shot themselves in the foot once again. And I just think we're past that.
Yeah, that's the part, though. Like that right there. I've never been afraid of Toronto. Like I respect their length and athleticism. I respect that they do have some really nice athletes. There's some things I respect about them, but as a playoff team, yeah, not really. Like even what Scotty Barnes has done in these playoffs, he's played some nice basketball. He really has.
Yeah, him and RJ Barrett have been great.
But
Scotty Barnes, I went into the series thinking he'd never be more than a 3 on a team, and now I legitimately think to myself, this is not only could be a 2, there are people that after watching the series are like, maybe he's a 1 one day.
Yeah, I don't know that I believe that. I think the Cavs have let the Raptors be in this series, and I think it's the Cavs versus the Cavs in Game 6. And
it definitely is.
I think there's reason to be confident coming out of this game, but I don't have certainty on it. And so, it's funny, and we're going to get to Brett Siegel's answer on Pistons or Magic in the next round, but, until I see them consistently get out of their own way with things, right? Turnovers on offense, just consistently be physical in the paint, especially when you've got the advantage there, having confidence of playing with each other in certain lineups. Kenny Atkinson.
But those two things even you just mentioned right there, the part of why that game went the Cavs' way is because they finally flipped it in their favor. Where at least they flipped it where it became even. Points in the paint matched up at 48 apiece last night. Turnovers were matched at 14 apiece. In games 4 and 3, we watched them just kind of cough up those two metrics to the Raptors and not even look back.
But you have to do it again.
For sure.
And then you have to do it again. And it's this is a big fact-finding mission for the Cavs, but the Cavs have to prove to us that you can trust them in more than a 4-minute sample size at the end of a game now. And again, doing it on the road. Your path to an NBA Finals this year, the idea that you're just going to win the home games and then we'll just forfeit the road games, that's not – you're going to lose a home game. That's just it's going to happen, and so you're going to have to take at least one road game in this, certainly in this next series.
I mean, if they make it to the Eastern Conference Finals, there's a way that we look back on this series and think to themselves, it was almost a perfect first round matchup for the Cavs in the sense that you watch them get punched in the mouth, and then you watch the Cavs deliver another punch back, and it showed some of the flaws and it showed some of the worries, and it also gave the Cavs that urgency of you can't just sit around and wait all day either. There's been a lot that will be good about this series if they do in fact get to the Eastern Conference Finals.
So we did just have Brett Siegel on, and obviously the Magic have the 3-2 series lead over the Pistons. But again, Game 6 is tomorrow night, just like the Cavs. Raptors Game 6 is tomorrow night. And so JP asked him, who should Cavs fans rather the Cavs face in the next round?
I'd probably say the Pistons, and the reason I say that is because the way that the Magic have kind of broken them down in that series and really exposed them as being a one-man team at times with Cade Cunningham, you could withstand him scoring 30, 35 points if everybody else is being contained. And when you look at the Cavs and the personnel that they have, they're able to match up with guys like Asar Thompson and Tobias Harris, given their size and the athleticism that the Cavs have on the bench. So I think that would be the more favorable matchup, especially because if the Magic win that series as the 8 seed, again, you're looking at another scenario where a team is playing with house money. They have nothing to lose, and they got plenty of stars on that roster with Banchero, Wagner, if he's healthy with his calf injury, and then also Desmond Bane playing at a high level. So I definitely think that the Pistons would be the easier matchup, but there's really no easy matchups in the playoffs. It's just really based on momentum and how you scheme the team at hand.
So it's interesting. I had said I would rather have avoided the Magic in the first round series because they've had more success against the Cavs in the playoffs than I care to see again. And I think they've gotten better since the last time these two teams have faced off because Desmond Bane is a really nice addition.
Better in the playoffs. The regular season ended in such a disastrous way for them.
It really did. But it's interesting. I think the Pistons have enough to expose I think the Magic have enough to expose the Pistons, and I think the Magic have enough physicality still to expose the Cavs as well. Yeah, I'd rather face the Pistons in the next round as well.
I'm more face the Magic, and I guess that's not going to be a popular answer. It's very close for me, though, because I can see both sides of it. The part that worries me, Durant is not going to be as bad as he was in this series against the Cavs. He just won't be that bad. I mean, that's an all-star that was 18-10 that has just completely disappeared for the Pistons.
Yeah, I don't think he's a postseason player.
I just don't think he's going to completely disappear the way he is.
So real quick, when I say postseason player, because I want to explain that, I think if he has to be your second best offensive player, he is going to disappear like this. I think that's always been the flawed premise of the Detroit Pistons.
I think the Magic have a lot of size, and so that's why it's just taking them out of this, and they've put a lot of emphasis on it, and so there's just something to that. Plus, also, I don't really want to give Cade Cunningham even more time to get the recovery going the way that he has. He's looked phenomenal in these series. We talk about turnovers, though. He's turning the ball over at a higher rate than James Harden is right now. I think a lot of that is coming off the collapsed lung. So, there's a part of me that still fears that combo more than I fear what the Banchero-Bane combo is right now, even though I don't think there's a person alive that would say the Banchero-Bane combo isn't a better combo.
I think Cade Cunningham has gotten to be a little overrated.
That's an opinion.
He's a really, really, really nice basketball player.
It's not my opinion, but that's an opinion.
I don't think he's a top 10 player in the NBA.
Okay, then.
And I think
that's your call.
I think a fair amount of teams have allowed him, and I think most teams are just going to allow him. It's the old LeBron thing. I'm just going to allow him to score as many points as he wants because the part of him that you have to stop is the facilitator. And I think, again, that's a reason why I think the Magic have had some success in this series on top of Cade getting, coming off the collapsed lung and everything. But I think Paolo Banchero at this point is underrated. I think Desmond Bane is underrated. And I think you add that size, that playmaking ability, which they now have enough of, with that physicality. And that's going to be a real thing the Cavs have to answer for in a way they just have never answered for in the playoffs.
I mean, Banchero's the same guy he was 2 years ago. That's the problem I had with Banchero.
He was really good 2 years ago.
No, but he's almost got the Evan Mobley complex where it's they had a really good year 2, and then everyone was like, all right, he's ascending, and then it's all right, he's stayed at the same rate for now 3 years, and it's you're going to have to see more out of him.
22, 8, and 5.
It's easier for me. Yeah. So again, it's the same thing he was 2 years ago. That's not
really
bad.
Good.
No, it's not bad. It's just I think everyone thought he was going to take this next level ascension to himself, and he was going to put himself up there with the SGAs and all these other guys, and he's not there. He's 22, 8, and 5.
At 23.
Which again, Harden was in this series so far 23, 6, and 5, and we said that was bad for some reason. So the numbers are, I'm glad we both agree that those are good numbers to have.
Yeah. How many turnovers for Paolo? Is he the point guard? I'm sorry, I forgot about that. We'll have that fight later. 216.
I don't even think I want to now. I think I'm just done with it.
Oh, I want to have it. Have it. Yeah.
Why? It just gets me angry.
Because you've had you've kind of burned a little hotter than I have, and I want to burn hot.
Well, I'm just happy we agree that 23, 6, and 5 is a good number. I like
as long
that
as you're not averaging 7 turnovers a game.
I like that we're agreeing with. I like that we're agreeing with that.
216-474-0092. Will this series go 7 games? And
did you pull up Cade Cunningham's numbers or no?
Shiloh Sanders has a rebuttal.
I missed those.
To Mary Kay Cabot in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Dustin Fox here with Dr. Bob's.
Weekdays at 5 a.m. as he gets you up to date on all the latest in sports from the night before, along with the can't-miss clips on the Fan from the last 24 hours. Headline sports news every 20 minutes, right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Browns head coach Todd Monken joins the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima tomorrow. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Aditi Kinkhabwala coming up in about 40 minutes here. Nick and Jonathan with you. We'll talk with her about the Browns offseason Monken mania, as many people are saying. Nobody's saying it. But he will be on with Ken and Anthony tomorrow morning. Make sure to stay tuned on that. Those guys are going to do a great job with that. And we've got the groundbreaking ceremony. I was a little confused because remember a couple weeks back we had JW with the Browns hard hat on and there was the video. Yeah. But now this one's the official groundbreaking ceremony. I don't know what they were doing to the ground previously, but apparently it wasn't broken.
I guess not. I guess you break the ground when the commissioner's ready to show up. That's when you break the ground.
That is true. Now, apparently, because I'm looking at Daryl Ryder's Twitter handle right now.
Yeah.
They've got guitar shovels.
Yeah, I thought they were doing a little bit too much here.
Yeah? All right.
Yeah, like it's a shovel. You don't have to turn the shovel into a guitar.
Okay.
You can make it Browns-themed if you want. Like the helmets are Browns-themed. That's nice. That's cute. That's fun.
Mm-hmm.
Why are we turning shovels into guitars and also Brown-themed guitars then?
Well,
are we not doing a little too much there?
I don't know if you know this. It's Cleveland is the home of rock and roll.
Yeah, thank you.
And Alan Freed, Moondog, all that good stuff.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
I just think it's a little much, right?
I'll tell you right now, J-Dub, if you're listening, I want one of those shovels.
I think you get to turn a shovel into one other thing. When you start turning into two other things, then I think we've turned into too many other things.
They only turned it into a guitar and a shovel.
No, guitar, Browns-themed, and shovel.
Like they turned
the shovel.
The
shovel became Browns theme. That's one thing.
Okay.
And then once it went from Browns theme to then guitar, that's a second thing.
I disagree.
That's too many things.
It's only a guitar and a shovel. I think
it's not Browns
thing
themed?
is like, but I don't think that's a thing. I don't think they turned it into something.
How is that not a thing? What do you mean?
I don't think they turned it into something. They just put a helmet on it.
If they put a Browns-themed shovel in front of your face, you would describe it as a Browns-themed shovel. That makes it a thing.
I'd probably say it's a guitar first.
No, I didn't say guitar. I said if they put a Browns-themed shovel in front of your face, you would call it a Browns-themed shovel.
I think I just called it a shovel.
I guess we disagree.
Yeah. Yes, we do.
Yes, we do.
Yeah. Looks like a great stage, though. Again, that's coming up at 5 o'clock. I'm sure we will have plenty of audio from this, plenty of great moments here. It is fun. Like, I'm excited to see the stadium. It feels like it takes forever to do this kind of thing because guess what? It takes forever to do this kind of thing. I can't wait to drive by there in like 3 months and see a gigantic hole in the middle of Brook Park.
Yeah, I mean, there's the stadium. There's where it's going to be.
That's what it's going to look like.
That's one hell of a hole.
It's going to look like a gigantic hole for a while.
Yeah.
And then eventually you'll be like, I sort of starts looking like a stadium.
Are you explaining building construction to me?
That's exactly what I'm doing.
That's what it sounds like.
Yeah.
Okay.
You were explaining shovels to me, so now turnabout's fair play. Now, if you guys haven't seen it, Mary Kay Cabot's report about Deshaun Watson taking the early lead on the quarterback job and her imploring the Browns to name a starting quarterback in a quick manner has gotten a lot of feedback from folks. One such person was Shiloh Sanders, who on Instagram said something pretty equivalent to "Go make a sandwich, Mary."
I think it was exactly that.
Yeah, it was exactly that. And so Mary Kay Cabot was asked about that on with the Morning Boys today, and here was her response.
I really do believe that I have been an inspiration for lots of women and young girls to know that you can go out there and do a good job in a man's world and take on all of that comes with that. And I know that there are so many women who have joined the football world, especially because of some of the things that I've been able to do over the years. And I'm happy about that. And I know that will continue. Now we've got women in flag football, playing flag football all over the place. And I'm just happy that I have been able to help set the tone and open some doors in that way. And I know that will continue. And that's just how I feel about that.
All right. So Mary Kay took the high road on this, which she didn't have to do. What Shiloh said was not just condescending. it was misogynistic. And I've seen people get very cute saying, no, she starved for attention. So he's saying if you're hungry, go make a sandwich.
Oh, I didn't even catch that.
Yeah, I've seen a few people say that.
I didn't even catch that.
That's being obtuse.
That is, yes.
And purposefully obtuse. And not really helpful in any way. Well, I do want to get to the Mary Kay part of this and why I think what Shiloh said, beyond just misogyny, is emphatically wrong. But Shiloh, on his Twitter, the Sanders, they like their attention. Shiloh had a message for Mary Kay.
This is to Mary Kay. If you're going to be a reporter and report facts. Whenever you have your opinion, and your opinion is always something hateful to Shedeur, then it makes it seem like it's something weird, like it's an agenda that you have going on. There's plenty of women in this field that take this serious and take reporting football serious and actually do homework and study the game and get the statistics right and get the news right. But with you, is so much emotion that I don't want you to make women look bad when it comes to reporting, because you don't have the will to actually want to report real things that are going on. So it don't even make sense. You want to go talk about this and that in minicamp, they don't even have all the receivers. You've been saying crazy things for the past, since he's been there. So it's like, just chill with that, because it don't make no sense and it makes you look crazy like you don't know what you're talking about. And for all the women that actually take the time to go do their research and actually be real reporters and real journalists, then that's going to make them look bad, bro. Because you already know, as a woman in this field of reporting football and sports, like, it's hard. So don't make it hard on everybody just because you don't feel like it.
Now, I will say, if you have started a conversation by being misogynistic, following up by gaslighting, probably not the best way to go about it. Hey, I didn't think what I was saying was misogynistic, or maybe I just didn't think about what I typed on Instagram because I don't think social media is real. That would have been a better response than, no, she has an agenda against my little brother there. Man, I got to tell you.
Yeah.
I really like Shedeur Sanders. Like, everything I've ever seen about that kid with my own two eyes is he is a genuine kid. Any mistakes I think he might make are done in earnest. He seems to have the biggest heart. He seems to have a great worldly perspective. Mm-hmm. Everyone that surrounds him, I just want nothing to do with because they do stuff like this. And it's funny, like, I know we're getting into some weeds here. I don't think this helps Shedeur be better.
No, not at all. It's just a distraction, and it just makes you seem like the people you're keeping company with right now. It's his brother. You don't choose your brother, obviously. So like, there's a part of me that wants to. You can't say the things that Shiloh said. You shouldn't double down on the things that Shiloh said. All of that is 100% true, and I don't know. I don't know what you do if you're Shedeur. Because it's like you can't have your brothers out here speaking. I know he recognizes it's supposed to come from a good place, but when you're doing these type of things, it doesn't come from a good place. And it doesn't come from a place that is helping at all. And if anything, it's going to really kill him if he's got to try to have another opportunity with a different team, because no team's going to look at what's happened so far and be like, we want that around us. And that's not Shedeur's fault. It's the people around Shedeur.
But if people keep doing this, and Shedeur doesn't have something to say to them or a request for them, then at some point people are going to start taking it as this is just how Shedeur feels, and Shiloh's the messenger.
Sure, that's another part of this, right? How many times have we had instances where it's like the wife is online and she's saying something, and it's like, well, I probably think that's the real player that is saying those words. It's just the wife is the one with the social media account, and then it doesn't directly go to the player. So yes, there's 100% that reality that's attached to it.
And there's something about the Sanders camp that I don't think they realize the pressure it puts on Shedeur. I think Shedeur was worn out by everything of last year. And it wasn't just Kevin Stefanski was mean to him. I think the noise is a lot to bear. And the rebuttal is, well, he can handle it. Doesn't mean he should have to. And at some point, Shedeur's got to stand up and say, hey, you're not helping me. This doesn't make me any better. This is a distraction. Please stop. And if he does it, it sure looks like an endorsement of what is being said. But at the same point, like, it's needless. And an attack on Mary Kay Cabot. And I here's what pisses me off. There's a bunch of people on social media that I've watched for years. Anytime they don't like what she's reporting, whether it's her personal opinion, which she always differentiates between breaking news, or whether it's her actual just what she's reporting, they go after her credibility. And in fairness, they don't just do it to Mary Kay. That's the big thing. I don't like what you're saying, so you have no credibility. And the truth is, Mary Kay Cabot has been doing this as long as I have been alive.
Yeah,
and she has been doing this at a level that she deserves all the respect. I disagree. Whatever with the Deshaun Watson thing, the idea that Deshaun has overtaken Shedeur, the idea enrages me. Mary Kay didn't dream it up. Sources in that building told her this. She is a reporter. She gathers what the vibe is, not the vibe, but the details are in Berea, and then she puts them out. And that is credibility, because she's done that for 30 years, and she gets more crap than guys like I do or our male counterpoints, and it's absolute crap. No one has more credibility in this town than Mary Kay Cabot. And as far as I'm concerned, Shiloh can just go ahead and shut all the way up.
Well, so here's the problem, and this is what I've noticed around the people around Shedeur as well, is that, and you can hear it in Shiloh when he tries to describe everything, it's almost like they try to use bullying tactics, as if to be like, I'm gonna tell you she's not doing her job, and I'm gonna tell you that she's not credible, and I'm gonna tell you this, I'm gonna tell you that. And I think in Colorado it probably worked. Now, in Colorado, Dion could tell a reporter, we don't want you in this press room, you're not going to be in this press room, because that works at the college level. And they have, and this even, I don't take many shots in Shedeur's direction, but this even goes back to his opening press conference a week and a half ago, where he tried to tell the reporters, you guys need to be more positive. It's not the first time he's done something like that. And it's like, you don't get to call the shots. That's where I get angry in this discussion. You don't get to tell the reporters and the people on the beat how to do their job. That's not how this works. They get to do their job, and they get to do it to the best of their ability. You guys don't get to call the shots. In college, you do. I've been around college programs and college atmospheres. Coaches, players, they do get to call the shots in those small towns. That's not how this works in the NFL.
And a guy that got cut by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in training camp does not have more credibility than someone who's been the face of the Browns beat for 30 damn years. And the fact that people are going along with this, that live in Cleveland here, right, that should understand the difference between a reporter. Guys, you want to be pissed about the Deshaun report? Put it where it belongs. Put it on the Browns. They're the ones saying this. Be mad at the Browns, not at the reporter, the reporter, not at the person that we've known for 30 years that is doing her damn job. Man, the truth is, I'm so pissed about this that this is probably where we're going to button it up, because I could get even angrier about it. But one more time, Mary Kay Cabot deserves a hell of a lot more than this. And if you're siding with I'll never side with a player because I like the player when the player's camp is wrong on this. And Shiloh Sanders is insanely wrong on this.
Fortunately, this is not the first time this has happened for Mary Kay, so she knows how to handle it, and she can take it in stride, and she doesn't, you know what I mean? Like, she'll be all right. She can withstand Shiloh Sanders making a comment, but the comment never should have came.
Now, we'll get it back to football in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This
favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes, right around 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Corrali.
You can now stream The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima live on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel every weekday from 6 till 10 a.m. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now for free. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
I've heard dumber things. Aditi Kinkhabwala coming up in 20 minutes' time. We're going to talk with her about the Browns quarterback spot. How quickly should the Browns attempt to find and name their starting quarterback? We'll also get her reaction to the Andrew Filippone reaction that the Steelers are turning into the Browns. You'd hate to see it. If for the next 30 years we just flip spots and the Browns were in the playoffs every year, maybe won a couple Super Bowls, and the Steelers were consistently picking top 10 and tanking, God, you'd hate to see it.
Does that mean Deshaun becomes our Big Ben?
Well,
same past, I mean,
yeah.
Similar past, at least allegedly.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't want that.
That's something to chew on.
No, I'd rather not. I'm actually not going to chew on it. I'm going to spit it on the plate and send it back. That being said, we didn't get a chance to actually, you did, but I did not get a chance to react to Mary Kay's report yesterday that Deshaun has got the early lead here on
the inside track.
The inside track, as it were. And I understand that we are all scarred by the last 2 years of Browns offensive football. And that is going to inform a lot of thinking. And teams do think from year to year, right? It is not uncommon that, for instance, 2024, the huge thing that sunk the Browns were turnovers. And so Kevin Stefanski said that next year, our quarterback is not going to turn the ball over. That's the number one thing we're not going to have. And the problem is
they led the league in interceptions the year prior.
He course-corrected it so hard that it neutered Joe Flacco, who then, once he was traded to Cincinnati, started throwing for 400 yards.
Even in some ways neutered Dylan Gabriel,
yes,
too.
Totally fair, by the way. That is a case of course-correcting too hard. So if the lesson from last year is, all right, 4-man quarterback battles, that's not a real thing, and you have to have some sense of urgency to name a starting quarterback, I think that's a smart lesson to learn. Taking that to we have to name a starting quarterback as soon as humanly possible feels like the gross overcorrection that we need not do, in my opinion.
I don't even know that it was like a overcorrection. I like the thought. I like the place you took it. I just don't think this is them overcorrecting to what happened last year. I think this is just them saying we never gave up on Deshaun Watson, and he's got the inside track because of course he's got the inside track. And so I got a little worried at the response yesterday, Nick. I went on this whole thing and a big tangent about how after 3 install days do you possibly have your quarterback named and figured out and all this other stuff. And there wasn't the pushback that I thought was going to happen. There was not the I can't believe Deshaun Watson, they're going to do this again. That was not the mentality that we took and we had all day long. The overwhelming response was if he looks better in practice, then throw him out there and let this go. My response back to that was
it's 3 days.
It's 3 days.
And you didn't even have your full offense there?
And we watched him be the better quarterback in practice 3 straight seasons.
Yeah.
And it didn't work out well. And so, it's just, I was a little shocked by the response yesterday and the calm nature that fans had. I thought people would be as riled up as I was, and they really were not.
It's funny. I saw the riled up stuff on social media.
They were riled up and we had a conversation. We had full phone lines. We did it for all 5 hours, essentially. But it wasn't riled up in the idea of, I thought it'd be like, I look online, and it is 99% of people being like, you know what, Jonathan, you're right. How are they possibly doing this again? How are they going to entertain Deshaun Watson? That was not the response at all.
I just think it's the one part that I thought was interesting is think back to Charles Robinson, who after Deshaun was traded and started to struggle, Charles Robinson reported that basically Bill O'Brien was relaying the information, the offensive information to Deshaun Watson from the sidelines.
We brought that up and people just denied it.
That's exactly how social media goes and how things go in 2026.
The phone lines.
It runs contrary to how I feel. Oh, I don't want that to be true.
On the phone lines, they just straight up. You know the other weird part about yesterday?
What's that?
I did not have a great response in the moment. We took 2 different calls, though. I gave a good response. I have a better one coming. We gave two phone calls, and Coach Riz was with me, and they tried making the case that Deshaun Watson had nothing to work with in the time that he was here. My response back in the time, and like the moment, real live moment, was you had one of the better offensive lines that the Browns had. You had Nick Chubb. You had Amari Cooper. You had way more than enough to work with, right? The best response to that, though, and what should have happened is the idea that Joe Flacco legitimately took that team to the playoffs. The team that Deshaun Watson couldn't, he took to the playoffs. Like, you can't try to rewrite, oh, poor Deshaun Watson not having enough of an opportunity. He had way more than enough of an opportunity.
Also, aren't elite players supposed to make the pieces around them better?
Another good point by you.
Wasn't that a thing that I heard?
We were told all off season, right? You want the quarterback that it's not you win because of, or you win because of, not because, not with, right? That's the line. Like, yes, you're 100% right.
So again, I want to be very clear that I know that Mary Kay's reporting this, so this is what she's hearing, and so I always look to, all right, what's the building going for? What are they trying to do? I have no doubt that a guy who's played 10 years in the NFL after 3 practices might have picked up an offense quicker than a guy in his second year in the NFL. Do I think that means it's the widest chasm ever and we should, consider Shedeur down for the count? Absolutely not. But this does, I think, drive at something that I've said, that I think the Browns have told Shedeur, here's how you get your keys to the kingdom. Here's your path to being the starting quarterback. I think even with Jimmy Haslam at the owners' meetings talking about, the kind of encouragement they've given to Deshaun and what it looks like to be the starting quarterback, the face of the franchise, right? I think this could be a stress test on Shedeur. I do.
So you've called this a farce before, the Deshaun Watson thing. Do you still believe that after yesterday?
Yeah, I do. I'll believe that he's going to start week 1 when he's named the starting quarterback in camp, and when he starts week 1. I'll believe that. He has shown absolutely nothing in Cleveland that proves he can still play football. It has been 6 years removed since he's played anything resembling good football. He's coming off 2 Achilles injuries and a shoulder injury. So the idea that a guy who's been pretty traditionally a good practice players look good in practice doesn't mean a damn thing to me.
I know, and it doesn't mean anything to me either. And so that was kind of the battle that we just kept getting into. And Coach made a couple good points. He was like, like if you're Monken, you're going to fall for the idea that he's looking good in practice. And how else is Monken supposed to go off of this? And I understand all that. But like Nick, we've just been, and what I told him, we've just been through too many scars and too many battles with Deshaun. We've seen this. We know, and the scary part, and I've told you this for how many months, the part that was worrying me the most about this whole ordeal was that Monken would see how good of a practice quarterback Deshaun Watson is. And that would tip the scales in his favor. And Monken, because he hasn't been through it, wouldn't know the difference. But you know who has? Andrew Berry and Jimmy Haslam. And that's where it's a shame on them to be like, all right, yeah, of course, it's just something special, isn't he? No. He does this all the time. The part that doesn't translate is Deshaun from the practice field to the games. That part never translates, and they need to account for that.
Yeah, and here's the thing. Everybody should understand the sunk cost fallacy. Google it if you don't. We're here, okay? We're here. We've been here, and I just continue to come back to the idea that it takes so much gall to put Deshaun Watson out there again. That the Browns, who have shown gall like you wouldn't believe,
that's all they do.
Countless times before, this still feels like such an incredible overstep of previous gall-showing exercises that it still seems counter-logical that they would actually be willing to do this. And that I do think that, I think Deshaun, because of all the understandable things. Well, the contract. Well, but look what they gave up for him. Maybe they're going to try and get something out of him. Don't you know he used to be someone in Houston? All of those things are plausible reasons for Shedeur to fear Deshaun. And if you're the Browns and you don't see what you want out of Shedeur yet, and you maybe are not buying all the way in that Shedeur is going to be able to take this job, the best thing you can do if you think at some point he didn't give you what you needed last year, even if it was early in the process, this would be the time to apply pressure, and this would be the way you do it.
This is the part that bothers me, though, is that this isn't even like, hey, they looked around and said Shedeur can't do it. That was 3 days of installs, Nick. Like, that's not enough to look around and be like, how much has Shedeur learned this offseason? That's not even giving it a fair shake.
Oh, no. But that's it. That's why it does feel like a little bit of a red herring. Like it's a little bit of an early stress test on him, his confidence.
So the other part of this is if you're going to take the other route, and I hear what you're saying, but the other thought is that they're just trying to get everyone conditioned to the idea that it will be Deshaun week 1.
Oh, I don't. And
so they're spending
spending
like 4 months or whatever this is now to say, all right, get people comfortable, get people with the idea that this is going to be Deshaun. Go crazy on Twitter now because this is coming.
But here's the thing: Shedeur can go out this year and be a work in progress, be pretty decent. But as long as he's showing progress, there's going to be a lot of people that I think give him a fair shake this year, even in spite of all the incessant noise that comes with Shedeur. If Deshaun is anything less than the guy he was in Houston, there really just is no payoff here. And we can get into, well, but Todd Monken hasn't been here the last 4 years. We can get into, well, Todd Monken starting from square one with everyone. Yeah, but he's not. It is impossible to start from scratch with Deshaun Watson because everybody else who made the decisions and Deshaun have been here for 4 years. This idea that every decision is made with purity and from an unbiased and neutral standpoint, that does not exist in the NFL. There's as much toxicity, there's as much dysfunction, there's as much things impacting decisions in the NFL as in every one of our workplaces, where sometimes we scratch our heads and say, why the hell are they doing that? Right? We give this magical, mythical property because there's a billionaire atop the crest. Well, surely the billionaire's not an idiot. Oh, no, these billionaires, they didn't get here by accident. Oh, and the GMs, they're smart football guys. As if smart people can't be driven by ego or bad decisions or fallout from bad decisions. And listen, I like Todd Monken a lot. But guys, with Todd Monken, I'm like Meatloaf. I'll do anything for Todd Monken. But oh no, I won't do that. And that being...
What is that? Yeah.
Just being like, well, he really likes Deshaun, so I guess I should too.
This is the part where I feel bad for Monken, is because Monken hasn't been in the building and around. He doesn't... He can only look at it and say, wow, Deshaun really does look good, doesn't he? And this is where the ego that we talk about, but the ego of these coaches, they come in and they think they can fix anybody. And he's going to look at himself and he's going to really think that he could do this, that he, wow, what a job I've done with Deshaun. Problem is that we've seen every single time Deshaun's had an offseason here, him look really good in the practice settings.
So does he just never have a conversation with anyone that was here the previous 4 years?
Here's the problem, is that conversation, if you go to Jimmy Haslam and you go to Andrew Berry, is going to be what? They want Deshaun to win this job, I believe, because it's the only way they can potentially come back from what was the worst trade in NFL history. And so they're going to be like, yeah, Deshaun did look good. He looks good right now too, doesn't he? And like that's just going to continue to keep going and going. And Deshaun's broke on the field. He's mentally broke. He doesn't have it. Like he's great in practices. He doesn't have it on the field.
What is the end goal with Deshaun Watson? Aditi Kinkhabwala, CBS Sports, will answer that. We'll also get her thoughts on the Browns coming out of the draft, the offseason, and where we can go from here in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Corrali.
Your mornings are about to change with 92.3 The Fan. We're going local at 5 a.m. It's The Fan Warm-Up Show with Jeff Thomas. All the latest from the night before in Cleveland sports and getting your day started even earlier. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick and JP with you, rolling along in about 40 minutes. What was that?
It was very Trumpy.
Can't help it.
Was that not it? That's what I laughed at. What did you laugh at, Mac?
Nothing. I was having a conversation with Corrali.
Oh, that's a good way. That's a good out. That's a good out. Yeah.
No, I didn't mean to do it on purpose.
No, sometimes we
it
both just slip into it. It
yeah,
is
we
what
also
it is.
occasionally have Trump hands. It happens.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's that time of day.
Rolling
But
along.
about 40 minutes, the groundbreaking ceremony. I'd start doing it again. That's in my head.
I'm sorry. That's me. That's
We're
on
going to
me.
break ground. It's going to be terrific.
It's going to be the best ground.
No one's got better ground than me.
The best shovels.
However, the groundbreaking in Brook Park coming up in about 40 minutes, and Daryl's already got his first live from Brook Park video that has come out, so make sure to stay tuned to Daryl's Twitter feed out there. But as we continue on the Browns conversation, we're going to welcome on one of the best out there reporter-wise. She's also pretty cool just to hang out with and talk NFL football about. CBS Sports' very own Aditi Kinkhabwala on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. Aditi, welcome to the show.
Hi, thanks for having me, guys.
Well, we always love having you on here. I guess we'll start with the offseason in review. Thoughts on the Browns offseason? Do you think the Browns got dramatically better?
I like the draft. I thought I think to trade down, get more assets, and end up with the player you wanted is certainly exciting. I certainly appreciate how much of a focus culture was. We heard Kat Raish. We heard people repeatedly talk about someone's personality, how good of a guy somebody is, what a culture guy someone is. That's obviously necessary. We knew they needed to attack the line. We knew they needed to think about the wide receiver position. You've got a healthy quarterback competition going on now, and Todd Monken's a guy that just injects a lot of energy. He's going to make the PR staff earn their money, that's for sure. There's going to be some cleanups in aisle 8 after Todd Monken talks, but I like that. You know, this isn't a guy that's afraid. I've said this over and over. This isn't somebody who's afraid of superstar players. And that's what you need in Cleveland. You need someone who's going to stand up, tell it straight, and not have to kowtow to anybody.
All right, so what do you make of Mary Kay Cabot's report that Deshaun has the inside track already? And I mean, it feels very early to have the inside track, but I guess somebody's got to. What do you make of the idea that it's Deshaun?
It's early. I mean, that's not surprising. You would hope that he's healthy. What's not surprising is that he is competing, that he is looking good. That's certainly what you would hope. Before everything, I don't even know what the correct adjective is to use. I don't want to call it the mess, but the drama, the whatever of the last however many years. Deshaun Watson was one of the bright young talents of this game. So he's healthy. There's a lot behind him right now. There's not much to lose in the sense he's already essentially faced all of that. But I agree with you that it's very early. This is football in shorts. You can't tell anything in football. You can tell, I should say you can't tell anything. There aren't a lot of things of consequence that you can tell in football in shorts. So that's a great sign. That's good. It's awesome that there's a competition. It's awesome that Deshaun looks good, but there's a lot of football to be played before you get to week 1.
Aditi, we have not seen a consistently functional offense since the first time Joe Flacco came to Cleveland. How much better would the Browns be, or how much better would you expect the Browns to be in 2026 if this offense is merely functional?
Well, you just said it yourself, right? You're saying that they haven't been functional in years, and now all you want them to be is functional. Obviously, that's much better. What more are you looking for than that?
I want to win
at
total.
this point? Again, it's you want what? You want to win total? Come on. What is today's date? We're still in April.
We don't even know who the quarterback is.
We give you a
Didi.
win total in April. I know.
That sounds about
We don't
8
know
wins
who
to
the
me.
quarterback is. We don't know what the starting line is. I don't know how far Todd Monken is into his install. And remember, Todd Monken is not a system guy. That's part of why John Harbaugh hired him out of Georgia all those years ago, is that he's not a slave to anyone's scheme, to anyone's system. He is going to tailor what he does and what he calls to who his personnel is. And so he's still getting to know his personnel. He's still learning his team. We don't even know what that offense is going to really look like.
No, it's
outside of functional, which obviously is the baseline hope here.
That's very fair. I know you've commented in the past with Myles Garrett. I feel like you have a. Is it okay to say you have a good relationship with Myles? Is that okay?
I mean, I think I do.
I think you do. I don't know. I just didn't want to make that weird. But like, I want to ask
think
you.
you did.
Wait, I know. My bad.
I feel like you made that weird.
I did. I totally did.
Is it okay to say that?
I totally did. But I want to ask you about what you think is going to happen this offseason with him, because although he didn't show up for the voluntary portion, he doesn't have to. But clearly, he's yet to comment on anything with Todd Monken and being the head coach. Monken says they've texted back and forth, but like there's a weird. We talk about weird. There's a weird vibe that's existing right now between Myles and the Browns, at least in my opinion.
I mean, Myles has been mercurial since he got to the Browns. So I think that sometimes we look to read too much into something. None of this is all that surprising. None of this is alarming. This certainly isn't rising to a level of, oh my goodness, Myles Garrett needs to be brought back into the fold, or he's going to create some sort of issue. He's had a busy offseason. His girlfriend was in the Olympics. Did you guys see that? She was in the Olympics. He's coming off of a great year. You know that he's going to put in work. It's not like he's sitting on a couch eating food that he shouldn't be eating. And if you're talking about, when you say the off season, do you mean after this season, or do you mean now up until the start of training camp?
I mean, up until the start of training camp. I think every day after June 1st, I feel like Browns fans are going to be on watch. And even like the day of the draft was weird because we got more phone calls about Myles Garrett potentially being traded, even though we understand it wouldn't happen until after June 1st than we did on the actual draft itself.
I certainly haven't heard any rumblings about him being on the trade block, if that's what you're saying.
Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm just saying. I just want to know where your vibe is at. Where you think if it's anything realistic, if it's anything we should even be keeping an eye out for, or if you think it's just going to be something where Myles plays this season and then we'll just revisit it next offseason. Like have we made it through?
Maybe, or maybe we won't revisit it. Maybe he has another monster year, and maybe the Browns win a lot of games, and maybe he's a lot happier with the product on the field and the effort and from all corners of the locker room and the plan at quarterback, which was, of course, his issue a year ago. And maybe you don't go through this offseason.
All right, Aditi.
At this point, you should know Myles certainly well, right? You know who he is. You know, this is part of his personality, his demeanor. It's who he is.
All right, Aditi. I need your journalistic integrity here because I'm looking at these numbers of the NFL draft attendance here in Pittsburgh. It says 805,000 people. The NFL's claiming 805,000 people attended the draft in Pittsburgh. You got boots on the ground there. You live there. I got to say, I didn't see 805,000 people. I'm calling shenanigans.
Was it 806?
Yeah, it could have been, and I think it was closer to 803, if we're being fair.
Well, this is all, you know that this is counted, and it's not just in Pittsburgh that it's counted this way. Every draft city it's counted this way. You can enter, exit, re-enter, and you're counted twice. And what Pittsburgh did is it had two distinct areas. At Point State Park, there were all sorts of activations and really cool things to do. And then there was also an area on the North Shore around the stadium. And I know plenty of people who went to both places in one day. They were at Point State Park. They were also entering on the North Shore. I don't know, actually, though. I should ask. My family didn't actually get to Point State Park. I don't know if you'd have to go through. I shouldn't say that. because I should find out. I don't know if you had to go through a different entry, because the only way to get from one to the other was the Gateway Slipper. Could you have walked there also? I think you had to. Yeah, okay. So my husband is telling me that you did have to exit one site to get to the other site. So obviously it's not 805 individual distinct people. It's people that are going in and out. It's the same person showing up all 3 days. But that's how it's been counted everywhere. That's how Detroit was counted. That's how Nashville was counted. That's how Green Bay was counted. That's how the NFL chooses to count. And I wouldn't get hung up on this. They were great crowds. They were really, really, really good, energetic crowds. I was doing live shots on Thursday, starting at noon, and people were lined up at the gate outside the theater, waiting to hold their spot for 8 hours to be first in that whole big theater general admission area. Pittsburgh showed out well. I will say that.
All right,
and if Cleveland
ballpark
had
it for us,
about this,
Aditi.
Cleveland was off of COVID, so it was a weird year.
Ballpark it. 300,000 or less?
Oh, no. Definitely more than that. Come on.
350?
A lot of double dippers is what it sounds like.
A lot of double dippers.
Yeah.
Maybe triple dippers.
But it's different. It's distinct stays. So you can look at the pictures. I mean, but what?
I'm looking at the pictures. I'm seeing
not one of those
250
people
tops.
that assesses a crowd.
We have one of those in the station
That's
if you
not
want
my
one.
area of expertise.
We can loan them out to you. Why did the Steelers tender Aaron Rodgers?
I read that as them not being sure what exactly he's going to do. It's a piece of protection, and that's what owner Art Rooney said too. It's a way to protect them if he decides to go to another team or sit out until a contending team needs a quarterback. Now, if you for sure 100% knew that he was definitely going to show up in a couple weeks, then why would you do that?
Aditi, is the AFC North wide open?
It's too soon. I don't know. I really don't. It's way too soon. I need to see if the Bengals defense is any better. I still really like the Ravens. I have no idea who the Steelers quarterback is, and I have no idea who the Browns quarterback is.
Yeah,
If I don't know who the Steelers or Browns quarterbacks are, how can we sit here and say, okay, that's in the same class as a Joe Burrow-led or a Lamar Jackson-led team?
Doesn't it feel like a lot of anywhere between 8 to 10 win teams, though?
It could be. There's a potential for that, sure. But again, I'm reminded of Jim Schwartz kind of snapping back at me 2 years ago. The defense had come off of this monster year, and I remember in the preseason asking him about building off of that, and he snapped at me and he said, this is a whole new year. I haven't seen anybody. Nobody's healthy. No one's even played together. Why do we think we're building off of anything? And that defense struggled for a while until there were enough healthy bodies getting enough reps together. He was completely correct. So I can't sit here and say, well, I love Jesse Minter defenses and the Ravens have pieces. I can't sit here and say, well, the Browns had a great defense a year ago. Who knows? Again, you're asking me to say things that are so early. This is part of the fun. Let's enjoy the process. Let's see how practices go. Let's see how these OTAs go. Let's see how these mini camps go. Let's see what sort of young guys stand out or what players seem to be taking a leap from a year ago. Enjoy the process before you worry about what the end result is.
Aditi, Andrew Filipponi.
Not buying.
I was just going to gloss over it. But yes, Andrew Filipponi, mutual friend. I know you go on that show every week.
All access. Big fans over here.
He
I
is.
want the high school Hall of Fame induction recap when this is over, by the way.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
He is saying the Steelers are turning into the Browns. Do you agree?
Oh, I don't know what he's talking about.
Well, the Browns have been really
Why
bad
is
for like
that?
30 years.
I think it's the quarterbacks mostly is what he was going off of. And now they find themselves in a turmoil, and they could be drafting as many quarterbacks in as many years, and it just seems very Brownsian to him.
Well, I've been on his show multiple times telling him that I have been told over and over by multiple coaches and personnel people that they believe you should draft a quarterback every year. It's the most important position until you have one. Keep taking shots at it. So I don't know. But then the flip side to that is if you have 4 quarterbacks, if you have 2 quarterbacks, then you don't have a quarterback. And what you need is a quarterback. But I don't want to say that. I don't want to compare the organizations in that way. But yes, the Steelers are definitely not necessarily what the Steelers are putting. I have to be careful. I'm sitting in a long car ride next to a diehard Steelers cultist. So although he hears this from me at home all the time, the Steelers' reality has not matched the legend of the Steelers, the myth of the Steelers for some time now. So can they get themselves back on track to what that organization once was? Or do they continue to try to do things with fewer people, a pared-down staff, less resources, and hope that it works out for them in a way that it hasn't in 10, 15 years?
Okay, it does sound then, maybe not to the degree the Browns have gone in the last 2 years where it's 3 quarterbacks, but you do like the approach then in them taking Taylon Green and just taking another shot at the quarterback even if it's late.
I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with taking a talent like Taylon Green when he's available that late and seeing what you have in him. And a lot of freakish talents need some time to develop. And we had week 18, our crew had Green Bay, and Malik Willis was such a topic of conversation, how much he had grown and developed under Matt LaFleur. And you look at, we'll see how that works out. But sometimes we're too quick in thinking, okay, you've got to get that first round answer. And if he doesn't pan out in 1 year, then that's that. That's not the only way you make a quarterback.
All right, Aditi, with respect, I have a message for your husband, the Steelers fan. Are you ready to relay it?
Okay.
Yins are going to have
I might. You're on.
Oh.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, you're on speaker now. Okay.
Yeah, all right. Yins are going to have
I'm
a
not on
down year.
I could never do that accent, and I will not say that.
Well, has he
I
made you
still need
mad
him to get me
recently?
home.
Because this
We've
would be
got
a
an
great
hour to go.
opportunity.
We've got an hour to drive, and I want to make sure the driver is in the right headspace to get us home.
You didn't say it. I said it. No?
The next time we're on, I'll put him on the phone, and you can tell it to him.
And he knows you can't curse he can't curse back at me because FCC standards.
Correct.
All right. Aditi, great stuff as
I'll
always.
make sure that's clear.
Congrats on the induction.
I appreciate your having me. Thank you so much.
Aditi Kinkabwala there, CBS Sports and the Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. You had me. I thought I was on speakerphone, and I was like,
I thought so too. Yeah.
Finally, I'm going to speak to the Yinzer in their own tongue, and you got to do this kind of thing. And then she was like, I'm not doing that.
That was tough,
fair.
wasn't it? Yeah.
Smart play.
Yeah.
Smart play by her.
Yeah, I think also right now, good time for reporters to be very about their husbands.
We're going to react to what
in general. I just think it's a good time.
Aditi had to say about the Browns, and we will address Andrew Filipponi and his worries about the Browns and Steelers. And Yins are going to hear that in about 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
In about 20 minutes, we'll have the groundbreaking for the new stadium in Brook Park commence for the Browns. It will officially begin the construction of the Dome Stadium, set to open in 2029, projected to be worth $2.6 billion. Planning on being in a
Eastern Conference Finals team. Bury them. Put them out of their misery when you go to Toronto.
Baskin and Phelps, weekday mornings starting at 10. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
I like the draft. I think the trade down, get more assets, and end up with the player you wanted is certainly exciting. I certainly appreciate how much of a focus culture was. Todd Monk is a guy that just injects a lot of energy. He's going to make the PR staff earn their money. This isn't a guy that's afraid. I've said this over and over. This isn't somebody who's afraid of superstar players. And that's what you need in Cleveland. You need someone who's going to stand up, tell it straight, and not have to kowtow to anybody.
Aditi Kinkhabwala, CBS Sports, in the previous segment, giving us her take on the Browns' offseason. So she seems to like what they did, although a little too early to go too hard in the paint for the Cleveland Browns is what I'm hearing from her. She wants to get through OTAs.
Which I appreciate. It's made me feel better about the idea that I'm kind of locked in at like 7.5 right now, but it's like I don't even know who the quarterback's going to be.
Yeah.
You guys are out here making burger bets. I got no idea who the quarterback is going to be. I like that. It's a refreshing, nice approach by Aditi.
Only thing I would say is Daryl is shockingly close to flip-flopping and somehow going against his own burger bet.
Yeah, that was a tough look by Daryl today.
Yeah,
huh?
So today, Daryl on Baskin and Phelps. Now, did he predict 8 wins, or did he just kind of say it was a possibility?
It was in like a clapback to Baskin because he was trying to make a case how much better this team had gotten, and then he goes, "Everyone knows they're going to win 8 games or something like that." And then Baskin was like, "Wait a second, like that's not something you've said at all." Like,
I don't think everyone does know.
What are you talking about here, Daryl? What do you mean? And then Daryl, you could tell he was like he tried to backtrack it a little bit and try to be like, well, I'm just speaking, but it's like, no, you said 8 wins. Why did you say 8 wins?
Yeah.
What happened there? How did you get to 8 wins? I think the draft really did a lot for people's brains and the idea that thinking this team is going to be much better than maybe they thought, let's even just say a week and a half ago.
Now, while we're feeling good about the Browns, our friends in Pittsburgh, and not so much. Andrew Filipponi, fresh off his resignation and rebirth in Pittsburgh, he has a point, and this was on yesterday's show, right?
Yesterday morning, yeah.
Yesterday
this was on the morning show.
And talked about the Steelers turning into the Browns.
Drafting Will Howard last year and Drew Aller this year, I don't see how that's really that much different from drafting Dylan Gabriel and Shadur Sanders in the same draft. And so I don't understand really how you're going to develop both guys and make both guys future franchise quarterbacks and give them the repetitions and work they need and all that stuff, especially when you're going to bring Aaron Rodgers back here potentially. Because then those guys will sit the entire year. And then if those guys sit the entire year, then what are you going to do in 2027? You're telling me you're not going to draft a quarterback in the first round of an opportunity? And then if you do, you'll have 3 guys here who've never played before. And that does sound very Browns, doesn't it?
All right, one, are Pony and Nathan Segura brothers?
Why do you think they sound alike?
They sound so much alike.
Oh, I've never made that connection.
And that's not Andrew sounds really good on air. There's a reason he works in this business. Nathan sounds great on air.
Right.
But their manner of speaking is very similar, although I would call one a ball knower.
Yeah.
And one maybe someone who knows less ball than the other. Nathan being the clear ball knower here.
Well, yeah, but you're not calling Boney. You're not calling Pony a non-ball knower.
He just knows less ball than others.
Just knows less ball than others. If you're having like a hierarchy of ball knowers, Nathan's going to be above Pony on that, but Pony knows ball.
Yeah. Here's the thing. I think this would be a dumb way to attack the Steelers for putting too many young developmental quarterbacks in there, because the point is, Green Bay has done it roughly for 40 years, and that's how they've kept the pipeline going where it is, not just from Favre to Rodgers to Jordan Love.
I think he's looking at like 2027, where if you end up in a spot where Rodgers is not here, and then 2027 you have to take a rookie quarterback, then you're going to have what would be third-year Will Howard, second-year Drew Aller, and then first-year 2027 guy.
I mean, you're talking about a third-rounder or sixth-rounder and potential first-rounder. I think the Browns went above and beyond that this year by having, you're going to have 3 rookie quarterbacks, 3 drafted quarterbacks in 2 years, with then going into next year's draft. Like, that does feel like a different gear of what the Steelers are doing, but most teams carry 3 quarterbacks anyways, or at worst case scenario, you're going to waive Will Howard, which is no big whoops because it's a 6th-round pick.
I just think it just kind of speaks to the idea that the Steelers are going to really need a quarterback. So they're going to find themselves in a lot of Brownsian-esque moments because they really need a quarterback, and the Browns have needed a quarterback for a while.
Yeah, the only thing is the Steelers have been doing this for a decade. I mean, honestly, the Steelers have done a better job of consistently taking quarterbacks, Josh Dobbs, Mason Rudolph. I know Duck Hodges was an undrafted free agent.
Right, but I think Tomlin is going to get more credit on that than the Steelers are in general, or do you think that's going to translate over?
Well, one, I don't think Tomlin gets credit because none of those guys became anything. But, I mean, I just don't think it's a bad organizational philosophy to keep track. Now, there does become, kind of compared to the Green Bay thing, Green Bay had like Matt Hasselbeck that they traded for a first rounder, Mark Brunell that they traded for multiple day 2 picks, like Aaron Brooks, who I think they traded for day 2 picks. Like they consistently took guys, developed them, and then they went elsewhere and had success. That's not what's happened with Steelers quarterbacks.
No,
so
but
they
maybe,
might just not be good at taking quarterbacks, but I like the general idea of, you got to constantly try and look for some value there because you can never have enough good quarterbacks. I do think that's just a good theory.
For sure. But who could pull off a Green Bay thought better than Mike McCarthy, right? Like, isn't that part of this as well?
Yeah.
Because he's done it. He's executed it. Like he'd be the guy to do this. If somebody could, it would be him.
No, yeah. Like, again, I don't think it's a bad thing. I think it's smart of the Steelers. I think the Steelers taking Drew Aller, honestly, I loved their third round. I like between Aller and Dunker, I was like, damn, those are two guys I would have loved to see in
wanted
Cleveland.
that to be our third round in many ways.
I don't know. I want to take Drew in the third round. But still, I would have.
Where would you have taken Drew?
I was really hoping he'd be there in the fifth round. I was really hoping for it.
Yeah.
Yeah. One of those 1.5 fifth rounders we had, I was hoping one of them.
That is part of the Steelers type that is maintained. The idea that Drew Aller is 6'5", big guy. They've consistently done that.
And the only thing is, he's not dumb. And they have like big dumb quarterbacks. Roethlisberger, Mason Rudolph.
I can't confirm that. I've never talked to the man.
Drew Aller's a very smart young man. You mind your tongue for Medina County's best. Thank you very much.
I got a feeling he's not dumb. I don't know. I've never talked to him. No idea.
They don't create a lot of dummies at Penn State.
Yes, they do.
Yeah, they do.
I follow the Joe Pa scandal.
That's fair. The lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, it's Nick Wilson, and you know the feeling this time of year. One day it's nice, one day it's the opposite of nice. And if you've got old and drafty windows, that out.
92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
No, the podcast isn't dead. It's just moved to the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima feed on the free Odyssey app. Of course, the emerging podcast scene is also brought to you by Extend Technologies.
It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
We got Coach Lance Reisland coming up in 1 hour's time. The groundbreaking out in Brook Park happening as we speak, so I'm sure there'll be sound from that. Daryl's out there covering. I believe Ken Carman is out there today as well. I think Keith is out there, so very, very excited to hear what we hear from Brook Park. But we got to get back to some Cavs here in a moment. But as mentioned, the Browns' official groundbreaking ceremony underway in Brook Park. Team president Dave Jenkins joined the Morning Boys today and talked about what fans can look forward to with the new stadium.
The thoughtfulness that went into it and the unique experiences that the different products we have within the building will present. So over 20 different premium experiences, over 70% of the building will be general admission. But then everyone gets to celebrate or to participate in the grand concourses and the roof and the largest indoor end zone scoreboard in the league and the closest first row to the field and the closest last row to the field. So there's just a lot of amenities being built in.
I want to know what the 20 premium things are, and I want to rank them. I want to rank them, and then I want to be like, what actually is premium and what isn't premium.
Yeah, anytime I listen to Dave talk about this, or really anybody else, all I can think about is, man, they're going to print money. And more than just for the regular season too. They're going to just print money year round.
I think it's going to be really awesome. I am worried about how expensive it seems like parking is going to be. I'm worried about how expensive it's going to be in general. I worry about all these things because it's going to cost an arm and a leg for everybody.
I think it is. In the end,
it'd be really cool though.
I think there are going to be fans who have been against this idea, whether it's because it's not in downtown or whether it's because of all the concerns that we rightfully have. I think there are going to be a lot of people that once you get to see this thing are going to be excited by it. I have no doubt that it will be an awesome place to watch a football game or a great concert as well.
Definitely.
Even if there are real concerns, especially fiscally for our listeners who maybe don't have as much money as maybe the Haslams do.
What I am interested in as well, though, is the idea, and they won't have this the first couple years because it would just be excitement about the dome and everything attached to it, but you'd think attendance would be much better in some of those really late December games that just have no consequence or no meaning.
Yes.
Like the reason why no one wanted to go to them now is the weather was crappy. Yeah. You would think now everyone would be like, all right, yeah, we'll go down to Brook Park. Like I would just imagine those games that you couldn't give away your tickets for previously. That won't be the case anymore. All right, Mary Kay Cabot, Cleveland.com, joined the morning show today. She responded to Shiloh Sanders' comment, telling her to go make a sandwich after her reporting yesterday on the Browns quarterback competition.
I really do believe that I have been an inspiration for lots of women and young girls to know that you can go out there and do a good job in a man's world and take on all of that comes with that. And I know that there are so many women who have joined the football world, especially because of some of the things that I've been able to do over the years, and I'm happy about that, and I know that will continue. Now we've got women in flag football, playing flag football all over the place, and I'm just happy that I have been able to help set the tone and open some doors in that way, and I know that will continue, and that's just how I feel about that.
Mary Kay does not need us to stand up for her, but that doesn't mean we can sit idly by and have the comments that Shiloh made, which are misogynistic and just unnecessary. And also, I don't think they help Shedeur either. And so
no, they definitely
don't. It's no surprise to me that Mary Kay Cabot took the high road when she was on with the Morning Boys today and tried to make this as little of a story as possible.
Although I saw the TMZ article. Did you see TMZ at all?
No.
So TMZ picked it up, and then they go on a local radio show. That's tough for Ken and Anthony. They got the TMZ article. You wanted a name like Ken and Anthony, and it's like local radio show. So close.
Ken's got to call up his people at TMZ.
So close.
You know he's got connections. He's got connections everywhere.
I'm sure he does. I'm out on the Sanders family, not named Shedeur. Out. Want nothing to do with any of them. Shador's the only one I'm invested in. It's just a bad look by Shiloh. But these bullying tactics that they do is just, I don't know. It worked in college. I know why they do it. It worked in college. You could do this to the media in a college town. You can't do it at the NFL level. It doesn't work. And it's really not great that they think that they can get away and start doing this stuff and make it all work. Can we do the Shiloh one now? Okay. Shiloh Sanders has since gone live on Twitch, where he had this to say about Mary Kay Cabot.
This is to Mary Kay. If you're going to be a reporter and report facts. Whenever you have your opinion, and your opinion is always something hateful to Shador, then it makes it seem like it's something weird, like it's an agenda that you have going on. There's plenty of women in this field that take this serious and take reporting football serious and actually do homework and study the game and get the statistics right and get the news right. But with you, is so much emotion that I don't want you to make women look bad when it comes to reporting, because you don't have the will to actually want to report real things that are going on. So it don't even make sense.
I think the words you were looking for, Shiloh, were, maybe I didn't think about that comment before I made it. And I apologize to Mary Kay Cabot for the sandwich line. That probably would have gone over a lot better. That would have gone over a lot better than
like
doubling
that
down and acting like you're a white knight for women in broadcasting. It's an ass clown move out of Shiloh. And the funny thing is, I like Shiloh and Shador's interaction. But at when I see them kind of interact on videos on different stuff, I think they bust each other's stones.
Like
it's a lot of fun.
Thanksgiving video,
There's
was
a
fun.
lot of love there that I like. At some point, though, Shador has to go to his family and go, unless this is just him endorsing this, and this is really what Shador wants out there. But if he wants to make it easier on himself, you got to go to Shiloh and go, Shiloh, you're my brother. I love you. Can you stop saying stuff like this? Because it doesn't make my professional life any easier.
No, and these are going to be the things that people point to if Shador is trying to go for a job somewhere else at some point. If, let's say, the Browns take a quarterback in 2027 and they just move on, and it's just not going to make Shador's life any easier in trying to get to a spot anywhere else. It just won't.
Aditi Kinkabwala of CBS Sports joined us last hour. She likes what the Browns have done this offseason to improve the team.
I like the draft. I think to trade down, get more assets, and end up with the player you wanted is certainly exciting. I certainly appreciate how much of a focus culture was. Todd Monken's a guy that just injects a lot of energy. He's going to make the PR staff earn their money. This isn't a guy that's afraid. I've said this over and over. This isn't somebody who's afraid of superstar players. And that's what you need in Cleveland. You need someone who's going to stand up, tell it straight, and not have to kowtow to anybody.
Yeah, and we think that Monken will do that, and so that's great. I don't know what to make of Monken yet. I'm excited to hear him on tomorrow with the Morning Boys. That's going to be a great interview. I hope that I ask all the hard questions that are needed to.
Looking forward to that softball interview. I mean, Todd. Todd's a tough-talking guy, and where's Todd? Todd wanted to go on the morning show. That's fine.
I mean, it's
yeah.
We don't know that Todd wanted to go in the morning show. It's just Todd's going to be on the morning show. Maybe it fit his schedule better.
Yeah.
Maybe that's all. Well, I don't think he was ducking us, if that's the insinuation.
There have been two hosts here that have been pro Todd since day one. I didn't get him a porcelain horse head.
I would have.
But hey, that's fine. No,
they're
going to do a great job.
We could more one host. I don't know that I count as like an in Monken camp guy yet. What does this look for?
I feel like this is the reverse of when you said I wasn't anti-Casey Concepcion enough, and then you baited me into saying Casey means can't catch.
I didn't bait you into anything.
Concepcion,
that was your own nickname.
Recepcion. I feel like this is the opposite of this. You've been very pro Todd Monken.
I've been pro Todd Monken. Is that the read that people have been getting?
Can you agree here? You're not Monken in Switzerland. You've been more pro Monken than not.
What do you call yourself with Shador Sanders? What do you say? You're Switzerland?
Yeah.
Well, there's no M that comes with this. This is going to work really well.
It doesn't.
It really doesn't.
Just Monkenland?
Ooh, Monken mid?
Monken mid? I don't know. I want it to work. We've been very on the side of that. I don't know if it's going to work or not with Monken. I have no evidence that it's going to work.
We got.
Wait, have I been pro Monken like in an extreme way?
I wouldn't say extreme. Honestly, I do think that you're kind of the.
Oh, you lean Monken though. The heavy lean.
Slightly lean. I wouldn't go heavy.
The heavy lean. Mac doesn't pay that much attention. I'm kidding. By the
This is why Monken won't go on our show.
By the way, Daryl and Ken interviewing the commissioner, Roger Goodell. See if we get that audio a little
You talking
later.
about softball questions.
Yeah.
I am saying yes, yes, and oh, yes.
Daryl's a bird dog.
Yeah, uh-huh.
Now,
Hey, Goodell, what do you think about Northeast Ohio? What do you expect him to ask? It's a great interview. It's a great get. You want to listen to. I'm dying to find out what he asks, but what do you think he's going to ask?
Daryl, I think we'll have some hard-hitting questions. He has been
He's going
in
to ask,
the trenches.
are they going to get a Super Bowl?
Uh-huh.
That's going to be one, no question about
maybe,
it.
maybe a WrestleMania.
And Goodell's going to go through the process. Well, Goodell's got no say over WrestleMania or not, but
Yeah.
Goodell's going to
But
go
he
and be
should
like,
make sure it
well, we're
happens.
exploring all cities, but as you know, we just gave one to Nashville, and Nashville's getting a new stadium, and they're getting a new Super Bowl, so that's a good sign. Something along those lines, and that'll go very, very viral, as it'll basically confirm that Goodell wants to give the Browns a Super Bowl, which is, again, what happens when you get a brand new stadium, and that would be huge. But, like, that's...
By the way...
That's the intro to that.
Talk about ducking us, Goodell. Ever since that man put on a sweater vest, he's wanted no part of Nick and Jonathan. Many people know it.
I don't blame him.
He's not ready for this heat.
I don't blame him. He doesn't want it. Is Monken going to be asked straight up about the inside track report? I mean, that's one thing they have to ask.
You would expect. Might ask about his horse guy instead.
Maybe. After the Cavs win in Game 5 last night, Kenny Atkinson explained why Donovan Mitchell wasn't put back in the game until late in the fourth quarter.
Well, I was going to put Donovan and Evan back in, and they said, no, this group's rolling. I was like, what? Like, that never happens in the NBA. That shows Donovan, he's so selfless. I think there's 4 minutes left. I think they just scored a bucket. Now, when they scored another bucket, I did get him in. I said, come on. But, like, they knew that group was doing well and wanted to keep him out there, both him and Evan.
All right. You won, so I don't care.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of people justifiably mad about this because in the NBA, we expect our best player to have that Mamba mentality, to think like Mike, right? Be like Mike. And Donovan in that moment didn't. I'm not going to criticize Donovan for it, but it does go against the general narrative we have about the best player facing the franchise, wanting to be out there at every minute and take every big shot.
I don't know why Atkinson told the story. I think he was helping. I think he was trying to help out Donovan, but then it also kind of exposed the idea that Donovan had a better feel for the game than you did in that spot. That's not a great look for Atkinson.
Brett Siegel of Clutch Points joined us today at 3, and we asked him if he's expecting this Cavs-Raptors series to go 7 games.
From a fan's perspective, I think I'm expecting 7 from a basketball mind, and watching this series through and through, I think that it could be over in 6. And the reason I say that is we're seeing something new from Evan Mobley as the series goes on. His aggressiveness on offense, I think, is a very welcome sight for Kenny Atkinson and the Cavaliers. And also Donovan Mitchell just didn't play well last night. He had 19 points. He struggled to really get going. In that first half against Toronto, they were really flocking to him defensively. And to see some of those other guys step up around him is a welcome sight for the Cavs. But Donovan Mitchell, he didn't have his best performance. And I think that we're going to see him really lock in and have his best game of the series in Game 6.
Yeah, it's just been 3 straight games of this with Donovan. And so I'm trying to figure out at what point will the light bulb go on for him? And again, he had flashes in that game that were obviously nice, but what time is it really going to go off? And so I don't know if that'll be Game 6 or not, but I'm not expecting a Game 7.
I am expecting a Game 7 because they now have to prove to me they can do what they did in Game 5, but in Game 6 on the road. And they have not won on the road yet. And I know it's only 2 opportunities, but they've looked like a completely different team on the road. Should they win tomorrow night? Yes. Will they? No. We're going to have to see how this one plays out.
We are going to have to do that.
That's why Goodell doesn't want to come here for that smoke. Because when he responds, we'll be like, we're going to have to see how it plays out.
It's really the best answer he can give.
It's time to have that James Harden conversation in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money.
We're the hosts of Heed the Call, the NFL podcast you've been waiting your whole life for.
Heed the Call covers every game, every storyline, everything that matters, and we do it all with a touch of mirth.
Football is fun. Why shouldn't your football podcast be the same?
Follow and listen to Heed the Call NFL podcast wherever you get your podcasts.
In your weeknight with the best segments of the day. The Fan Rewind, weeknights at 11.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Lance Reisland coming up in about 40 minutes' time. A lot of videos coming out at the groundbreaking. I will tell you, I know Jimmy he isn't a blue-collar billionaire. There's nothing wrong with that. Jimmy grew up within kind of a little bit more affluent than others. There's a part of me, though, that wishes the Southerner and the little bit of those the little bit of that Southern roots would come out.
Yeah.
And Jimmy, instead of doing the shovel thing, get Jimmy on like a backhoe, and his groundbreaking is a big ass scoop of dirt. I really wish we would get that.
That would be funny.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think. Like instead, he has like a Tonka truck out there, and is just like trying to dig a little bit.
I mean like a real backhoe, not a Tonka truck.
No, I mean instead of that, like instead of this big plan, instead of executing it though, so you get a little Tonka truck and you try to make a joke out of it. I like the groundbreaking ceremony. This is kind of fun. Like Denzel Ward is in attendance. All these Browns players are there. Goodell's there. Right there. They should be making a big deal about it, and they are, and I kind of like it.
Hey Denzel, what's it like to see this being built, knowing you're never going to step on the foot there?
I saw Schlesinger there, and I'm like, good for you, Schlesinger. You're going to play in that building. And then I saw Denzel Ward. Maybe he thinks he'll be doing some analyst work in that building or something. I don't know.
I wouldn't hate it if Denzel was, one day very soon, maybe part of the radio crew or part of the TV crew. I think Denzel would do fine on that.
Oh, he did great in that. Yeah.
But I'd be very shocked if he was still here in 2029. But it's a very great, very fun day for a lot of fans and exciting day. But I think it's time to have this conversation because we really haven't talked about James Harden's performance in this series at all. And I will say, I don't want to make it seem like I think it's been overwhelmingly negative or that I think he is a bad basketball player. Like, James Harden has had a fair amount of good moments here. Mm-hmm. I do think because the morning show wanted the Harden deal. I do think because you wanted the Harden deal.
Yeah.
I do think you guys have just not addressed what I think is a very concerning trend with James Harden in this series. And I think actually matters more than any points he scores, which is as a point guard, he is really struggling, and the offense has really struggled with it as well.
I mean, I look at last night. You scored 125 points in a win, and he was the leading point scorer, leading rebounder, and leading assist maker. Like, to me, yeah, the turnovers haven't been great, but you're leading in all three of those categories while winning and putting up 125, which would pace the entire NBA as far as offensive production. Like, that's. I don't understand it. I feel like there's a lot of problems that they've exposed in the first 5 games of this series. James Harden going 22-6-5 throughout the 5 games, and then 22-5-5 in the previous 3 is not it.
Yeah, I think you're just weighting you're weighting things differently than I am. If you're the last 3 games, he's averaging 7 turnovers a game. And he's only averaging, I want to say, just over 6 assists per game. I don't care how many points a game he scores. Even rebounds, like, I got guys to do that. Your number one thing is running the offense. I don't think it's a coincidence that the offense really hit the skid in the 2 Toronto games while you're on the road, and he had, I want to say, 8 turnovers the first game and 7 the next game, or it might be strike that and reverse it, but he had 15 turnovers in 2 games.
No, the turnovers are a problem. No one's denying that the turnovers aren't an issue. I would just say I think he's outweighing the turnovers with what his play is. Like, even last night, again, when you score 23, it's not just scoring 23. It's doing so on over 50% from the field. Like, he's been highly efficient. The problem I have with
But
Donovan,
that's not his role here. His role is the point guard. His number one role is the point guard, which is setting everybody else up.
His role is to score.
No. It's
also
not.
to
It's
assist.
to set up.
There's a lot he has to do.
The first thing he's got to do is run the offense and set everybody up. That's what you guys gave him so much credit for. Was his ability.
There's more ways to turn over the ball than just passing.
But real quick, you guys lauded his role in activating the big men on offense, the fact that he came here, took the back. Oh, he's only averaging 20 a game, but look at what he's doing in running the offense. And now we get in the playoffs, and it's like, but the points scored. It's like, well, yeah, his usage is up, which again is not a huge problem.
That's why the efficiency matters in this, though.
His number one thing is running the offense. And so I do think, like, I don't think he's the number one guy that gets criticism for this thing going at least 6 games. But I think, was it the morning show that had a poll that said James Harden is the Cavs' best player through 5 games?
Yeah, 68% of the fans out there voted and said that he was the best player so far in this series.
Is it just as simple as if you just score 23 points a game, that means you're a good basketball
player? But there's
player?
more than happening than that. I just said last night he was the leading point scorer, rebounder, and assist maker. He led the top 3 categories we can discuss in this. And so, like, yes, I think it's offset by the turnovers.
Assists. He had 5 assists to 6 turnovers. If you have more turnovers than assists, you did not have a good game if you're a point guard.
I just look at what he was able to do not only in the third quarter, which I think was very apparent, but in the first quarter. Like, you can't tell me he's had a negative impact on this.
I think if the team's consistent problem in this series has been turnovers, and your point guard is leading you in turnovers,
I mean, they
and
have
he's
the same
averaging
number of turnovers
a game.
as Toronto. Again, I'm not going to try to make an excuse for the turnovers. They're not great. Earlier in the week, you lauded LeBron James and what's happening in that Rockets series. LeBron is averaging 5 turnovers a game in that series.
Yeah, it's LeBron and nobody else.
So Harden's averaging 6 in the series, and LeBron's averaging 5. Like, it's like turnovers do happen.
Yes. Okay.
Especially when the defense
7
gets
in the
ramped
last
up.
3 games. The turnovers have been especially egregious.
It's 6.0 for the series.
Yes, and the last 3 games where they have struggled, he has averaged an extra turnover a game.
No one's debating that the turnovers are an acceptable thing.
Yeah, you're throwing it away.
I'm not throwing it away.
You're saying his point scoring matters more, and it's not.
Yeah, his value is offsetting the turnovers that he has.
His value is as a point guard. As running the offense has been inconsistent, and certainly in the 2 Toronto games.
His value is being the second best scorer on this team.
That is not what you said going into this. The
props
you've given James Harden.
25-7-7 is what I kept going with.
The props you've given James Harden.
25-7-7 for a reason.
The props you gave to James Harden and why this deal had already worked out was James Harden taking a back seat to Donovan Mitchell and being able to run the offense and activate the bigs.
25-7-7 when he was in Los Angeles is what I keep going for. The 25 is a key component to that. Scoring matters for James Harden. That's the whole everything with James Harden is built on what he's been able to do offensively. You are one of the best offensive teams in the NBA with James Harden on the court. We saw that played out in the regular season.
Why were you mentioning his LA stats? Because he's only averaging 20 points a game here.
Because you talked about when he got acquired here, and that's what I said.
No, I said at the end of the regular season.
No, you said when we got acquired here, that was what. Maybe I misheard it then.
Yeah,
maybe I misheard.
The point at the end of this regular season was, James Harden, he's taking a back seat. No, James Harden.
We looked up and discussed his points per game at the end of the season because that's like that's such an obvious thing with James Harden, the acquisition. It shouldn't be the point that needed to get nailed home. Everything else was the additional part of this. The passing with the bigs and igniting Evan Mobley. You've said it yourself. He's the second best player on this team. Evan Mobley's third. Second best player on your team is supposed to score at a rate of 20 a game.
Yeah, no, the second best. Okay, if you're the point guard, I need you to cut down on these turnovers. And in fairness,
agreed. No one's disagreeing with that. He's got to not turn the ball over as much as he is.
Yeah, I think that could be the fatal flaw. His turnovers could be the difference between winning a series and not.
Sure, yes. If you continue to turn over the ball 7 times a game, yes, it could be for sure. That's
I think
it's
you're yada-yada-yadaing. I think everybody is. I don't want to make it about you because it's not just you. I think everybody's yada-yada-yadaing the turnovers, and the turnovers are the biggest takeaway of the series so far.
When you watch these games, the turnovers are a massive problem. Like, no, I don't think anyone is just yada-yada-yadaing that.
Well, they are when they're saying James Harden is the best player in the series.
No, but I'm not arguing. I don't even want to go down that direction with it. I just think the idea that last night was some sort of bad game, or what you said that it was in the past 3 games he's played like dog bleep that's just not accurate.
Yeah, I haven't said that on air. I said that in the pre-show meeting, and I was clearly being a little hyperbolic and maybe digging at you a little bit, and it might have worked. But no, I mean, it's been neutral to me. I'm concerned about him going forward because he looks overwhelmed offensively. Even his little stuff, like there are just moments where he looks unplayable.
Come on now, unplayable?
That half-court pass that got – no, there are multiple stretches where he's running the offense where the offense looks absolute, and now I will say it, the offense looks dog bleed.
No, he's not become unplayable. He has been.
No, I didn't say he's become unplayable. I'm saying there are stretches where he looks unplayable.
Oh,
That's
there's
different.
stretches for everybody where they look unplayable. There's been million stretches for Donovan, million stretches for Mobley in this, million stretches for Jared Allen. Hasn't had a game in 5 games where he's looked playable.
But the offense no go without the point guard not looking that way.
No. There's so many more layers to this conversation. But if the heart of it is he has too many turnovers, I'm never going to defeat you on this. The turnovers are an obvious problem. The same way I'm sure Pistons fans would say Cade Cunningham having 7 turnovers a game is also a problem as well. You want to get that cleaned up. That's something in round 2 he's got to do a better job with. There's no debate on that. But if the contribution from James Harden on a night-in, night-out basis in this postseason is, and this is what it is, 23, 5, and 5, I'm going to sign up for that. That's more than acceptable out of your number 2 in James Harden.
I think none of that matters without the context of the turnovers. If he can keep the turnovers to 3 a game, if we can get those down, and to me, it's the dumb turnovers. It's the half-court pass when the offense was struggling. It's the when the ball was going out of bounds and he threw the damn thing on the
second half,
the baseline.
In the second half yesterday, he had 1 turnover, and you saw how he made himself a much different character in that offense. And I really do think that's part of why the second half was so great. Not only Mobley, not only Schroeder, but it was Harden doing what Donovan has publicly gotten credit for and kind of stepping back and being like, all right, I need to be safer with the basketball, and I also need to facilitate in a much better way. And that's what he was able to do. And I think there was a lot in that last half. Second half. It doesn't outweigh anything, but like the idea is that maybe he got the hint. Maybe he got the idea. I think there's a lot of James Harden in this series that has felt like when Donovan's struggling, he's had to take over. And he's had to try to basically put the world on his shoulders. And I think the second half was, with Donovan, the acknowledgement that you can rely on some other guys, and you watched it work.
I think James Harden is getting a Peterlin pass, not just from Jonathan Peterlin, but from pretty much everyone.
Peterlin pass.
And
I just don't know how you
be
can call
surprised
this a bad series.
Because he's averaging 6 turnovers a game, and more importantly, the last 3 games he's averaging an extra turnover a game.
Would you say LeBron's having a bad series in the Lakers
They're
series?
not the exact. This is you want to keep making about somebody else. You want to make it about Cade Cunningham.
You're putting it all on turnovers.
This is about James Harden
You're
in
putting
this
it all
context.
on turnovers, and we're talking about Cade Cunningham and LeBron both doing their
different
both
contexts.
doing their offenses the same way.
And they're the only guy in that offense. Cade Cunningham, and it's a bunch of jabronis.
Right now,
it's LeBron and Marcus Smart and Luke Kennard.
Right now,
James
Harden hasn't had a bunch of guys
Donovan
showing
Mitchell.
up.
He has
Donovan hasn't
Evan
shown up.
Mobley.
Mobley hadn't until the last
Strus has shown up multiple games. Schroeder's
Allen's
showing up
been
last
on a milk
night.
carton. And fine. Luke Kennard has shown up for LeBron. It makes no sense that I can't bring another. And I'm never going to different
they're
sports.
Completely different
I'm bringing
contexts.
turnovers with 2 other
it's
players.
It's heliocentric with those 2 guys, and James is in the sidecar, and his number 1 thing on this team is set the offense up and don't screw it up.
I just think you're outweighing turnovers in a way that I'm just not right now. Turnovers matter.
And I think everybody doesn't want to say anything about James Harden because you might have to encroach a take you had 3 months ago to admit
the point of Harden was to add on to exactly what you did when you got him. 25, 7, and 7, and now he's doing 23, 5, and 5. Like this is
and 7.
He's giving you everything that you would have asked for and then some. There's a lot of problems on this team. James Harden would be like the 15th. I would start with the conversation.
So
with.
You don't think the turnovers have been a huge reason why they lost 2 out of 3 and almost lost yesterday?
I think Mobley and I don't. I think Mobley and Allen disappearing for those 2 games was a massive reason. I think Donovan not looking right in 3 games is a massive reason. I don't think having the same number of turnovers as the Raptors last game is the reason why that game was competitive in the 4th quarter.
Yeah, I think when you have an 18 turnover game, I think that's a pretty big problem, especially then corresponding with you not making your shots. And that's not a James not making a shot.
Harden, because Harden made 50+% of his shots. He's made 45% in the series, which is an incredibly high rate. And last night he was over 50% in his shots. Like being wildly effective from the shooting capacity for Harden is. You can't ask for much more.
216-474-0092. Do you agree that James Harden has been the best Cavs player in the playoffs? I actually think that's a harder conversation than we're having because it depends on what game you're talking about. I don't think any one Cavalier has been better than the other. I think Evan Mobley has had 3 nice games, and I think he disappeared in 2 of them. I think Donovan had 2 nice games and has disappeared in 3 of them. And as nice as he scores points looks, the turnovers, it's just everyone's kind of giving him a pass on it. And it's wild because it's the kind of thing that in a 7-game series can absolutely stymie your offense and pull you even with a team like Orlando or Detroit, which you should annihilate. And I shouldn't say annihilate. That's disrespectful. But you should with relative ease, defeat in a 7-game series. Let's go with Matt in Menor. Matt, welcome to the show.
Any one Cavalier has been better than the other.
Hey, Matt.
Turn your radio down, Matt.
Yeah, turn your radio down, buddy. What you got for us?
No, just you were talking about James Harden, and he only has 5 assists. I'm just kind of curious. If I pass you the ball and you don't make the ball, how is that my fault?
Is that a rebuttal for... The problem is, Matt, so that only works if then he's not turning the ball over. If he was passing the ball to guys and then not making
No. Okay, 100% no. I agree with you on turning the ball over, 100%.
Mm-hmm.
But when you talk about his assists, if he passes the ball and nobody makes it, because right now nobody's making anything, how is that his fault on assists? You're saying he's supposed to run the offense. He's running the offense, but nobody's making the ball.
I don't understand your point, buddy, because I don't have a problem with his assists. I have more of a problem with his turnovers.
No, but you said his assists were only 5.
Okay. And it's actually 6.2 for the last 3 games, just to clarify. But
you mentioned 5 for last night was the point.
Yeah. All right, now we're having 7 conversations. The point is, he could have 8 assists a game if he's still turning the ball over 7 times a night. That's not the ratio that you need when he's such a focal point of the offense putting points in the bucket.
Okay, so who's the best player in the Cavs right now?
What night is it? I don't think there's been one player above all.
You can't say James Harden is not the best player in the Cavs.
Wait, yes, I can.
And then not name the best player in the Cavs.
Well, because I don't think there's an answer. I think Evans had 3 good games in 5.
You have to have an answer, otherwise...
Matt, no, you don't have to.
Yeah, you do.
No, you don't, buddy. There's not one player that's been demonstrably better than the other. Everybody's had their moments, both good and bad, in this series. There's not been Scotty Barnes has been far and away. RJ's had his moments too, but Scotty's been Toronto's best player in 5 games, and I don't think that's arguable. I think it's incredibly arguable for the Cavs.
I would agree with that 100%. Yeah, you're right.
Well, that's all I wanted to hear.
Well, on Scotty Barnes,
yeah.
But I wouldn't say that Harden's not playing better.
Matt?
Just because I do agree his turnovers are terrible, and yeah, it's a problem.
Matt, we appreciate you, buddy. Thank you. All I heard was I was right.
Sure. Again, you can't defend the turnovers. The turnovers are alarming. They're not great. They're not. But as far as problems I have with the Cavs right now, James Harden's performance, and especially in Game 5, would maybe be, again, it'd be like 15th on the list.
Do you agree James Harden has been the best player on the Cavs in the playoffs? More from you guys and Kenny Atkinson criticism in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
actually lower. So if you're shopping around or just want to see how much you could save, check Allstate first for a new lower auto rate that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
All day long.
All day.
All the time.
At work.
923thefan.com and the Odyssey app.
Check it out.
Lance Reisland coming up in just about 15 minutes here. More quotes coming out of the groundbreaking ceremony in Brook Park. Roger Goodell saying the NFL draft will be coming back to Cleveland in the near future. And obviously then followed up on the idea of a Super Bowl, saying he's going to have to wait and see the opportunities around it.
Yeah.
The quote is, you have the stage. Now we have to build the facilities around it.
Okay, then. He's worried about the hotels, et cetera, huh?
Yeah. Yeah.
I did see people online commenting like, you couldn't even do a Morgan Wallen concert. Why does Cleveland think? It's like, we've held a lot of really big events.
Yeah.
We've held way more than a Morgan Wallen concert, okay? Like, we can withstand a Super Bowl, but I don't know what else Goodell needs. I would like another crack at the NFL draft, though.
Yeah, we didn't get a legit crack.
No, and I went, and it was like the setup. They did all they could. I don't want to slam the idea. Like, they did all they could.
It was a year after COVID.
Yeah.
COVID was still doing.
And you're just outside of the stadium, and so you can only fit so many people in there to begin with anyway. And like even inside the stadium, they had all sorts of fan events and everything. I just know we could do way better.
I think so. And I just would love if we could have more listen. Miami gets a lot of events. Los Angeles gets a lot of events. Dallas gets a lot of events. It'd just be nice if we just centralize certain events that, like we're not going to get a Super Bowl every 10 years like a Miami might or like a Dallas might.
We're getting the one.
But it'd be nice if you could have like the draft more often in towns like Cleveland, Chicago, Green Bay that do get skipped over for the other. Well, Green Bay's a little different because they don't have a dome.
Well, we'd also get other things too, right? Like we'd get the Big Ten title game or something like that. There's a lot of other things even just outside of some of the big time events people think of that would trickle here.
I do want a WrestleMania. I don't know why. I don't think I could go. I'm.
Wait, what? You're already not going to the event? Why do you?
They're intense. They're intense. It's a week long. That's a lot of stamina.
Should it not make any difference to you then, or do you just think we'd get a lot of cool wrestling interviews?
I just think it's cool. Like I think it'd be really cool. One, I know there'd be a lot of people that could go to Cleveland that wouldn't go other years because of the travel or because of the cost of travel on top of it. And two, I just think it's cool. Like I've always WWE has done a great job with Cleveland, and like there have been some really like historical events that have happened here, like Survivor Series. 2 of the first 4 years, I think, were in Cleveland, and the night that Vince McMahon bought the WCW,
Bernie Kosar with the chair at the Wallstein Center. It was a where were you when moment for me.
That's TNA. That's TNA.
It was a where were you when moment for me.
It's a different company, although we do appreciate Nick Nemeth on this show. But no, and by the way, I do think even something like the Final Four, that could be something that could happen like once every 6 or 7 years, 6, 7.
Yeah. 8, 9, maybe 8, 9. I do worry about that. I worry about the idea that people think we're just going to get everything and it's going to be a revolving stream of getting everything. And I don't know that that's reality or not. But you're at least in the conversations. That's all. And also, then you don't have to watch outdoor football at any point. You get to watch it indoors. It'll be nice.
Also, Jimmy Haslam called the commissioner a thought partner.
No, he didn't.
On this dome project. Chris Rankel,
he used the thought partner line
of WKYC, saying yes.
Goodell doesn't even know that that's Haslam saying we're best friends now. He's not even aware of what that means. He's not even aware of that's Haslam's biggest compliment in life is if he calls you a thought partner. At least my interpretation of it.
I think we could have retired the thought partner thing, and we all would have been happy.
They clearly love it. They clearly like it.
They really do love it.
For whatever reason.
And they love verticals. They just love a lot of stuff.
Yeah, they do.
Love a lot of stuff. By the way, Lima's saying he's going to rebut me tomorrow on the Harden turnovers.
Okay.
Oh, gosh, a James Harden apologist adding context that helps his argument. Color me shocked.
It's not apologist. It's just...
Harden, you guys are Harden apologists.
No, we're not.
You've said there's no way they can lose this deal. That is apologism.
That's not apologism. Me saying they can't lose this deal is just looking at
It's
it.
a bias.
No, it's looking at it practically. If I didn't think you could do anything with Darius Garland, and I think there's a massive upgrade because Darius Garland's already admitted he was playing with 9 toes, not 10, and you wouldn't have gotten anywhere. So like there's even if they lost in this round, the trade was still worth it, and going for it was still worth it. It's not an apologist. It's a defense of James Harden is what it is.
That sounds like apologism to me. John in Parma, welcome to the show.
Oh, yes, guys. Season ticket holder also. Been all the games. I really think like when Mobley was out at the end of the season, he missed some time. Harden and Jared Allen was kicking butt out there really good. Now I see just from going to the games, it looks like, Allen, we all have emotions, and you're a pro. You shouldn't let your emotions get in the way. But they're dependent on Mobley so much. Like, Mobley was supposed to be the next Kevin Durant. People set him out to be what he should be. He's not all that. And he's soft, right? And Jared Allen just looks like, why ain't I getting the touches either? Like,
I don't think Jared is healthy. I don't know if I'm being an apologist for him.
Correct.
I don't think Jared's 100%.
Correct. I could agree with you, but you just see it in him, And I like when you put Thomas Bryant, and why don't we get some Naquan Tomlin in there?
Thomas Bryant was awful last night.
Yeah, he was not good.
He was awful.
I will say, John, that's not something I want more
I'm
of.
not talking scoring-wise, defensive-wise.
No, defensively,
so
he got cooked.
Come down there. Yeah.
Back-to-back possessions, they just went right after him, and it was like, oh no, he got backed up on that one play, and you're like, you're way bigger. What are you doing?
I know. You know what? I'm old school. I'm 62 years old. I like when you come down the middle, you're going to get some of this, and that's what we need.
We got to get Thomas Bryant to give him some of that. He gave him none of that.
I know.
John, we got a boogie, buddy.
Tomlin will too. Thank you, guys.
Appreciate you. Tomlin's interesting. I mean, post-deadline, he just completely disappeared. And I mean, I can't say I'm not surprised, by the way, because Jalen Tyson is almost disappeared at points.
Yeah. And again, it's weird because Kenny's still trying to figure everything out. Yeah. That's like even like, with Tyson last night, I thought he had a pretty nice game, and he had a couple big shots, and it's like, all right, does that give him more for Game 6? It's kind of like, it's basically what Atkinson said about Schroeder after the game, where Schroeder got benched in the second half of Game 3, and they basically left him for dead in this series, and then he gets an opportunity last night, and then he just kind of showcased why he needed to be on the court more.
Yeah, I do not disagree that Kenny's rotations have been all over the place, even going to Thomas Bryant yesterday. Now, some stuff's worked. Like he played the hot hand with Schroeder, and that worked out.
What I thought was smart last night, at least, was that in the first quarter he only went 7 deep, and he was like sticking to that. And you could tell. I really thought he was just going to shrink that up, and then as the game moved on, he just kind of started throwing everyone in there.
But I think it's a sign. Like if we're still having this conversation near the end of the next round, assuming they make it there, then we have a problem. But like, I don't think Kenny fully knows his team yet. I don't know you can really blame him when it was a new team, 28 games out, and then you maybe got 10 full games of everybody at health plus together.
But the dumb part about it is that the NBA is so matchup-based that by the time you get to the next round, just because Schroeder looked good in this game in Game 5 against Toronto, and let's say has a good Game 6, doesn't mean he's going to be the guy to go to in the second round if it's against the Magic, let's say.
Lance Reisland coming up in 5 minutes. We'll see how many wins he thinks the Browns added. We might really fight about Deshaun Watson as well.
Can you fight with him? I fought with him a lot yesterday.
I think it's my turn now. I have custody of this fight in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Weather's warming up, and then it's not. And then
Years. Our very own Coach Lance Reisland joins Nick and JP next. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app. It's the 6 o'clock hour.
Someone step on a duck.
On Afternoon Drive.
1 hour to go. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. I'm seeing tweets out there saying this is the best groundbreaking ceremony ever. That's a tweet from Zach Jackson. He could also be being sarcastic because Zach is known to be a bit sarcastic. So
Sure. Have you seen the video? We've all seen Schlesinger, obviously. But have you seen the video the Browns put out like 5 minutes ago of Schlesinger talking?
No.
Tell me he doesn't. Go look at it. Tell me he's not like a doppelganger for Matt Corrali. They look a lot
right
alike
here
because he's got a different hairstyle than what he had last year. Not that different, but it's a Corrali hairstyle.
Corrali wishes he looked like that.
Do you see this? He looks just like Corrali.
They're blonde and white. I don't see
same nose, very fair skin, same hair color. It's the same person.
They don't look anything. Corrali wishes he had that jawline.
Corrali wishes he had the jawline.
He's a nice young man.
You're acting like Corrali's a bad-looking guy.
I didn't say that. I'm saying
Corrali's a pretty good-looking guy.
He's a pretty good-looking guy. I think Carson Schlesinger's on a different plane of existence. Carson Schlesinger looks like Ken.
Like a Ken doll is what you mean?
Yeah.
When you said Ken, I thought you meant Ken Carmen for a second. I said,
clearly, I just got the hots for Ken.
I said, wow, you really think
everyone knows why I throw shots all the time? I'm negging Ken.
That's fantastic. Yeah.
All right, we should probably put a pin in it there.
Why don't we do more of never mind. We don't need to do more of those. That's fine.
More of who looks like who?
No, not those. Not those. The all those Barbie jokes that involved Ken at some point.
Yeah.
And there was just so many of them, and we just don't do any of them. It's probably for the best. I would think. This looks 100% like Corrali. I think you're blind.
I think you're. I don't know what you are, but it's not working. That being said, let's head out to the Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. No transition at all.
No.
And welcome in Lance Reisland, Cleveland.com, 92.3 The Fan. Sup, Coach?
What's going on, guys? How are you today?
Doing very well. How about yourself?
Good.
I'm hanging in there. Absolutely. It's a good day. I mean, groundbreaking day, right? I don't know what that means, but that's what day it is.
And so it's where they're breaking ground in the new stadium, Coach.
I mean, I know what it is. I still don't understand why it's a thing, I guess.
Well, because they got to break ground on it.
They got to pat each other on the back.
They did it months ago, though.
That's what we thought,
too.
too.
No, that was a fake one.
That was
they were just moving stuff around. This is when they're really breaking ground.
We play preseason football for a reason, Coach. That was like their version of preseason football.
Okay, that's fair.
This is when the games count. So Nick wanted to yell at you in a way that I did yesterday, but he wanted to do it, I think, in a more intense version. I'm not sure. It got pretty intense with us anyway yesterday.
No, I just don't know. Coach, why are you entertaining the idea that Deshaun Watson should be anywhere near the field for this year?
Well, the point being is that everything that's happened up to this point doesn't matter.
I disagree.
And, and
I disagree too.
And here, as we discussed yesterday, I understand that. But here's the thing. When you bring a new guy in, those things matter. The injuries I will give you, there's an injury factor there. But if, and JP was talking about, some of the things with like agendas with those guys and politics, all those things matter. If Monken truly is in charge and he has more pull and is not a puppet like Kevin was or everybody thought he was or whatever you want to say, then he's going to play the best guys.
Those are my words. That's why, yeah.
And if you look at the quarterback situation right now, it means nothing. But to say he's in charge, to say that Deshaun is in front, That makes a ton of sense to me right now. It's early on. It's 3 practices. We haven't seen the meetings. We haven't seen the film breakdown. We have the film breakdowns when they're in the film room. We haven't seen any of that. And to say that a guy who's been in the league almost 10 years probably knows a little bit more, because really the 3 practices meant nothing, but the install mentally, that makes a lot of sense to me. That tells me they're kind of going about it right. There's going to be a lot of time to make plays. There's going to be a lot of time to decide who the number 1 quarterback is. But to say that he has no chance and we know exactly what we're going to get from him, I don't agree with that, because all the things that happen now, injury-wise, I'm on board with. It's hard to stay healthy, and he's had some injuries issues. But we don't know if he's going to be any good. We have no idea. And with Monken, maybe
can't we maybe look at the last 6 years and go, let's inform our opinions that he might just stink?
Yeah.
Sure, absolutely, and I think with health in an offense that fits more of his skill set, being able to make plays with guys in space, I think you can argue that he could have some success as well. I also, it really is not about Deshaun for me to point it out, and I said that yesterday. It's about the best guy playing, and it's not about anything else than the best guy. And if it's Shedeur, great. If it's Deshaun, great. I want the guys who practice, and the argument is we know what we're going to get. I've heard everybody say, well, we know he's going to be really good in practice. We know he's going to be really good in 7-on-7. That's where you decide stuff. In the NFL, you don't get to be a gamer. You got to go out and practice well. And if that's the case, then that'll be the next step for Shedeur. He'll go out there because he seems like a pretty competitive kid, and he'll practice better. And once again, though, I thought he did a great job when he got his opportunity last year, and I look forward to seeing him doing that this year. If he can't beat Watson out, I want to win week 1. I'm not worried about 2027. I'm not worried about week 6. I'm worried about week 1. And if Watson's the guy week 1, I'm going with Watson.
So here's what I want to ask you, because I thought a lot about this, and I genuinely want to lean on your expertise here, okay? Because you know this world. You're very good at this. I trust you. What I wasn't able to convey in the best of ways yesterday, although I thought I made a lot of good points, the idea that I'm going to do golf with you, okay? Because you're a golfer, I'm a golfer. A lot of people out there listening are golfers right now. Coach, there are a lot of golfers that on the driving range can absolutely stripe the ball. And then the moment they step up to when the actual game counts, when you're scoring and you're playing your 18, it's a completely different story. You've been there, I've been there, I'm sure, where you're like, oh, I'm great on the range. I can't make it translate. What do the Browns do with the idea that I'm convinced Deshaun Watson's the football version of that? He is fantastic in practices. Always has been, always will be. He'll look like the better quarterback in these practices. The hard part he's having, something's not translating to the games. And whether that's mental, whether that's, you tell me what that is, but there's something that isn't clicking for Deshaun where he can look so awesome in these practices always, and then you get to the games, and all of a sudden his driver's slicing 200 yards to the right.
Well, obviously it depends on what course you're playing, right? So if you're playing easy course, it's open. When you slice it, you get away with it. There's a lot of variables, right? And I think he's had a lot of variables, including himself. He has not played at the level he did, and whatever that is, I don't know. My initial thoughts on the first day, which mean absolutely nothing, but I thought he looked healthy. And that was my point with the first day. I thought he looked healthy and fit, which gives him a chance to be successful because he seems like he's in great shape. His footwork is very good. So was Shedeur's. They both looked really outstanding, in my opinion, fit-wise, and you can tell they've been working on their stuff. Now, the translation, that makes a ton of sense, but that's assuming, Monken had been here for, if it was Kevin Stefanski, I would say, yeah, he's done this, been there. Monken doesn't care about that. Monken is simply saying, hey, I'm going to play the best guy right now. What has happened in the past does not matter. Now, if we get to the point where he's great in practice and can't carry it over to the game, then Shedeur's got to be right there with him in practice and saying, all right, even though Watson's been better in practice, so has Shedeur. Now we got to make that move. And I think you go with the idea that Monken's not looking back at all, and nor should I don't think he should. And you're right, Nick, when you say, well, you can form some opinions, I agree with that. There has been some injuries, and there's been some play issues, but there's also been some offensive line issues. Once again, him as well. But there's been other variables, and the line, the receivers, et cetera, all that kind of stuff, the coaching, the system, whatever it is. The idea of it's a new look, new offense gives him a chance because he's good at making plays, and this is what this offense is. It's a space, it's a pace and space kind of offense, and I'm interested to see what he does. But I don't really care if it's him or, Shedeur. I just want the best guy to play, and hopefully they push each other.
All right, Coach. How many wins do you think the Browns added this offseason? If they were a 5-win team last year, how many wins ahead do you think they are right now?
Well, this is you guys always ask me this question. It's a hard one for me because I think you can win them all, and I truly believe that. I know you guys know that with me now. I truly believe you can win them all.
Do
But
we
I would
always
say,
ask this question, Coach? Are we asking win-loss questions too much?
No, I bring it up with the burger bets. That's my fault. I bring it up with the burger bets.
Okay.
So I'm going to put that on me.
Accountability. I like that.
Yeah,
That's a good
So I'm
burger,
gonna
by
put
the way,
that on-
Coach. That was a top shelf. You
You
all the
did
people
deliver.
that paid off a burger, you delivered better than anyone.
Well, I appreciate that. You got to own it when you lose, right? That's kind of my thing. So I owned
Tell
it
that
when
to
I
John
lost.
Fanta.
You're never seeing that burger.
Never.
So I would say this. I would say so defensively, there's a chance they take a step back, but not for long because everybody's older. And this Rutenberg guy, I love his mentality. He's a defensive coordinator. You can just tell he likes what he does. They're going to be fine because they got great players on that side. And two of the guys are going to be older. Graham and Swetchen are going to be older. This is going to be a really good defense. So if they won 5 last year, and they have, I think they've doubled their wins. I think they go to 10 wins. I really do because of the fact they have the fourth place schedule. They could have won 7. Not they should have. They could have won games last year with special teams and offense if they had just a little bit. And you're going to see, for me, you're going to see complementary football. And what complementary football allows this defense to do is be elite because they're going to have some leads maybe, and then they could turn it loose, and they don't have to make all the plays. And part of being an elite defense is that you have 2 other phases that don't cost you. They don't have to be dominant, but they can't cost you. And that's what I think the offense and special teams did last year. They cost that defense. So I'll say with that schedule, I'm going to say they double it. I'm going to say I'm going to say 10 wins.
All right, so add you to the list. Emory Hunt at 10 wins, Mac at 12, Coach Riz at 10.
You need to get him on a burger bet because you already got Mac snaked into a good burger bet here.
10 can happen. What I loved about 12, I would take a burger bet with 12 wins with any team in the league that anybody mentions. That's the thing about
the Buffalo
12.
Bills.
Yeah, if you want a burger bet on the Bills winning 12 games, I'll take that right now. Like literally any team you mention, I'll take a 12-game burger bet on. 10-game, different story.
Coach.
So, anyway,
Coach, you went and that sound about the right price for you? I want you guys to burger bet.
I don't want a burger bet. All right.
Sounds like you want a burger bet.
Coach, we've had a lot of discussion this week. I didn't get to ask you anything about this yesterday. The people that think that Fano is maybe not a left tackle and was drafted to be a left tackle but can't play left tackle or won't be able to play left tackle at the next level, what would you say to those people?
Well, he ran 4.91, and as impressive as some of these 4.2 guys, 4.3 guys, I would argue at 311 pounds, 4.91 is one of the most impressive things you can do. That big body running at 4.91, that's incredibly impressive. So his feet are really, really good. And I would say this. As a unit, you want those guys to be an elite unit. Now, obviously, if you take them that high, to get back your whatever the value, what everybody talks about, which I don't really understand. Obviously, taken with the 9th pick, you need that left tackle. But if he had to move inside and be a 10-year starter and maybe an All-Pro 2 or 3 times and just a really good football player, I think you'd take that. Obviously, they got to answer those questions at left tackle. I think he can play left tackle because, first of all, the arm length, he's about 1/4 of an inch short. It's not like he's got, he's not T-Rex. He's got long enough arms, and his feet make up for it because he's a guy that will be able to cut off the corner with his feet. And if you watch him on film, the reason he doesn't get beat most of the time is because he's beating the defensive end there. So obviously he'll have his moments where he's got to work, especially on the strength. But in terms of guys beating him around the corner, I don't think it's going to happen because of that. Now, what will hurt him is the speed to power, which guys like Miles will give him, these NFL guys will give him. That will be a learning curve for him for sure. But this is a guy with really light feet, and for me, it's all about movement. If you can move at that left tackle, you got a chance to be pretty successful on Sundays.
All right, friend, we appreciate you. Didn't really get the fight that I wanted to because I think JP and I both wanted that fight a little bit, but I still appreciate you. I want you to know that.
Well, what about, I want you to think about, you owe me a burger bet, so think about the number.
No, I don't owe you a burger bet.
Hey, listen, I owned my part, right? You got to give that back.
You got a burger bet with
no?
me and you lost. That doesn't mean I owe you a rematch.
Burger bets come to Nick. Nick doesn't go to burger bets.
That is true.
That's fair.
They got to speak to
that.
Nick. He really uses that feeling he has in his loins. Is that what you say?
Yeah, my loin feeling.
And then once that gets just kind of like
once
lit
it
up,
activates.
Once it activates, then all of a sudden he
starts
knows.
to hum.
He knows
really
oh, that's a burger bet. That's a burger bet.
Loin activation is the key for the burger bet.
That's
okay.
right. You got
Noted.
it. That's
I
right.
appreciate it.
Just activate my loins, Coach. Okay?
I appreciate it. Yeah, I got it. All right. Appreciate you guys a ton, man.
Thank you, Coach.
He
Bye-bye.
wants to go so bad. Lance Reisland on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline, 92.3 The Fan, cleveland.com. We will actually, I thought of something with the Roger Goodell comments on the new Dome Stadium we got to get to in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
The Open Road. No limits. You, your family.
and sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Corrali.
This is where Cleveland fans turn to talk Cavs basketball. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
In case you missed it, coming up in about 20 minutes here. So the Browns have put out the video. I didn't realize they weren't actually digging in the ground. So the 3D rendering of the Browns' new stadium has troughs on the side. Well, almost like planters, and they put the dirt in that.
Wait, like troughs to go to the... Okay, never mind.
Not those kind of troughs.
Okay.
More like planters.
Okay. Because there's a lot of old Browns fans that would love to bring the troughs back, I'm sure.
And they're called perverts. No, I'm just kidding. That was fun days. I just want to see what everybody has. That's when men were men.
Is that right?
You look another man in the junk while you were going number one.
So they had him at Wrigley, and so that's my experience with them growing up.
Yeah.
And I just remember as a kid, it'd be like incredibly cold, and then you'd go into the troughs.
No one looks good in that environment.
And no, the troughs though would just be everything would be steaming in these bathrooms with the troughs, and you're just like, it's 1,000,000 degrees in here, and you knew it just the whole thing was just wrong.
And it reeked because
all it did was smell like that, and it was just. But it was also
that's
warm.
when men were men.
You know, that's when sports were sports. Is what I like to say.
But it is funny to watch everybody take a scoop full of dirt and then throw it on the Browns field. That feels like a analogy. Is that what it is? Symbolism? Maybe.
Wait, is it like a fake field that they have that they're throwing it on?
It's on the 3D printed thing.
They're throwing it on the 3D printed field.
Yeah.
Why? Somebody probably spent a lot of money on the 3D printed field.
I guarantee you they spent more than you or I make in a year on that damn thing.
Yeah, why would they do that to the field? This poor field. Can't you just like scoop it and then... Now what they should do, or I bet what they will try to do, they're going to try to sell the dirt, aren't they?
Like, is fill dirt, or do you think you're going to get like a little baggie
like a
of dirt?
commemorative, like they'll put in a little coin or something, or they'll put it into like find a way to put it into a football or something. When I covered the World Series, one of the possessions I have is I took dirt from Game 7 at Progressive. Before the game, I went down and I scooped up not infield dirt, the behind home plate dirt.
Mm-hmm.
I scooped that up, and then I scooped up some dirt at Wrigley before, I think it was Game 4 that I did that.
Did you snort it?
And no, it's just dirt.
Okay.
And so...
still snort dirt. It'd be there with you forever.
Quick answer. No, I didn't. I didn't snort dirt. But... I
don't know what you get down to.
That is one of the keepsakes that I have, is the dirt from both World Series games. And it's one of those things, it's like, people love collecting, as stupid as it sounds, they love commemorative dirt.
Now, here's the thing.
That's the sell, commemorative dirt.
It doesn't really look like dirt to me. It looks like sand.
Okay.
But it also could kind of look like human ashes.
Wow.
Yeah, I get it's dark, Mac. I didn't put it in the trough. I know, my wife is a very, very skilled gardener, so I know what topsoil looks like.
Yeah.
Does not look like topsoil.
Okay, then. Are you saying somebody would want to be like maybe buried like on the site?
I don't think I'm saying anything other than it looks like human remains.
Okay, I didn't know if there was a pivot off of
ashes,
that.
not
ashes. Ashes to ashes, dust
let's
to
be
dust.
respectful here.
Yeah.
All right.
Not like a haunted football stadium.
They already got one. They don't need a second one.
That's why we're moving, guys.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be wild if one of those like ghost hunter shows actually went to First Energy or Huntington Bank and was like, yeah, this place has been haunted for years. No wonder they've sucked this entire time.
There's the soul of 1,000 dead Browns fans trapped in that building.
All right there. I bet that's if ghosts. I don't know where I fall in the ghost world. I don't.
Mm-hmm.
I tend to lean no more than they're 100% there.
Mm-hmm.
But like if we had like a ghost hunter go to all the different sports, all the different stadiums across the country, I bet you'd find hundreds of dead people's ashes that are there, and then maybe they probably are ghosts. I don't know. But like the amount of people that just. Their dream is to just have the ashes spread across Fenway, Yankee Stadium, all these places. There's hundreds of thousands that are spread at some of these places.
Where would you have your ashes spread?
Not at a sports stadium, I'll tell you that. No. Why would I want it at a stadium?
Because you're a gigantic sports fan and work in sports talk?
No, thank you.
Would it be at the Score in Chicago?
I see what you're doing. No. Would it be here? No.
We just walked past a little pile. Oh, who hasn't cleaned up this dust? Hey, leave Jonathan alone.
First time the cleaning company has cleaned in years. They actually get my ashes.
There's just little fragments of your bones in the.
I don't hate the idea of spreading the ashes in different spots, though, I guess.
Yeah?
Yeah, so you could do a little bit and like all these, like I can name off, like if I know I'm dying, I can name like 10 different meaningful spots, and then Elise can just take them one by one to all the different spots.
So much work.
Yeah, well, it'd also be
You're really putting it on the person who's already grieving your death.
It'd be like, hey, let's walk through Jonathan's life memorial as well as we do this. I could send her to Havre, Montana. I could send her to Wichita. I could send her to Houston. All these different places that I lived until I got here, and then we could just find different spots that are memorable in my life.
Yeah, one of the places we spread my dad's ashes was Sand Run Park in Akron, and it was a great spot for us because we lived right down the road from it. We'd always go walking there. But as a little kid, my mom and dad would go on dates there, and they would have, and it was. Vanessa was like, wow, it's so nice that he's, thinking of this spot. And I was like,
that is nice.
I'm pretty sure this is where my parents laid together as man and wife.
Wow, that's part of why it's so nice.
I think
it's
my
so
dad was
special.
thinking back to the Boom Boom Room when he was about 27 years old, and I don't hate it.
Some of his favorite
Respect.
moments. Yeah. Like
over there and over there, and we did what over there? Wink, wink.
It's like they always tell you that, like when you walk into somebody's house, the amount of places.
Oh yeah,
that's not. Yeah.
Well, you
just don't think about those
You
things.
gotta have
though.
an occasion for every room.
You just don't think about those
You gotta
things.
consecrate the whole house.
But your dad, instead of doing a house, he just did that park.
He defiled the whole park.
He just
with my
made
mom.
sure he caught every spot of that park.
So true story. My parents met. My dad was a stand-up comedian, and my parents met at a rib cook-off. I know. Look at me. Rib cook-off? No.
You are. Everything about you is tracked so far. Stand-up comedian, rib cook-off. It's adding up.
The best thing is, I knew from a very early age. My mom saw him on stage. Thought, this hot man
At a comedy show. This is like different.
Yeah.
It's different than like hey, he was the singer, and I saw him from. Like that's an easy trope. No one's ever like the comedian on stage had me rolling.
The best part is there's a dumpster out back that they really got to know each other in.
Oh no! How do you know this story? This is not the story you should know.
Again, the fact that I know this story
You should
and
not
I've
know
known
this
this
story.
story from a very young age.
After that, and like the first set, like the one they met on.
Yeah, wham bam, thank you, ma'am.
Wow, what a move by your dad.
Must have got a taste of something he liked though, because he kept coming back. 30 years.
Is that you or the rib cook-off?
It just went
I don't
Trump.
know.
30 years.
A lot of
Rib cook-off
years.
booty. Tremendous.
A lot of years. Really great years.
They had the best years.
The best years.
Okay.
I have a lot of commentary after that, but I'm not going to do any of it.
Probably. We're both.
Must be the special sauce.
We're both assessing.
I'm not going to do any of that.
It's a glaze.
And a great rub.
Well, I don't think it stopped there. Is it a failure if the Browns don't get a Super Bowl in the new dome?
Not a failure, but Goodell's very, very upfront about this. He doesn't think we have the infrastructure.
Yes.
Like, this is supposed to be the time where he's like, and I'm giving you 2035, and if everyone goes crazy, and it's awesome. And instead he's like, yeah, you guys got to show me that you have enough hotels.
Yeah.
You got to show me that you have more to do and to show that this is going to be an actual good Super Bowl if we have it here.
Who is that on? Is it on the
I have no idea.
Haslams?
Well,
Is it on Brook Park? Brook Park, we got to start getting those little Monopoly hotels going up?
It's one of the weirdest things I think I've ever heard because literally there hasn't been a new stadium that hasn't gotten a new Super Bowl in how long?
Mm-hmm.
Like that's the deal. You build a new stadium, you get the Super Bowl as the congratulations, and it encourages more new stadiums and more money being funneled to the NFL in the process. And it's just this not going this way today is very interesting. I think we will get one day, but Goodell speaking the way he did, it was just weird.
I mean, there was a whole village in Russia during the One Olympics that they just built like 100. Like it wasn't 100. It was like 30 hotels, cheaply too. They're basically made of cardboard.
Olympics that we've had for the past 35 years have all done the same thing. They build out these massive villages that, by the way, no one uses after they're done and spend hundreds of millions of dollars in the process.
Yep.
Oh, so you think for the Super Bowl that we do get, we could just build like an Olympic Village?
Yes.
Free condoms for everyone, just like in the Olympics?
Oh, no, that they charge for it because you got to pay
Okay.
for the hotels afterwards.
Naturally.
Right?
Naturally.
It's $5 a pop there, so to speak.
Meanwhile, you'll be putting your house on Airbnb in the process.
If you're staying in Wadsworth for a Super Bowl in Brook Park, it's only $50,000 a night.
We can make it work.
Yeah.
When all the different events were coming in, I was living downtown. We did think about that. We thought about like putting it up on Airbnb for the weekend because we were right downtown, and it would have been very easy. And the end of the day, we were just like, no, that's okay. We don't need to do this.
And we also thought about that in Charlotte for like a multitude of events that they had that were huge national events. And we actually had neighbors that did it. And we realized, that's a pain.
Yeah.
It was also where were we going to stay?
Plus, you're not equipped for it either, and so then it's like I have to like buy all these different things to make sure no one steals my stuff. And no, thank. I'd rather just not have you all my stuff.
I think I'm going to go on the record and saying it is a failure. If you built this thing, and one of the hooks was a Super Bowl,
yeah,
everyone else that has built one of these has gotten a Super Bowl, and then you don't.
I guess
that's going to feel a little bit like a kick to the giblets.
I guess I wouldn't call it a failure, but I would definitely say
it's not a success.
Slap in the face is what I'd call it.
I like that too.
Like I think it's a slap in the face to the city. I think it's a slap in the face to
Looking
everything.
at you, Roger.
Everything that Northeast Ohio has built up in this area, and everything that they're trying to build in that area in particular. Like, you cannot tell me we don't have the hotels and the infrastructure to have that many people. We've done the Republican National Convention. We have held NBA All-Star games, MLB All-Star games, World Series, NBA Finals. We can hold people coming in, and we can hold 70,000 people coming in at that. It's just an insane thought, and it'd be an obvious slap in the face by Goodell.
It feels like an obvious excuse to just don't want to do it in Cleveland.
You just don't want to do it in Cleveland.
Yeah,
that's it. That's it.
And
That's
by the
all
way,
they would end up saying, and it's just that's not cool.
If you look at any of the renderings, they kind of are doing the Olympic Village thing, except people are hopefully going to be in it for the next 30 years.
And I would bet a lot of people, here's the cool thing about having it and where that stadium is located, is that if you don't want to go to all of the downtown events and everything like that, okay, don't. The airplanes will land right next to the Brook Park Village and everything like that, and you can just hang out in the new infrastructure, and you don't ever have to leave anything more than a 5-minute Uber ride. Like, it's all right there if you don't want to.
Yes, but I do hate that as like an excuse. I hate when people say that. So yes, this is the selling point for it. Does it bum me out that people's perception of Cleveland is going to be the airport and 5 minutes like next to the airport? Yes.
Yeah, for sure, because we have so many cooler things to offer, for sure.
Now, is that going to be better than people's perception of downtown? I don't really know. I just feel my true hope is that part of this thing in Brook Park is you get a sense of Northeast Ohio when you come here, and why people don't just come here, why people marry into families here and stay when they grew up in Florida or when they grew up in Texas or when they grew up in Utah, right? Like, that is part of what I want it to be, and it's like, or it's just going to be like downtown 20 minutes down the road where people are like, it's just a hotel, or sorry, it's an airport and a big-ass stadium. It's like, we're more than that, but that's okay.
Yeah, well, and you know what they're going to try to do to offset that, right? They'll probably have like a Swenson's there, and they'll probably have like all the Northeast Ohio things that you would expect.
But a burger will cost $20.
Yes, exactly. But then the person that comes in and doesn't ever leave Brook Park can just be like, yeah, I tried what they're trying to tell us to try when we come here.
216-474-0092. If the new Brook Park Stadium goes up and they don't eventually land a Super Bowl, will that be a failure? And I want to make it clear. I'm not saying it'll be a failure of the Haslams. It'll be a failure of the idea. The whole idea is the crown jewel is hosting a Super Bowl. WrestleMania is really nice. I would love that. Final Fours would be great, right? Concerts that people actually want to see would also be incredible. Without a Super Bowl, it just falls a little short of the whole point of the thing. 216-474-0092. Let's go with Raj in Cleveland. What you got, buddy? Real quick.
Well, real quick. Real quick, I could say I don't like the Dome. I'm just one fan. I don't like the idea of the Dome. I don't like the idea of the Browns being outside the city. It's like the slap in the face is the Browns are an outdoor team. Historically, you talk about take away the tradition. That's That's that'll do it. And Haslam, it's all for his Super Bowl money grab. It's not for the fans. Not and your partner said, "Oh, we don't get to. You get a chance. You don't have to watch football outdoors." That's against everything the real Browns fans were about.
Yeah, we've seen way too many Decembers here, though, where you're nowhere close to filling
Raj.
up the place, Raj. Like, we've seen so many Decembers here where you can't give your tickets away, where they might say 20,000 came, but there's, I don't know, 7,000 there. I don't think that'll happen if you have a dome stadium.
Now, in fairness, I have yet to see the thing that a billionaire does that isn't about enriching the billionaire. So in terms of, it's all for his enrichment, yep.
Yeah, no, the Super Bowl
the whole thing is geared towards.
If you host a Super Bowl, part of the fun of that is the owners having their own owners meetings, owners dinners, or whatever that's called, where they just basically spend all that money. But then it's like you're the big shot for the weekend, and it's all about you entertaining, and you're basically the host of it all. And there's a lot that they like about that.
In case you missed it, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Chris Mack here to help you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. It's the Skeens Day in Pittsburgh as the Pirates look to avoid a 4-game.
fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Browns head coach Todd Monken joins the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima tomorrow. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Final segment of today's show. Want to say a big thank you to Brett Siegel, Clutch Points, Talking Cavs, Raptors, Aditi Kinkabwala, CBS Sports at 4:20 today, and then Lance Reisland, Cleveland.com, and 92.3 The Fan at 6 o'clock. Kind of disagreed, but didn't disagree nearly enough. If you guys missed a moment of today's show, you can watch back the full 5 hours on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe to 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. It is free after all. Like our videos as well. We like to be liked around here. I think that's all I had there.
That's it. It sounds like that's it.
We were just talking about Brook Park here, and Heidi in Brunswick has been waiting patiently. Heidi, welcome to the show. What you got for us?
Oh, Heidi.
Hi. I was just calling because I was just thinking about it as you guys were talking, and AT&T Stadium in Arlington that has like 1 million events a year is 25 minutes from Fort Worth and 25 minutes from Dallas, just like Brook Park is about 20 minutes from Cleveland, and they literally have a Walmart in their parking lot. So there's no reason why we can't have a Super Bowl or any kind of event there. And there's also like probably 15 hotels 5 minutes up the road on Engle. So their excuses are lame.
All right. So do you agree that it would be a failure if we don't get a Super Bowl?
100%.
All right, Heidi, have a great one. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
That's a strong call.
Yeah, I like
gotta
the
say,
idea.
that's maybe caller of the day kind of material.
Walmart in the parking lot is really fun for me.
That actually feels like a country song.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also sounds like it could have been a way your parents met and then fornicated.
Yeah. They would have.
Yeah.
If there was a rib cook-off there and my dad was doing...
Rib cook-off, Walmart
Yeah.
parking lot?
Yeah, stand-up comedy.
Why not?
Bang biscuit.
Why not?
Yeah.
I do. I think it's a slap in the face. I think that really is what it would be. I don't even want to call it a failure.
My mom and dad?
No.
Okay.
No. What's that? Because it's like we can't control that.
I don't know if they liked it rough.
There's nothing Cleveland can do here. We did the best we could. If they decide they don't want to give us a Super Bowl, that's insulting. It's not anything Haslam has to take blame for.
Let's get to in case you missed it.
Mac was surprised by it.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, crap.
We only do this the bit the same time every
One
day.
call from Heidi just really had you off balance there.
Mac was really listening in on that one.
Amazon going to televise 3 marquee Duke basketball games as part of a landmark deal. They're going to face UConn in Las Vegas. They're going to face Michigan at Madison Square Garden, and then Gonzaga in Detroit. So like 3 primetime, really solid games. But the idea here is that college basketball is getting in bed with Amazon now, and this is the first time Amazon has done anything in the college sports world.
It's the way of the future, dude.
I mean, this is how this is going to go. And so I guess I really want to know the trickle-down effect of all this. It doesn't stop at Duke, but does this mean college football is now on the table for Amazon? Because I would imagine that's part of it as well.
Yeah, I mean, what I think is interesting is just the a la carte side of things, because I think that's really, really smart. If you're Duke and you can get 3 games from Amazon, and maybe Apple gets in and they've got 3 games.
Like you keep their ESPN deal that they have as well, and you don't disrupt that.
Yeah, if you can get 8 games on other, and that's extra money. I mean, I that's kind of going the NFL formula. And honestly, baseball is doing it too. They're just doing it so poorly because you just never know when a game is on. But I do think that's smart ways to. I like this. I like we're going to have specialized games on specialized platforms a lot more than the private equity money, the Big 12 deal that just came in that scares the ever-loving crap out of me.
Why does it scare you?
Because those guys don't do anything unless they make their money tenfold. And I wonder how the Big 12 is going to make money for them, and in the end, how this just doesn't end up costing the Big 12 money down the road.
One wrinkle out of this that I do find also interesting is the idea that the way it's set up, Duke players are supposed to get some NIL off of this, and so it's almost like a trickle down where they're going to get a little taste off of the TV partnerships and the idea that they are going and playing these 3 games on Amazon, which is not something they get if they, let's just say, just go play on ESPN.
Ooh, this is a tough one here. Got a lot here. LeBron and the Lakers missed an opportunity to finish off the Rockets last night, but remain up 3-2 in their first-round series. So much has been made about LeBron versus MJ as the GOAT, and maybe a little personal friction there as well. But Mike Wilbon went on First Take to tell a tale of Michael protecting LeBron.
I remember having a conversation with Michael, who said, hey, take it easy. When you talk about this tomorrow, take it easy on this kid, and here's why. And Michael had a list of reasons of things that he really liked about LeBron James. He didn't have to do that, but he understood what was going to go on publicly because he'd been on the other end of that early in his career. He wanted to soften that blow for LeBron James, who was coming up later.
All right, are you buying it?
No. I'd love to know when this was, but I'm not buying it at all. This is
Wilbon's an MJ propagandist.
Well, and he would peddle the MJ stories anytime MJ wants to seem like the good guy. Like, this would be something that would definitely happen. Like, publicly, we've only really seen MJ and LeBron a couple times be cordial at best. One of them was here in Cleveland. That All-Star game, the 75th anniversary, that whole situation. One of the rare times we've seen the two of them actually seem like they are civil and nice to each other. No. And LeBron, for having MJ as his idol and the way that MJ has treated him, I've never loved.
Why not?
Because it's just, you could tell it mattered a lot to LeBron, and it mattered a lot to LeBron that his idol would be there and be something that he could depend on, and he reached out and he tried to make that a thing early on, and MJ wanted nothing to do with it because he was so worried about keeping his image intact and trying to make sure he was still the greatest of all time and everything that came with it. And I got why LeBron eventually got fed up and said, I don't care anymore. And that's why LeBron's worked so hard not to do that to younger players.
Yeah, I just have a lot of respect for Michael because Michael has done so many great things on and off the court. And unlike LeBron, a lot of the great stuff he's done hasn't been as publicized. At the same point, his weird, terse, standoffish relationship with both the NBA and any player that came after him that wasn't Kobe, which sure seemed to happen after around the time Kobe was passing away, makes me very uncomfortable. I wish LeBron had a different... I wish he wasn't threatened by the greats that came after him.
Yeah, and for LeBron, I wish he would have had I wish he'd have the relationship that I hope eventually one day they can get there. I just don't know that they can.
Big thanks to Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. Big thanks to Jake Murren. Big thanks to Matt Corrali, who looks nothing like
just
Carson
like
Schlesinger.
Doppelganger, just like
Not
him.
even close.
Same haircut.
They're blonde.
Fair skin.
Blue hair.
Same nose.
Blue hair? I meant blue eyes. Don't know what the hell I was doing there. JP, good stuff today.
Had fun. We'll do it tomorrow.
We'll be back tomorrow, guys, reacting to Monken in the mornings. And I don't know, Football Friday stuff. See you guys then.
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go.
I love you. Have a great day. Take care, Nick. Take care of him. He needs help.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Own your moment. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Oh, boy. Even with the return of Austin Reeves last night, the Lakers are now